I feel my friend. All right, everybody, welcome. Welcome to the Trigger Mike Show. It is another wonderful Friday. It's payday for some of you. But either way, greetings and thank you for tuning into the Lapeef Network. We are the Trigger Mike Show here to celebrate another good day. It was a wonderful morning. Hope your commute to work was good. Hope you weren't sitting in traffic too long. Hope everybody got to work safely. And if you're sitting at home, I hope you cozy, right? If you caught snowfall this week, because I just watched it last night, let me know. It's going to be a good season. If you watch Snowfall, let me know in the chat. If you like that show, let me know. If you don't watch it, I suggest you catch up on seasons 1 through 5, because season 6, the final season, is about to be a banger. All right, so thank you, everyone. Again, thanks again for tuning into the Trigger Mike Show on this good old Friday. It is my pleasure to service you here. I got a great topic for you as always. All right. Salute to my viewers nationwide. Okay. So all my people, DC, Maryland, Virginia, 757, stand up. All right. VA, North Carolina, South Carolina, Atlanta, Florida, Philadelphia, New York, New Jersey, what's up? All my people here in Texas holding it down. Y'all feel that warm weather coming through. You see, I got the short sleeves on today. Y'all feel that warm weather coming through. It's starting to feel like Southeast Texas is back, right? All right, get ready for that hot summer. We don't really have spring. It goes straight to summer here in Houston, okay? We can't wait for that. It's been a little bit of a cold winter. But we're going to make it do what it do for sure. Thank y'all for tuning in. All right. I heard West Coasters say Trigger Mike is on too early, so we pushed it out 30 minutes for you. So if you're on the West Coast showing love to the Trigger Mike Show on the Lapeef Network, thank you. All right. Make sure you go down. I know y'all are notorious for this. Don't make me get on y'all. Go down and hit that like button right now. Also, what I want you to do, if you're new to the show, please hit that subscribe button. Subscribe to the Lapeef Network, the greatest network on YouTube. Show your love and support through that subscription. Also, hit that bell for notification. There should be 3 dots there. I want you to press on them, hit all. hit that bell for notifications so you get notified when we have this hot content and these hot topics on this show. I appreciate that. Now, it is a good old payday. We have one hell of a topic for you today. We appreciate any and all financial contributions you can make to the show. But if you cannot make a financial contribution to the show, here's what I want you to do, especially for today. If you got a man, I'm not a man, but a homie, a brother, a cousin, a little brother, anything like that, somebody who just needs help and guidance on this topic today, how to choose a wife in 2023. We're going to go a little different angle with it today. I made up a little exercise for the young men to do just to see where their head's at. I want you to share this with them. Let these young men know you might want to listen to Trigger Mike and his panel that comes up and shares their experiences on this topic today. All right, because something going on in y'all heads. And it's not just y'all, but we're going to get to the topics that fix this, that create the solutions in the community that we want to see, right? Not too many men today, especially in this community, have had someone tell them how to choose your wife. And I'm going to be honest with you, fellas, you don't want your mama telling you. All right? Your daddy, your brothers, your uncles, the men are supposed to tell you how to harness your own urges so you can make this choice correctly. Don't let women tell you. Obviously, we see where that gets us in society. This is another exercise for dads, for brothers, for men to teach other men how to do. Let's see who we got in the chat. I appreciate y'all for coming through. Oh, we lit today. We at 91 already. I appreciate that. If you just came into the stream, hit that like button. Go down and hit that like button. I've been playing around with y'all, but I promise today I'm reading every super chat. Every super chat y'all send, every piece of advice you got on this topic, I'm going to read it. I've been letting the panel just take too much control, but I'm going to read them all today. So I appreciate the support. What's up, Jax Mena? Craig Muhammad, ain't seen you in a while. Welcome. My man, True Table, probably cruising around. That dude always driving. Mr. C, what's going on? Ease Beats, what's up? What's up? My man, Jeffrey Woodland, always in the building. Appreciate the support. Dadley Dada, what's going on? Hack, always faithful. My man, Jordan, salute to you. Missy T, what's going on? MS Best, what's going on? Isaiah Jr., good Friday to you. Happy Friday, rather. Mr. C, what's up? What's up? Daryl Brown, what's up? Mr. Supreme, snowfall was good. Woo! I'm taking my predictions now. I feel like I know who's gonna die. All right. Mr. Rich, marriage, politics, and sports. What's going on? You got to come up and tell me why you don't like shows like Snowfall, but I think I can guess why. Lacey, what's going on? Lynn, how you doing? ATL in the building. Lacey says Florida's in the building. That's what's up. Craig Muhammad said DMV in the building. What's good, Mo? What's good, Mo? Love C, how you doing? How you doing? Snuggles, what's up? What's up? Neo Moses, what's going on? Blossoming Jasmine. Wait, hold up. Oh, snap. I know you. What's up? How you doing? All right. Croissant, what's up? Dadley Pierre, what's going on? What's going on? Croissant, my man Israel, come on up and talk to us on this topic today. All right. So, how to choose your wife in 2023. I know y'all seen the topic. I had a lot of people waiting on this one. I hope I'm not going to disappoint you. I'm taking a little different approach to it. I'm not going to talk you to death on all those traditional talking points. I'm going to try to bring this to you in a little bit of different format. We're going to try to approach it a little different on the Trigger Mike show. And then I got an exercise for you to do. And I'm going to share with you my favorite characteristics, even the ones that were superficial. All right. So I broke this down. I've even sought guidance on the percentages I should assign and everything. So even the men that are currently married, I even want you to do this exercise. If you've been married before, I want you to do this exercise. And then, of course, as we always do, Jump on the panel and let us know where this went right for you or where this went wrong. A lot of our brothers need to know where you went wrong. I believe that's one of the things that men do that younger men benefit from like it has an immense impact on the younger men. Sparkle, what's going on? Buck Rogers, I see you. Welcome, welcome. Y'all get those likes up right now. Get those likes up. We giving a lot of game today. Get those likes up. All right. How to choose a wife in 2023. So you seen, I put that 2023 in there for a reason. Y'all know why. Y'all know why. Y'all know why I put that 2023 in there. This is not the 1960s. This is not even the 1980s. 2023 is a different monster. I know y'all agree. Y'all see what's going on. And it's not just the women. We got different men in 2023. I know y'all understand. Y'all spent plenty of time on the Trigger Mike show. Quincy, what's going on? I see you. My man, Mr. He Said and Mrs. She Said, welcome, welcome. Y'all go, as soon as y'all get a chance, go over to Harris Tribe Media Group and go ahead, subscribe to that channel. I love those folks over there, man, and what they're doing. Married couple out here giving y'all the game. If you get a chance, Mr. He Said, if you can't come up, I want you to be active in the chat, and Mrs. She Said as well. All right, I appreciate y'all. We did a bomb interview last night. Go ahead and check that out on their channel. Subscribe and like all their videos and hit that bell for notifications as well. All right, listen. Good wives. Y'all have heard me say this before. Good wives have very similar characteristics. I have been immersed in a sea of married people my entire life. I understand that that's a privilege. I do. I understand that. I have been immersed in a sea of married people my entire life. I have seen how this institution is carried out. All right. So I was better prepared than most, especially in this country. It's just another thing where my parents are from. But in this country, I understand that I am privileged in that way. But this is also associated with the saying, the good ones are always taken. So right out of the gate, fellas, I'm telling you that quality women are rare. If you believe quality women are rare, because a lot of women are out here calling themselves quality, but they don't necessarily determine that. We do. If you believe that quality women are rare, go ahead and put a 1 in the chat. Fellas, I want you to pay close attention to this because I'm talking to you right now. Young men, you got your work cut out for you, bro. Quality women are rare. If you are somebody that want to take this serious, this institution serious, understand that quality women are rare. It used to be. This is why this says 2023 on the title, on the thumbnail. It says how to choose a wife in 2023 because quality women have always been rare. Back in 1960, they were rare. Most women were just okay. This is what the old heads told me. This is the game from the old heads. Most women were just okay. And it used to be that most available women understood the characteristics of being a wife. Most did. All right. So that's what we used to go by when they say just okay. They understood what men wanted. These women understood that men wanted chaste women. They understood that they wanted virtuous women. So they would do themselves a favor. They would do their best not to present themselves as a loose woman. It's just that simple. Tell me we don't have the complete opposite today. These women are trying to match your energy sexually. Men have always and will always prefer virtuous and chaste women as wives. Men only. Tell me if I'm capping. Put a 1 in the chat if you can get it. Prefer virtuous and chaste women as wives. That is what you've been looking for. That is what you're waiting for, or that is what you believe you have. Please help me out. Put a 1 in the chat. Let these ladies know that is what we want. That is what we're slapping rings on. Virtuosity and chastity is the name of the game for the woman that gets that ring. Period. Women used to understand that this is what men want. But fellas, you got your work cut out for you now. Femininity was the baseline standard. How hard do you got to work to get a feminine woman now? Think about it. How hard do you have to work to get her to smile at you when she walked past? It used to be the baseline. Now you got to beg for it. What a world. What a world. Fellas, the reason you got to be careful is because now modern women are trying to redefine the standards of a wife. Myself, other men, my people, we talked last night, the Harris tribe, we have to stand guard at the gate, letting them know you cannot change the standards in which this institution is run. Let me tell you why this is important. You hear me say this often, okay? People are trying to wage a war against what is traditional. They think traditional means old and antiquated. And in most contexts, it does. But in this particular way, when we're talking about marriage and relationships, husbands and wives, traditional means standard. You cannot change the standard in which this institution runs. I cannot go to the gas station and put diesel in my car when it's supposed to run on unleaded gas. You cannot change the standards by which this institution is run. If you are a married man, if you are a person that came from married parents, stand guard at the gate of marriage. Stop letting these men who aren't serious and these women who aren't virtuous play around with this institution. You have heard me say on various occasions, ain't nothing wrong with the institution of marriage. It's something wrong with the people. Don't let them in. You can't change these standards. We won't let you. There are standards that a wife must have in order to assume the role of wife and execute that role correctly. To execute it properly, she has to abide by certain standards, as you, as a man, have to abide by certain standards as a husband. It's just that simple. And here's the kicker. Here's the kicker. She doesn't want to change your standards. She don't want you to change your standards. She wants the traditional husband. But stand guard, fellas. They want to change the standards of a wife over my dead body. The hell you think this is? Fuck out of here, Day. The modern woman has attacked. They are waging an attack, waging war on traditional norms in an attempt to redefine the meaning of a wife. Bad bitches, you hear them. I don't got to school y'all on that. Y'all know what's up. The men have to set up. We actually have to shame this unwanted behavior and label women correctly. Why do you think they waged a war on labels? Don't label us. This is all the same fruit from the same poisonous tree. Don't label us. No, we have to. We're going to shame and label unwanted behavior in our community. Let me tell you why. Consequences come with labels. Any dude out here that's ever been pulled over by a cop, arrested, been to jail, had to stand in court, consequences come with labels. The second you get that charge, they're labeling you. Men been labeled and rejected by society their whole life. Consequences come with labels. Back in the day, you steal in Africa, they mark your hands. That is a label for thief. Consequences come with labels. Do you see how crafty feminism is? In order to get rid of consequences, they had to get rid of labels. We're going to label you, but let me explain why, so you don't think I'm out here just trying to be demonic and whatnot. The same way we distinguish a clear difference between a criminal and a law-abiding citizen, we must have the same clear distinction between a spinster or a bachelorette and a wife. There needs to be a clear distinction on who you want to be in life. Women, choose a side. Who do you want to be? What side are you choosing? I'm drawing the line in the sand for you. What side are you on? You can't say you want to be a wife and be agreeing with hoes all day on Instagram, resharing twerk videos on Instagram. Choose a side. The line has been drawn in the sand. What side are you on? Every man that fancies himself a leader of his community, a leader in his family, draw a line in the sand. What side are you on? You don't even have to be a wife to be on the wife's side to let us know what you're aspiring to be. My daughter is going to aspire to be a wife. Nigerian daddies jump on their daughter's Facebook and their daughter's Instagram to get on their ass about the shit that they like and that they share. I suggest you do the same. What is this nonsense? What is this? You don't represent our family like this. You don't represent yourself like this. The line has been drawn. You either want to be a spinster, a bachelorette, a twerk goddess, or you want to be a wife. You let the world know every day what by the choices you make. We need a clear distinction. The same way we call them criminals or law-abiding citizens, we need to know who you are. All right. Let's get into this exercise I've been talking about. Fellas, young men, listen up. When you are choosing a wife, attractiveness is given. It's given. You have not heard many men say, I married a woman I wasn't attracted to. So you got good. I'm giving you something here. All right. Attractiveness is given. Whatever that means to you, it's given to you. Men do not traditionally marry at any level unless the marriage is arranged. A man does not choose a woman he is not attracted to. So I'm not talking about even the world's version of attraction. I'm talking about what you, the individual man, are attracted to. Attractiveness is a given. You get that off the bat. Now, listen up, fellas. I spent quite a bit of time on this exercise trying to figure out the right percentages to assign to each category. Fellas, your wife, this woman that you choose, is 30% for you. 30% of her characteristics are for you. I could not give you any more than 30%. I know you're thinking, whoa, son, she's 100% for me. Y'all know I don't play that shit. Don't start with me today. I'm giving you 30%. My young men, even the older ones that ain't married yet, let me tell you something. Let me share something with you. I'm giving you 30% because I don't trust you. You shouldn't trust yourself. I can't give you any more than that because you've been indoctrinated into a superficial society. 30%, that's all you get. That woman's characteristics, 30% of what I'm about to tell you, that can be for you. 40% of your wife's characteristics need to be for your children. You have been watching the Trigger Mike show for 1 month. How much have I talked about the importance of the woman you choose for your children? If you think I'm giving too much emphasis on picking a good mother for your children, I'd like to refer you to the bitter baby mama crisis. All y'all damn complaints, all on YouTube and Instagram and in the friend groups and in the group chat and on Clubhouse, talking about your bitter ass baby mama. And you don't think that 40% of the choice you make in a wife is supposed to be for your kids? That's how we stop bitter baby mamas. 40%. She is more for your children in this day and age. In 2023, she needs to be more for them than she is for you. But don't worry, I'm going to bring it back around and I'm going to explain this to you in detail. The remaining 30% of the characteristics that you choose in a wife need to be for your family, extended family, and your community. This is where you exercise foresight. This is the game you get from the Mr. Riches, from my father. You need to exercise foresight. This woman needs to represent you when you're not there. She just can't be a pretty face, some big titties, and a big ass. That's just going to make everybody else want to screw her. But how is she going to represent you? She needs to be somebody to represent you to your extended family and your community. 30%. Now, let me see if I can share this with you real quick. I'm going to bring up my chart. Hopefully everybody can see it. My handwriting is way better than this, but that S Pen, I had a hard time. So as you can see, I had some very superficial tendencies. If you take a look right here, these are the 10 characteristics I chose. Now, here's what I want you to do. I want you to write down 10 characteristics. I want you to write down 10 characteristics. Oh, it's not showing yet. Okay. Give me a second. Give me a second. Window. Nah. Give me a second. Give me a second, because this is important. This is important. Let me see. Do y'all see it? Nah, either way. Either way, let's continue. Damn it. I had that ready for you. In fact, let me move it to another screen. See if it'll show on that screen. Let me save it as a PDF. Give me 1 second, y'all. Nope. Either way, what I want you to do as men, I want you to write down 10 characteristics. 10 characteristics that you want in a wife. Physical or, general attributes you want in a wife. They can be anything you can think of. I'm going to give you mine, okay? Mine were big booty, big boobs, It's my thing. Double D or better. Long natural hair. Courteous, gentle, virtuous, domesticated, industrious, humble, elegant, honest, patient, so on and so forth. Now, I had to cross some of them out because when you get 10 of these, you'll realize, let me explain this to you in detail a little bit. These characteristics, you got to pass off to somebody else and let them critique what you got going on. 30% of these characteristics that you put in your 10 are for you. You label them for you. That's where I got the big booty, big boobs, long natural hair. That was for me. I felt like I couldn't compromise with that. Right? And this is me as a 26-year-old man, by the way, when I decided to get back into a relationship with my now wife, right? 26-year-old man, these were the things that were important to me. The other 40% of these characteristics are for my children. Those were gentle, domesticated, industrious, and nurturer. 40% of those characteristics got to be for your children. The 3 that I chose for my family/community, she has to be courteous. Let me explain. I'm Nigerian. My family is Nigerian. Your wife has to be extremely courteous and has to go the extra mile, as in most foreign cultures. Even when she's tired, she has to serve. When your guests come through the door, your wife has to be the most courteous person in the house. I could not negotiate with that. All right? So for my family, the representative in my house, so I can better explain that to you, that representative has to be, in my culture, extremely courteous. She needs to be virtuous. When people look at my wife, that is a representation of me. Her virtue is a representation of me and the choices that I make in life. There are not too many CEOs, big steppers, dudes out here doing it like that. Not too many, not the ones you see on TV. I'm talking about real men that make society function, not one-off 1% of 1% ass men that just want to show off their woman. I'm talking about the real movers and shakers in society. Their women are virtuous women. They speak on their behalf. This is important to me. Furthermore, my wife has to be elegant. Now, some people would say, isn't that for you? In a way, it is. This is why I'm telling you, if you are choosing correctly for yourself in these categories, you're going to come across things that are good for you in the future. When your wife represents you well, she becomes radiant to you. Her spirit radiates to you. I need my wife to be elegant. That is a representation of me. Those are my 10. I'm sorry, I couldn't compromise, but let me tell you where I went wrong at 26 years old. Let me share this with you. In order to get a big booty, big boobs, and long natural hair, I compromised the Holy Trinity. The Holy Trinity of feminine traits, which are humble, patient, and honest, in my opinion. In order to combat feminism, I believe you need the Holy Trinity. The women we love the most on Lapeef Let's Talk are the Holy Trinity. They are humble women. They are patient women. And they are honest. Tell me I'm lying in the chat if that's not the women you like the most on Lapeef Let's Talk. You hate the loud mouths. You can't stand their ass. I compromise the Holy Trinity of characteristics for big booty, big boobs, and a butt. But did I? I didn't. When you pay attention to what is good for other people and how you represent yourself, you may just get that automatically. I was looking for a mother for my children, and a representative of my family. And because I was already attracted to big boobs and a big butt and long natural hair, I didn't do what was just good for me. Do you see how that works? So I didn't have to compromise, even though I thought I did. I didn't have to. I went looking for the excellent characteristics of a wife, and I ended up finding exactly what I wanted. Men always gravitate to what they're attracted to. Don't focus on that. Focus on her character. I thought I compromised on the holy trinity of feminine traits. This is stuff I learned my whole life. Humble, patient, and honest. But that woman that I gravitated to that looked like a damn Coke bottle just happened to have that anyway. Don't compromise, fellas. Don't trust yourself. Some of us are very vain. Some of us are very superficial. Don't choose her for yourself, even though she might be what you like. Choose her for your children. Choose that representative for your family. And I promise you, that woman will radiate to you. Her spirit will radiate to you. That representative of your family, the way she's representing you, she will be standing by the kitchen table and she will radiate to you. You're going to want to take her ass down right there on the floor. That is what radiant women, that is how she becomes that to you. You are naturally attracted to what you are attracted to. That's a given. But what else are you looking for, fellas? There's nothing but pretty faces out here. Shit. BBLs, there's nothing but big booties out here. But ladies, what else you got? What else you got? Every man goes through a time where he starts to become a little bit more confident in life. And the reason I know I became confident is because I asked a girl, what are some of her best characteristics? And the first one she said is, I'm pretty. I cut her off and said, this is Houston, Texas. There's nothing but pretty ass women out here. What else you got? What else do you got? I can walk through brunch on the way to the bar and pass 75 pretty ass women. What else you got? That's what you need to be concerned with, fellas. What else do she got? Her spirit is ugly. She ain't gonna be cute for long. Her demeanor is ugly. She's gonna look like a witch to you. What else does she have? JR, please drop that link, sir. Let me talk to my people real quick. 30% of those characteristics can be for you. 40% of those characteristics are for your children. Now, for those of you that might be saying, well, what if this is my second marriage? I still advise you, if you don't want children anymore, to use those characteristics in their name. Use those characteristics anyway, because coincidentally, a woman that you choose with those characteristics will create a good home. Don't be selfish. Don't choose everything you like. Don't you want a wife that makes a good home? Don't you want a nurturer? Shit, if the kids ain't there, you getting all that nurturing. If the kids ain't there, that's all for you. Don't you want fingers ran through your hair? Don't you want your belly rubbed? Shit. Use those characteristics up in the name of those kids anyway. That woman will create an excellent home for you. A peaceful place to lay your head. because that's what they do for their children. Y'all know where I'm getting with this. Y'all know where I'm going. Let me drop that link for y'all so y'all can come up, holler at your boy. I see these super chats. I'm about to read them. All right. Let me go up and get these super chats. Yeah, I'm just going to post that later. Appreciate that, King Spark. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Always appreciated, my brother. Sir Shy said, get those likes and super chats up, chat room family. I appreciate that. Queen says, great show like always. I appreciate that. All right. We got Mr. Marriage, Politics, and Sports. Just the guy I wanted to talk to. So you got to give these fellas some game today.
How you
30
doing?
years of marriage. I want to know. Give me the characteristics you use to choose your wife, if you could, please.
Yeah, okay. Well, I was listening to you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, cool. I was listening to you. Of course, the first on the top of the list was the physical attributes. I didn't have, I wasn't as specific as you in terms of boobs and butt, but my wife, man, she has a pretty nice butt, man. I can't keep my hands off of the damn thing. Okay. And I told us that one day we're going to be in public and I'm going to get a couple of handfuls and you're going to like it. You know, she always, so we have a laugh at that. But so that was the first thing. I wanted her to be natural. She had natural hair. And the thing that I liked about her the most was, you know, when women get their hair done, they don't want nobody to touch it. She
Mm-hmm.
always let me play in her hair, always, without one complaint. Right? I put my hand up in there. He said, you know, she got this do going on. I didn't mess it up, but she never said, "Yo, don't touch my hair." You know, so that was cool. It was just something that I just registered that she didn't mind me playing with her hair, and she still does. You know,
Yeah.
she was dedicated to our relationship. When we were going together, you know, one day, you know, it's funny. I mean, it sounds silly and shit. I said, listen, you know, we were fooling around. This was like maybe 2 or 3 months in. I said, you know, I said, you want to be my girl, my lady? She said, I thought I already was.
Hell
That's what
yeah.
she said. She said, I thought I already was. You know, I just let it go right there. I said, okay, cool. You know, and then, you know, like I said, a couple months later, we were engaged. Um, uh, I want her to be exclusive. That's one of the characteristics. I want my woman to be exclusive, and I don't never worry about. I mean, man, we've been married for a long time. You know that already. But I never had an opportunity. I never had a point where I was worried about her, jealous, those
Mm-hmm.
kind of things. Never happened. Never happened. So she was kind of exclusive and dedicated. And of course, I wanted access. One of the conversations we had was that, listen, if we're going to get together, you're going to be my only source of, you know, yeah. So I don't know whether you're going to dry up or not dry up and all that kind of shit. So, you know, it never became an issue. Never
Yes, sir.
became an issue. It's more as, you know, so that was cool. So you want me to go through the whole 10 real quick or, you know, I don't want to, you know. So
If you want
anyway,
to, if you wrote them down, yeah, please.
yeah, she was relatively virtuous. When I say relatively, because she wasn't a virgin.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Most women, most guys, even back then, she went to college. It wasn't a prerequisite of mine for her to be an absolute virgin. And I
Mm-hmm.
had that conversation. I told you about how we had that little short
Yep.
discussion. So, but I just knew she wasn't a 304. She was still living at home. She had curfew and all that kind of stuff. I mean, you could do stuff when you're out, but you could just tell by how a woman moves whether she's a 304 or not. Or at least you should. If you can't, then that's on you. Um, she got to be, you know, she was nurturous. I mean, she was, you know, she was nurturing to me. So I didn't think about whether that would be an issue with the kids. And if we ever get into it on this conversation, what she did to have my two daughters will make me dedicated and has me dedicated to her for a lifetime plus.
Yeah.
And the story in itself is just unbelievable what she had to go through as a woman to put those two kids on earth. And I'm telling you, you know, anyway. Um,
Well, I think you just crossed that threshold. I said it when she's standing there and you have that epiphany as a man where she's no longer just a woman. She's like some kind of radiating spirit. And it's like, this woman went through this. This person with my last name, in the name of my family.
Yeah, let me tell
Right?
you, if we get into that, we could talk about that. But I mean, I'm gonna be real quick. She's appreciative of our relationship. I'm looking down, so I'm reading this thing. She's kind, friendly, pleasant to be around, and she's not argumentative at all. I mean, she'll stand her ground, but we don't have to fight over it. She'll say her piece, I'll say my piece. I had to learn how she kind of argues back and forth because, like I said before, if I ever drop an F bomb when we're arguing, it's
Mhm.
over. I lost because no matter if I'm right, the conversation's over. She just like shuts down, and then and she's mad that I peeped that. That's her tell. So now when I talk to her and we go back and forth, I make sure I don't curse. That makes her even madder because she can't walk away. She can't walk away. Anyway, and she's eager to please me, man. She's just eager, man. She just does shit. I mean, just does shit. And it's funny on my Facebook page. I put Beyonce and Destiny's Child's "Cater to You." I put that
Mhm.
up there. All my girl cousins and stuff kicking my ass, because they hate that record, right? "Cater to You." If y'all know, when Destiny's Child put out "Cater to You," when they were talking about how they cater to men, the women gave them so much shit over that. So I just put
Yeah.
it up there just to jab and stab women. I mean, I love that record, man. But that's another thing. Anyway, that's it. That's my 10.
Yes, sir. King Spark, what's up? How you doing this morning?
Man, I'm doing good. How y'all doing?
How you doing, man?
I'm good. So you're not married yet, right?
Nah, soon to be though. I hope she ain't watching. Try to put the pressure on me, but soon to be. Soon to be.
Soon to be. Tell us the characteristics you would choose in a woman.
Um, Absolute femininity, man. I mean, the type of woman that by the time you raise your voice a little bit, she tearing up. She about to cry.
Mhm.
Um, the type of woman that's absolutely gracious to any type of wait staff, anybody serving her. Um, a modest woman, a woman that wants to cover that thing up a little bit because women
Yeah.
don't really understand that they ain't got to show it to actually be sexy,
Listen.
right?
Yeah.
And I'll say that one thing, I actually met my wife to be online, and one of the things that really impressed me was that her shape is out of this world, but I couldn't see it online. All headshots, everything was from the waist up. Then when I seen her in dinner and she walked away, I said, "Oh shit, yeah!" I was so happy, you know, 'cause it was just like the cherry. It was like the cherry on top. To be honest with you, man, and yeah, man, those things. A polite woman, a non-confrontational woman. Um, what else, man? That's pretty much it, man. A clean woman, you know, and a woman that could carry a professional woman, a woman that can speak English, all those type of things.
You
I
muted,
think you
Trigger
muted
Mike.
up, Mike.
You muted, Trigger Mike.
Absolutely. So I want to touch on what you said about modesty. All right. I believe that is a lot of these dudes that aren't married right now. That has to be in your first. Here's why. A woman has to be modest in demeanor and style. And that goes into the elegant type of thing. But what you said about not being able to see her online that way, she's not attention seeking online. That is how most of these dudes get themselves in trouble. They want to complain about it later, but didn't realize that they shouldn't have picked her up front. This is a red flag. They don't look at it that way. They look at it as a sign for come here, right? So if you end up getting with a woman like that, you're going to really end up regretting it because she's not modest. This comes with other red flags. People don't even know. This is a, what do you call it? A gateway red flag. It's going to give way to other red flags. I guarantee you, women that cheat more are not modest. They're attention-seeking women. They want people to look at their ass and all, their demeanor is look at me, all of that. So it's important for the virtuosity, for the representation in the community to be a modest woman in demeanor and in style. I just wanted to add that. CEO, what's going on? Good morning to you. Or good afternoon, rather.
All right, good afternoon. You know what I'm saying? So y'all can hear me, right?
Yep.
Yeah, we get.
All right, so I just listed feminine and modest. I got that from the brother. That's a good one, but femininity is really important. But black African descent, melanated, you know what I'm saying, darker complexion like a Nubian, ebony skin, traditional, nationalist, spiritual, natural, about 6 foot, slim, thick, athletic, intellectual, you know what I'm saying, reads, writes, studies, student, continuous learning, says what. Hey, man, I was putting. Go ahead. I was putting out my shit like, hey, holla at me.
Yeah.
Hey, but let me say this one last thing because I really only had one more, and it was actually the most important to me. Like, I'm looking for like women that's like say words like I say, like a Erykah Badu or India I read type. You know what I'm saying? But that's important. That's like the.
All right, do me a favor, real quick. Count how many you got. Count how many you got.
10, but some of them, got a little more. I had 10. I had it right. I just
okay.
I elaborated.
So if you had to negotiate down, like cancel a few. Well, in fact, what are your non-negotiables? Give me your few non-negotiables.
Black African descent, feminine, and I think if you go down to like the Erykah Badu, India type, I think the rest of them will get captured in that type of woman.
Yeah. Okay. And what do we call those women? Earthy? Is that it?
Like neo soul, neo soul type.
They call them earthy. I think they be like grounding and stuff, sitting in the grass
with bare feet.
Yeah. 7. Cam up real quick so I know who you are in the back. Then you can cam down again. All right, my man Israel, what's going on?
Hey, what's good, Trigger Mike? Salute to the panel. What's good, fellas? And salute to the chat. How y'all doing? You know what I'm saying? The chat ninjas. So as usual, my brother King Spark, he take a lot of bonds, man. I see we think alike. I don't like him going before me, but I'm gonna try to go after that anyway. All y'all said some good stuff, right? It's funny, real quick before I get into my list. It's funny, like some chords of commonality, even though we all have little different nuances, there are a few chords of commonality between all of our lists. But I'm gonna say this. So my first one is virtuous slash modest. My second one is soft feminine slash pleasant, because to me those are the same thing. My third one is loyal. My fourth one is faithful slash reserved. My fifth one is dutiful. My sixth one is submissive slash patient. My seventh one I think is good hygiene. My eighth one is like a clean skin, a clean person, right? She really want her to be clean. My ninth one is nurturing, and my 10th one is honest. So that was my list.
Nice. I think, there was one in there that you said that. So here's a funny thing about
talking about reserved, because no one else really said reserved yet.
Not even reserved. You know what? It's just one that I keep hearing. I think people will think it's funny that we keep saying we want a clean. I say well-groomed, but we all mean clean woman. And I think one of the things that gets lost in the sauce here when we talk about these topics is a lot of people think that a woman's like the way she's primped up means she's clean. I'm telling you right now.
Absolutely not. Nope.
That does not mean this woman is clean. I have dated a lot of women. And the one thing I could never understand is how you get invited over to a chick house and it's dirty. And like
it goes a little deeper than that too, Trigger Mike.
Look, wait, and you never actually seen her take a bath. You just seen her take a bird bath everywhere she go. No, y'all expand on
that. That wouldn't last long. Yo, Trigger Mike, you know what the worst thing is? When when they be looking good, like real good, and smelling real good with their clothes on.
Oh no!
And then you get them clothes off, and it ain't quite the
I
same.
didn't want to. Yeah, didn't want to go graphic.
Yeah, I'm
But that's
not gonna
what
go
I'm
all the
talking
way
about.
in, but I'm just saying that be a real disappointment. I'm talking about even have the matching joints, body looking like whoa, and then when you get the things off, it's like, oh no, like no, yeah,
Let
that's
me
a bad
tell
look.
you. I even listen. I respect those women that ladies. This is a real thing that we're talking about right here. Okay. Even when y'all had like a good date and you got to go back to the crib and she's like, whoa. And she's like, you know what? Let me whoop-de-whoop come over in 10, just go to the store or something, come back in 10 minutes or 20 minutes. And she's nice and showered and all this. That type of lady, I like that type of lady. Here's why. Some women, I don't know, maybe they don't know themselves. I've heard you can go nose blind to yourself. But to just be out all day, go on a date, y'all doing all type of activities, and you just give him the draws after?
There's no damn way, Trigger Mike. They can smell that. They can smell that.
No,
They
when
know
those
when they
draws
smell
come
it, right?
off, I've been knocked to one knee before from the smell that come out of those draws.
Not on
Like,
bended
whoa.
knee.
Ladies, mind yourself in that way, because when we say clean, I believe we're talking about those situations that most men have experienced.
So you might be taking me back to the war stories, man. And I was where you was at for about 15 years, man. It reminds me about a bad day in Herm Clark I had, man. It was a bad day. I should never went down South Post Oak. I should never went there. I should have never went there.
Oh
I
Lord.
went there, and I know everybody don't smoke, but I'm a partaker with the 420 thing, and it was so nasty, man. It was no way I could even put my little blunt down and roll up my little issue. I couldn't even find a place to, and I started to think of
Yo, Trigger Mike, can I
how
say
could I
this real
get out
quick?
of here,
Hey, King Spark, can I say this real quick?
Well, I'm in
Women,
the
let
middle
me
of the
say this.
story. Look, it was
Oh,
on
my
the
bad.
punchline. We right there.
I be trying
So
to tell that brother
I
about
was
that.
I was thinking like, man, how do I get out of here? And I said, say, what time is it? She said it was 2:30. I said, gosh damn, that flight landed at 1. I gotta go pick up my partner. And I got the hell out of there. But go ahead, brother.
Oh no, I didn't mean to jump on your story. My bad. My apologies, my brothers. Hey, listen, I just want to make a public service announcement. Women, y'all need to take at least 3 baths a week. Forget this modern shower shit. A woman needs to soak in the tub at least 3 times a week. In my experience, and I've been around a lot of women, in my experience, the ones that smell the best are the ones who soak in that tub at least 3 times a week. You got to soak in that tub,
Okay.
man.
Oh, you mean
Showers
bath
don't get it
as
from
in
a woman.
an actual bath?
A
Bang.
bath,
Yeah, I
yeah,
was
not a
thinking the
shower,
same
not a
thing.
shower. A bath.
Okay, I was like, there's 7 days in a week.
No,
Yeah.
no, listen, I'm talking about soaking that tub. No, I'm talking about
No,
soak
I
that
got
thing
you
in that
now.
tub.
I got you now. I
Yeah,
got you
soak
now.
that thing in that tub, man. Cause
Get that vinegar. Get that vinegar.
See, I ain't telling you. You giving away too many secrets. I ain't telling them to do that
Get
because
that
then
vinegar. Snap
they be
that
trying to trick folks.
back.
They try to trick folks with that vinegar. We ain't talking about that.
Get that snap back. Snap that. Sit back. All right, Moses, what's going on? How you doing this morning?
Great. Just at work, guys. Everybody doing this morning or afternoon?
Oh, we good.
Well,
All right,
Good,
fam.
good. I don't know if it's possible, Mike, but I sent you my list. I was trying to write it down, but I'm like, I can't even read that while I'm working, so I thought I'd just send it to you on your Instagram. If possible,
Yeah, I
can you
got
check
it.
it out? All right, cool. I'll just read it out to you, each one. If you can tell me which one you're seeing, it's better that way.
All right, so Moses said she got to love God first. I'm gonna put you on. That man working. All right. Moses said the woman has to love God first. I think this is pretty interesting. He said she got to trust men. I feel like I feel him on that one. She got to trust men. I feel like a lot of women don't trust men for the wrong reasons or literally because of one man. One man screwed up. Now they don't trust all men. Or maybe that man was even their father. She got to be understanding, cooperative. Oh, those are good ones. Sensible, emotionally intelligent, humble, family first or family oriented, not materialistic, and family over career. Hey, man, those are excellent attributes, bro. Excellent characteristics, bro.
I
You got
like to push back on the first one though, man, a little bit.
Go ahead. Go ahead, King Square.
It's a slippery slope. You said the first one says she have to love God, right?
Yep.
Do she love God because she trying to walk godly, or she love God because he keep forgiving her for all the bullshit she be doing?
Well, that's a good
I
distinction.
just want to know which one that is.
I can reply to that. So the reason why I said love God first because I studied about God when I was 18 to not be 30. The one thing I learned about God is that God is love, ultimate love. The love casts out fear. You know what I'm saying? And love is like the foundation to develop everything else. Because it's like you don't have love, you can't have anything else. Because love is the influence of peace, kindness, and also treating people correctly. You know what I'm saying? Treat your neighbor as yourself. It's just the thing I think I look for in a woman is how she'll understand God instead of using God as a crutch, just using God as a way to say God this and God that versus how you treat people is how you love God. You see what I'm saying? It just goes back to the foundation of everything. That's why I say
And
first God.
I'll just say, man, as far as God is concerned, that really for people, a lot of people aren't, they're spiritual, not religious, rather. So they don't think about that. But I want y'all to understand how dangerous it is to have a woman that's not grounded in spirituality. This is literally connected to how a woman treats men. Like there are some things that religion tells a woman she shouldn't do, therefore she won't do, right? And when in relation to her man, this is what is reinforced by the community, right? Reinforced by the culture, but it's ultimately grounded in religion or spirituality. A woman serves her husband daily because of she just believes that's what she's supposed to do. It's rooted in religion. It's rooted in what she believes God wants her to do for her husband. So when you look at the women who do this, I guess the term is religiously, without fail, whether they tired, sick, whatever, they are usually religious women that do it for those reasons. So that's the connection I make between God and the woman.
Yeah, Trigger Mike, yo, and then the brother said something important too. I mean, I agree with everything you're saying. To add on to that fear component, man, we don't really talk about that a lot. But fear, man, fear is an MFer, man. Fear, how you doing some crazy, off the wall, off brand, behind stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? Being afraid, being in fear. So that's why the Bible said God hasn't given you a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. Because when you're in fear, you're not in your right mind. You know what I'm saying? You worried and you doubtful and you like the wind, man. So you like the wind or like the sea. You don't have no kind of foundation, no kind of balance. So we gotta really work on that fear thing, man. Fear be getting people jammed up all the time.
Indeed. All right, got the first question for y'all. We're gonna start with Mr. Rich. Do most modern women have wife qualities? Just from your observation, Mr. Rich, you there?
Well, absolutely not. Right. I mean, based on the one thing I want to make sure that we kind of differentiate is that in this echo chamber that we're in, it's easy to see based on the way people post that the modern woman has absolutely no clue about being a wife or the modern characteristics. We got to be careful to know that that doesn't represent the whole diaspora of Black women. And we're talking about Black women mostly, but in general, women. There are some out there that, we got to know, but it's like picking like, needles in a haystack. I'll give you that. But there are some. So let's just say if the people online are a representation of the way women think, then we're in big trouble in terms of marriage and the future and all that. I mean, I even have cousins who are married, telling my daughter that she doesn't need to be married, so I had to check that, right? I said, you got whole husbands and kids and all that shit. How you going to tell somebody they don't need to be married? So yeah. So the short answer is no. I mean, the women are very, very lacking. All right, but we can go in and who's responsible for that. that's a different conversation. We could just put it all on them, or we could take some of the responsibility to say we allowed them to get that far away by lowering
indeed. And as men, here's the funny, y'all have heard me say before that talking about the issues of women is just an entertaining way to talk about the failures of men. But you see in the monologue, I said that women are trying to redefine the standards of wife. So the issue is that not enough men are letting them know. We're not raising awareness to the fact that we will not marry you if you continue down this road. And it's the delusion. That's why we use that term so much, because what they're trying to say, like, look at the narratives that they're pushing. Accept me as I am, which means they don't want to be what we want, what we naturally want to put a ring on. So we have to stop that, because that's not just modern women. That's our sisters, our aunts, like all of these people. So what's been missing from them is our actual opinion from black men.
But
that's
Mike,
why we're on here saying that's not what we want. We will not marry that. Men have already judged you. Even eligible men are putting marriage off. Like, I don't know who the hell you think is gonna marry that.
Brother Mike, we gotta be honest. These men are capitalizing off the fact that if these ladies don't know the truth, they're gonna make more money off them. That's all they're telling them is nothing. That's why there's so many not saying nothing. That's why they're not gonna get that message.
Well, Moses, let me finish, and then I'll move on. I'll just land the plane. One of the things that we say on these spaces that women control sex, which is true. Yeah. But the one correction we have to start to make is that men don't control all relationships. We control access to marriage. Mm-hmm. And that's why it's so important that we never give that shit up. Because that's the bar, that's the definitive line where our standards have to be met. Or you're a goddamn fool marrying somebody who doesn't meet those standards.
I agree.
We need to talk more about that. You know what? Here's my standards. This is what I'm looking for. I don't give a shit how big your titties are. I don't care how nice your ass is. And I don't care about, the box and none of that stuff. You got to be willing to say, if you don't meet these standards, because a marriage is supposed to be for a lifetime, you can't be dicking around with that. Right? Mm-hmm. So we got to emphasize that. Get your standards together. And if a woman could tick your boxes, especially if you have to provide those 4 Ps that the Crimson Cure keeps talking about, that shit's worth a lifetime of dedication from a woman.
That's fact. I agree.
To do that. So, I'll land it there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No, you made an excellent point. This is why I said men got to stand guard at the gate, whether even when you're married or not. But the good thing is that I believe that it's somewhat biological. Somewhat. There's some idiots out there that'll marry trash, but it's somewhat biological for a man to know, especially when looking at serious men and how they carry themselves. I don't want to be in a group with this woman and a group of men with their wives. Like, it's something to let you know, nah, bro, this ain't for the long haul. I made a mistake. And through that, they might have already wasted a woman's time. But men will not marry you if you do not have certain characteristics. This is what we're on here talking about, not necessarily talking about women. This is like a public service announcement, because many of them are literally hearing this for the first time. The only outlets and avenues they have are feeding them trash to sell them more vacations, sell them skincare products, and all of that. You're a cosmopolitan woman. You set the rules. No, you don't. No, you don't. That's why you're not married. CEO DMP, you next, sir. Do most modern women have wife qualities, in your opinion?
I believe, all women have wife characteristics and qualities. You know what I'm saying? Just in the modern society, the modern age, those qualities are kind of put to the back of the shelf. Other qualities are kind of, celebrated and brought forth and stuff. But women were created for a sole purpose of being a wife. So, that's how that's the only purpose for them. So they can't get rid of that. But modern society, those qualities are being neglected. You know what I'm saying? And the boss bitch and all that shit are the qualities that are kind of being celebrated and thus brought forth and expressed more,
Indeed. I think so. So here's the crazy part about it. I think you're kind of right. So not only do they have qualities, there are a lot of qualities they can attain over time and practice. Because I tell y'all right now, these women listen to what we're talking about on the Trigger Mike Show and other platforms. Go to the most toxic chick page that you know. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Some of these most toxic chicks, ever since men have entered the space, let's say Kevin Samuels and beyond. So 2020 till 2023. Go look at the way they are trying to make themselves seem more domesticated on their page. First, it was all ass pictures. Now they showing you the green beans with the cashews cut up in them and the onions. They're trying to show you they can cook. Who do you think they're doing that for? They know that's what we want. So they take heed. They won't tell us, but we just got to read between the lines. Israel, do most women have wife qualities?
All right. I want to answer that and then pose another question. Is that cool?
That's cool.
Real fast. Okay. So I would say no, most modern women don't have wife qualities. And the reason why I would say is from the very beginning, there's been a sect of women from the very beginning of time of women. There's been a sect of women who have been very disobedient and who have been out of order and who really did not want to be in order. You know what I'm saying? And because of that, the lineage of women, there's a large portion of women who they're nothing in their desire, nothing in their DNA, nothing about them wants to be in order or wants to be under the tutelage or leadership of a man. So I would say no. So now with that being said, I would say a little bit of pushback with the question is, in my experience, I've noticed that there's some women who seem to be marriageable, right? They get married young, they have children, and that having children changes the whole dynamic of that woman and the whole dynamic of that relationship. So I would argue that sometimes you just don't know. You know, she might be marriageable at the time, but until you have children with somebody, I would dare to say that you really don't know that woman until you have children with her.
Ooh.
What do y'all think about that?
You know what, Paul? Let me develop the next. That's an excellent next question. So let me put that in question form so everybody can go after. All right, Moses, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
That's a hella good question. Do most modern women have wife qualities?
No. I say that confidently because we have an influx of the same prototype apparently in America, and I've been doing some deep research on this because I really want to know what did other people outside of America think, and I've noticed a lot of foreign
Yo,
brothers
can someone
say
mute in the back? Can someone mute?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
that's his background.
That's me. I'm outside.
Oh, okay. No, my bad, bro. Go ahead.
I'm good. So yeah, there's an influx of brothers. There's an amount of guys I've talked to who said they've seen the same type, but they dealt with in America that now in their country, where it's like we kind of spreading it out in America more than anywhere else. So I think Western society as a whole is just creating these type of prototypes of women that they're not the same back in the day. And it's like the ones that are feminine, you know, they call them pick-me's, right? So let's be real, they're not really the type most are getting the most the most media mainstream views. So you think about it, there's so many of the same types. I can't really argue that. I mean, there's just too many of the same types. And I'm not trying to say and hope they change because I'll be honest with you, when I hit my prime, my financial prime, when my years pass by to that age, I'm not going to be saying hoping they to the standard I'm looking for because my mother and father are African, you know what I'm saying, from Ghana and Ivory Coast, you know what I'm saying? And I know one thing is true. My dad didn't sit there wait for my mom. He found her and she was ready. And I'm not going to sit in America and hope that change one day comes, like MLK said. I'm not going to wait for change. Sorry, just can't do it.
Indeed. King Spark, do most modern women have wife qualities, in your opinion?
Hell no. It's not even close. But I would say that though, what's important though when you're out there looking is you gotta find a lady that has potential in the sense that she's coachable. Most of these women right now are like high school All-Americans that think they're going to the NFL. And they don't realize that you're gonna have to put some work in and you're gonna have to change some of your habits and things and such of this nature to get yourself ready I mean, because honestly, like they say, if you find a wife, you find a good thing. But you ain't you finding possibles. You know what I'm saying? You out here right now, what we dealing with, you gotta find somebody like I said that you can really coach her up to being a wife, and she's got to be receptive and understanding and flexible to where when you talk and she takes the time to take it and reflect on it and come back and honest and say, you know what, you was right, baby, and I am tripping, and I don't know why the hell I am hanging out with these girls, and I should bring my ass home. I'll tell you a little small story. When I first met my lady, and she had told me she was going out of town. She went out of town late at night. Well, not she went out of town during the afternoon, but then she was driving back into town. She went to Richland. She was driving back into DC about 12 o'clock at night. And she didn't call me or nothing, but this was really early on where it wasn't really aligned with who I was in her life, right? And I told her, I said, how are you going to want to be treated like a princess, but you're going to move like a dude? How's the princess
Yo,
going to be on the road in the middle of the night by herself driving back in town? Like, that's not how the princess moves. That's not how the queen moves, right?
I'm gonna add on to what you're saying, bro. You're right.
Right?
That's what they be
Right.
saying. They're a princess, not a queen. That's a difference.
I'm not
Yep.
going to argue you right though, but either way, what I'm saying is that you got to move like the type of woman that you want to be treated like. You can't move like a man and act like a man and talk like a man and then want to
Facts.
be treated like a lady.
Bars. Bars, brother.
So you know what I'm saying?
Big facts.
So
Indeed.
that's
Bars
all I
as
got.
always, King. Bars.
King Spark dropping an album today. That's what he letting us know. My man. John the Baptist, welcome. Good afternoon. My man John, what you doing?
Hey, yo.
Can y'all
Why
hear
we?
me?
Yeah, yeah, we
Yeah,
can
we
hear you,
can hear
John.
you.
Okay.
What you got? You just came up. Let us know if you want to speak on the topic in general or you want to answer the question at hand.
I answer the question at hand.
All right. Do
Uh,
most modern women, have wife qualities?
uh, oh yeah, I want to recognize the panel to how everybody else doing today too as well.
Peace, brother. How you?
All right. I'm gonna actually have to rock my brother CEO on this one. Um, I think yes, most modern women do have white qualities. Um, but the and I think it depends on what type of women you're talking about. I mean, I'm talking about even the modern women as a class distinction between modern women. You have professional modern women. You have, I guess, you have this class distinction of, for back of for a lack of better terminology, you have I guess, the hoochie mama culture. I guess I'm not quite sure how you describe that class. But if you're looking at the essence of a modern woman, all women have the qualities of what it takes to be a wife. It's just that society determines what qualities they're going to show and how they're going to use those qualities. You take a professional woman who chooses a career to thrive in that career are the same qualities it takes to thrive as a wife. And so she just chooses to be a wife to the job rather than to the husband. But the qualities are there because when she goes to work, she has to submit at work. She has to submit to a boss. She has to submit to a system, structure, organization, all the things that make company successful. She submits to it, and if she doesn't, they get rid of her. And there are a lot of women who are thriving in professional world. So we can't say they don't have the qualities. It's just who they choose to show the qualities to. I think that's the question we're debating.
Can I
No,
say
that's a
that?
good. Go ahead.
Before we move on, Trigger Mike.
Yep.
There's John the Baptist. There's a lot of women getting fired too. You know what I'm saying? A lot of women getting fired. They can't comply. But yo, let me say this real quick. Why have we got so far away from masculinity that dudes really Daryl Brown, are you a dude or are you a woman? Where's your sack, bro? Why are you asking if women don't have wife qualities? Are y'all sleeping with them? What is wrong with you, fam? Like, you don't understand what it means to be a man. There is a difference and a differentiation between the woman that you sleep with and the woman that you marry. Why don't you understand that, fam? Like, yo, any dude who knows anything about anything knows that it's a differential between the woman that you deal with, that you just kick it with, and you might have sex with, or the woman that you marry. Come on, man. Like, let's don't do this.
Yeah, before we move off also on that topic, in terms of all women have the qualities of a wife, I don't give a shit how compliant she is with her boss. It's not the same thing of being a wife to your husband. I disagree with that. I mean, unless she's fucking the boss, excuse my language, I'm sorry. Unless she's doing the kind of things that a wife does for her husband, for her boss, in which case she shouldn't be married to, by the way. They're not the same. So being compliant to somebody who's paying you a check and being compliant to your husband is completely different things from a lot of standpoints. Maybe not on the obedience standpoints, but it's not the same, man.
I push back against that a little bit, just a little bit, to say that maybe not the compliance, but I do feel like a woman that holds a certain position in corporate America does give her a level of competency. Like she's got to be competent to hold
I don't disagree
a certain position, you know.
But that's not the same.
You know what?
There's
actually a stark difference, because now,
yeah,
Mr. Rich got me thinking, because she's not going to be there unless she's getting paid for it.
That's right.
So the service that she provides to her husband is duty. So a woman that's compliant because money is being paid is not the same as a dutiful woman that'll do it when she's not getting paid.
And the more stuff than that. But real quick, to that dude in the comment, no, you wouldn't be the big stepper, you'd be the big simper. And just a little feather in your cap, homeboy. Women say.
Can we stay on? Can we stay on?
Yeah,
subject?
yeah, but hold on, John.
Let's not address them. Let's not address them.
No. Women say, young dudes need to hear this. Women say that they like dudes to kiss their butt and like dudes to simp for them, but those are never the dudes that they choose. Just for the record.
I got a rebuttal, please and thank you. Let me know when I'm ready.
You next. Oh, in fact, my bad. AP was up first. AP was going on.
I kind of want to rebuttal too, but go ahead.
Yo, what's going on? What's going on, Trigger Mike?
What's going on with you?
Man, not much. I just kind of wanted to answer the question, and then I'll drop off and make room for other folks.
You good.
But and I'm just talking from my perspective and what I see and whom I speak with, I will say most women actually have wifely qualities. What I'm learning is typically it is us men or a man. I'm not saying us necessarily. I'm using us as in speaking of men in general. There's a man burns them. It breaks them for the most part, makes them hard. And that's where we get this out of control woman from. I don't think that from what I'm hearing on the street from the people I speak to, it's not that they want to be that way, but that's the way they know to try to protect themselves. We have to hold ourselves accountable for our actions in what is part of the female reaction to what we are doing to them as a whole. So part of that problem goes back to the fatherless homes, and that's not what we're talking about today. But I believe that most women do have those wifely qualities, and I've actually yet to run into a woman that wouldn't basically be what I want her to be. Somebody said earlier, they got to be coachable, or that they've got to be willing to be coached, and I think that's part of a wifely quality, is the ability to be coached. We men have to know exactly what the damn game planning playbook is in order to coach them properly. That's just my 2 cents, and I'm open to rebuttal, so I'll be on for that. But after that, I'll go ahead and drop off after that, Trigger Mike.
You
I
definitely
actually
good
agree.
for now.
Oh, my
I gotta
bad.
disagree
My
with you,
bad.
brother.
I kind of want to go back to this. I don't want to disagree, but I want to address people that because I agree with that was AP.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I agree with AP, and there were some people that disagree with me when I made the same comment. And my thing is, I think we're looking at because she gets paid. No, we're not looking at the fact. What we're saying is the quality. The quality is the essence of the woman, the essence of the essence of who she's supposed to, who essence of who she is, right? So those same skills that she used to thrive at work, you can take those same skills and coach and teach her to be your wife. So what I'm saying to you is, society has done a great job in telling women to take these skills and give it to employment rather than give it to a husband. What we have to do is, and as men, is take those skills and turn her back into a wife.
And you think
Because
any and every woman
All right, hold
qualifies,
on,
John the
Israel. Hold on,
Baptist? I'm just
hold on,
asking.
Israel. Let me get a rebuttal. So now we're gonna do some trivia. So I'm gonna teach you something I learned in the military, doing like a spec ops training.
talking to me,
Say you were a soldier and you got captured. All right. What is the one thing that an enemy cannot take from you, like an enemy combatant? Y'all can go around. Please give me chat. What's the one thing someone cannot take from you? Let me know what you think it is. Anybody?
Family.
They can take your family. Anybody else?
Your spirit.
They definitely can take your spirit. You're captured.
No, they can't take your spirit
They're
because your
gonna whoop
spirit
your
is.
spirit right out of you.
No, I'm talking. So they're gonna whoop your essence
CEO,
out of you.
you're on mute. They could take yes, they could take your knowledge. They can give you drugs and truth serum. They can take all of that.
No, I'm
they
saying
can
your
take your
essence,
education.
your
They
spirit,
can take
your
your
essence.
They can alter your mind. They can tell you your name is Bob the dog, and you'll be saying that. They can take your integrity. They can take your discipline.
They can't take your knowledge.
Sean Melvin, they can absolutely take your hope. They can absolutely take it. Let me tell you, okay, we're done guessing now. They can take everything from you. They can strip your identity. They can tell you you're a different person, give you a different name, hide you, cut your hair, change your skin color. They can do any of that. The one thing they cannot take from you is your choice, your ability to say nothing, choose this or choose that, and not go against your country. John the Baptist, what you just said is very important. Women, even though they have these qualities, chose to disrespect men, chose to the boss and the career. You cannot put it on men to say it's because of us that they are not choosing us. They have a choice to choose the job over the family, to choose service to them over the duty to a husband. That unless you can influence their choice, which you cannot, because it's theirs. That's the one thing you can't take from anyone.
How can you take somebody's mind but not take their choice? How can you take their intellectual, their mind, but you can't take their choice?
Like this, man, this is like hundreds of years worth of like philosophy. You cannot take somebody's choice away from them. You can't.
If you have a woman in a bar and you come by her and her choice is that she doesn't want to be with you, but you drop a drug in her drink, have you not taken her choice from her?
No, she still doesn't want it. That's what I'm saying. You did not make her amenable to like say this is what I want. She still doesn't want it. You're forcing yourself on her. I'm talking about her.
I think y'all. Okay, so you actually.
You make your point though. This is a rebuttal time. Listen, what you're asking men to do is the same thing we tell women.
I'm not asking men to do that.
Okay, well, what your position says that if a man has to do something to convert his wife from being a good employee.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
Let me. Okay, listen. You could correct me after on where I'm wrong. What I'm saying is it's the same as telling a woman to build a man. I mean, a woman has to come to you because she wants to be a good wife. I don't care if she's a great employee. If she's not she could be a great employee and all that shit. If she doesn't want to be a good wife, you cannot convince her to be one. She's got to want that shit, man.
Okay, I get what you're saying, and I get what you're saying. That's not what I'm saying at all.
Okay.
What I'm saying is the qualities are there. Now, what you're right, what she chooses to do with them is her choice.
But isn't that the most
I'm
important
saying
thing?
though?
But that's the most important thing. What she
That's
wants
not
to do
that's not what the question was. Do modern women have wife qualities?
But do you understand? Do you
That's the
understand
question.
evolution? Do you understand biological evolution?
what you
So hold on, real quick, Mr. Rich.
Okay,
So this is the thing, right? If over a long period of time, when let's just say they did have these qualities, and let's just say that they have been making these choices over and over again for years and years and years and years and years, do you not understand that the evolution of the woman is going to be that she no longer has those qualities because of the choices that she's made over a long period of time?
Let me say. Okay, so I'm gonna ask the question. I'm gonna answer the question again. To answer the question that Trigger Mike asked, he asked the question: do modern women have wife qualities?
Yeah,
and so to answer that question that you just asked me.
So you go around in circles because.
One second, brother Rich. Let John the Baptist finish, brother.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
I answered it directly. I answered the question directly. Yes. I said, yes, she does have those qualities. She just chooses not to use them to be a wife. She chooses them to be a corporate employee.
That's why we're going in circles.
And that's simply my answer.
Job qualities are not the same as wife qualities. So she could have all the job qualities.
They are very similar.
They're not the same.
I'll let y'all have it.
See, that's where we have a disagreement.
I'll let y'all have it.
No. You don't have to back down. That's our disagreement.
I'm not bagging down.
So
just let the man know you would like to rebuttal or speak next. But stop interrupting each other, man. We can't hear what y'all saying.
Okay, listen.
All right, let's go over to my man, Neighborhood. You there? Neighborhood, you there?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
They've been waiting patiently.
Do most modern women have wife qualities?
First, I want to say respectfully to everyone on the panel, good afternoon. Hope everybody's having a great day.
Good afternoon.
Got me over there doing push-ups, man. Great. But for this conversation to be equal and fair, we got to understand, for this to be a constant, the other has to be a constant. That if the women are not capable of being wives, the men are not capable of being husbands.
Amen.
So
you taking my other questions, bro. Chill out. You taking my other questions.
Let's just take that and pitch this out the window. So I'm gonna start right here with it. Men, and I'm gonna start with myself because I am very accountable as a man. I have made horrible decisions in choosing women in my younger life as a boy. But when I became a man, I understood that first, the woman you choose, she is a direct reflection of you.
Speak
so
on
if you're not squared away, the woman will not be squared away.
Thank you.
So let's just start there. If you're choosing bad women, you need to look within yourself to understand what is bad within you to choose these bad women. And I can say respectfully of myself, any argument that I've ever had with a woman is because I chose to have the argument. Because a man shouldn't be arguing with a woman. You should be staying firm on your principle and understanding that if she is out of order, you correct her, you guide her, you put her on the path to righteousness, period. Any deviation, you are now out of order and she gets to slap you around however she chooses. Because again, I'm a man that made those mistakes and I pay for them every day. I said it in the chat yesterday. Just in the last 12 months, I myself have paid a wage worker's salary in child support from poor decision-making in choosing women that were not aligned with the vision I set forth.
I like this guy.
Well, no, can I push back though? I got a lot of pushback. I mean, in essence, what he's saying is not. Hold on.
It's out because you
tell him hold on. He's still talking.
things, you said a few things. I want you to understand. I take up for the women because, like some of the other brothers that say on some of the other shows, I look at them as children in a sense because you cover them. They don't cover you. If you pick a woman that's covering you, she gets to play with you like you a child. Now, me, myself, a woman will never play with me because I don't come off as a man to be played with, trifled in any way. And for that reason, I can look a woman square in her face, say some words, and what's happening after is happening. There's no deviation because they understand that an authority in the room has given an order and it is beyond reproach.
But wait a minute. That's not what first of all, I hate to do this, but let me just tell you, I listen very well, right? And the fact that you talk about that you paid a salary and child support means that your children are under a certain age. And if your children are under a certain age, then that means that you are still in the realm of where your children's age is, meaning this. So let me just clarify my statement. What I'm saying to you is it was not that long ago, relatively, when you had these children and you're still under child support. So that is a direct contradiction to what you just said. So let me further clarify why I have a problem with most of what you said. Yo, in essence, what you're saying is not wrong. In essence, what you're saying is correct. However, in practical terms, in real life application, the issue is that women have a free will, as they was talking about, and women are human beings that can make choices for themselves and make decisions for themselves. Just because you're a man with a vision and a plan and an authoritative man does not mean that that woman will follow you. So if that woman is not following you, then it is incumbent upon you as a man to let her go, not to try to force her. Hold on. Not to try to force her, not to try to force a fucking square peg into a circular hole. Like, that is part of the problem. We keep trying to make people into what we want them to be, which is very feminine, instead of accepting people for who they are. And if they don't fit, don't fuck with them. I don't understand why dudes don't get it.
Israel is alluding. So hold on. Israel is alluding
both of those
to.
are true. I'm sorry.
Israel is alluding to. So this is the crazy part about it. This is the way traditionally neighborhood. You would be right in a traditional sense. But I keep telling y'all are talking about a world where power is distributed among only men. That is when what you're saying is true. When women have power to choose for themselves. This is the crazy part about it. This is where we get these statements, these absolute statements, where all you have to do is blank and she will do blank. That is no longer the case. Women have free will to go against good common goddamn sense. They will do it now. Women that were raised correctly would do it now just because someone gave them license to do it. That is what we're dealing with in 2023. You see it in the title, How to Choose a Wife in 2023. A woman with a good head on her shoulders will turn the whole game around simply because she believes she's incentivized to do it. That is the problem and the complexity of women today. Women used to be simple. I said it in the monologue. Women used to understand. This is all fruit from the same poisonous tree. Women used to understand, let me be virtuous, let me be chaste, I will get chosen. Now, a woman with 100 dicks is trying to say she deserves to be a wife. We are not in the old days anymore.
And
Well,
you are
Trigger.
This is
Trigger.
where
Trigger.
let me
Trigger. You spoke about the military, right? Trigger. You talk about the military, right?
Be a glaring example.
Oh, my bad. Who is this?
When I made those incorrect choices and I chose women that were not aligned with my future goals that I set out for myself, that was my mistake. I'm not saying that the women that don't conform need to be included. That is why I said before, as men, who are we having sex with? Because guess what? One thing that I know, the man that I am and the travels that I've traveled, if I'm not giving you the meat, you're not getting it. So you are excluded, my lady. You are not a part of this. You will never be a part of this. You will not have a chance to even entertain this. The same way that they will take the power that they have been given and utilize it as a tool like an 8-year-old with their father's gun. They will wield it unabashed and unabated. What I have had to learn is that for a woman, because again, when I see the topic, I want to talk specifically about this because I have a woman that is vastly I am vetting for marriage right now. And she was not at all with this that I'm bringing toward her, but then she had to understand, guess what, my lady? You have all the choices. Go out, embark on your choice. But when you have these options in front of you, you got to weigh your options. You got to put it on the scale, like we say where I'm from. And women are not doing that. But you know why? Because we have entertained the ones that are not willing to align. And if we stop entertaining them, that's why I don't put it on the women. I put it on us. Because if we stand up the same way, Trigger Mike, you said yesterday, they patrolled the high school and changed the entire environment. If we stood together as men and locked arms and said, we are going to be the point of the spear. We're going to be the tip that changes the direction of this. We can do it if we allow ourselves to say, hey, guess what, man? You not handling your business. I've had men tell me, such as the other brother, I have an 18-year-old, a 16-year-old, and a 14-year-old that I'm paying child support on. 2 different mothers. I take care of 2 different households, plus mine. That's 3. I had to scratch and claw from the mistakes that I made to bring myself to this place of enlightenment, to tell a woman straight to her face, if you do not align with my values, go out there and see what happens when you go down and turn trick 2, 3, 4, 7, 12, 15 in 3 years, and then no man with the value I carry wants you. You have the choice. The choice
That's
is
too
yours.
much explaining, brother. That's too much explaining. Why are you giving these women that much explanation instead of just moving on and keeping it at that?
The younger brother that's listening, that can be, I am the example. You will ruin your life.
Right, but you don't explain to these women. You let them go and let them go their own way. That's bad advice to tell a young brother, to try to explain to a woman why she should be a better woman instead of just letting her go by the wayside by her own way. Like I said, you're not wrong in what you're saying overall, but the messaging behind it is a little flawed. I'll be honest with you.
So
but if you stay in front of the they will know before they approach you that that's not happening. You're not playing games this way. You play games with the people that play games. Because people that play games, they win stupid prizes. I don't win stupid prizes.
So let me jump in right quick, and I'll be very brief.
All right, real quick, John the Baptist. We're gonna move to Fatty.
Okay, so my thing on this is like the thing about how to choose a wife, right? You choose a wife by first of all, you watch how she moves. I met my wife in the military, and so she was on a career path in the military, and so she thought she was going to retire sergeant major. What I saw in my wife was her work ethic. I saw the things how she when she learned the system, she moved with the system and adapted to the system, and built her life around it. I know the qualities in there. I know those qualities would made her a good soldier, and I said to myself, she would be a good wife. I saw what made her a good soldier and said she would be a good wife. So now I didn't try to change her. I didn't try to make her something that she wouldn't be. I just saw what she was. If you notice woman, if you notice a woman in her setting and what she is, you can see then if she fits into your program. Not trying to change her, not trying to make her into something. You see what she is. And if 27 years later, she has been a great soldier for me. And that's all I'm saying is you pick a woman based on the choices, based on what she shows you, and a man makes a choice. Whether she's a modern woman, a woman will show you who she is. If she shows you that she's not wife material, then you leave her alone and I'll shut up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Bet. Fatty, what you got on it?
I'm not married, so I got nothing. Let me hear the other guy so I can talk shit.
No. It's the question though. Do you believe most modern women have wife qualities? In fact, you can give an international perspective, a European perspective.
Absolutely not. The divorce rate on my country is 70% on the last 10 years. So absolutely not. So I don't believe that if you are molded by something for 20 years or 30 years exactly, because the average age of marriage right now on the West is like 29 or something like that. I don't believe that you can live a certain way for 30 years and then all of a sudden grow out of it. I think you are going to give it a break for you to get what you want, a ring, a house, a ceremony, a couple of kids. But I think the behavior that you are kind of suppressing during those first years are going to eat the fan, like probably on the 5-year, 10-year type of relation. Usually people revert to who they were on the 7-year mark or something like that. So to be honest, no, I don't think so. I think the women that are good women, either they had a traumatic experience for them to understand not to play with fire, or were raised that way since they were young. Other than that, I don't think, how do you guys say, an old dog learns tricks or something like that? So no, I don't think you can be this type of woman, feminist. I can do all by myself. I can do bed by myself. I don't need nothing, and live a life like that for a decade, and then all of a sudden decide that you want to be a submissive, feminine, or whatever it is.
Fatty, it's you can't teach an old dog new tricks, but yeah, that's what it is.
I'm
I
sorry.
disagree, Fatty, though. I
Can
disagree.
I jump in real quick and I'll fall off just real fast. First of all, I believe that John the Baptist, neighborhood, and CEO are all right. And the reason CEO is right, you got to let him go. You got to let him move on. You got to get out of there. Once you identify that woman does not have the qualities you're looking for, quit wasting time and just go. It's really that simple. However, neighborhood is right. It's like, yo, if you see it in them, and John the Baptist said the same thing. If you see it in them, and they're willing to be coachable, as was stated earlier, and you are the proper coach, take your time, understand where the who she is, and then move forward. Like I just believe that you guys were absolutely spot on. All of you kind of saying the same thing, but it sounded like it was a bit of an argument, and it just didn't make sense to me that would be an argument, because, when you identify that they're not right,
but the question was, are most modern women marriageable? So are marriage material or marriageable? So again, y'all are talking about the exception. Y'all are not talking about the rule. And so that's where the argument comes in, is because we identified that the marriageable women are an exception at this point in time in 2023 and not the rule.
Let me get in real quick, and I got a chance.
That was. I think you read the question wrong. Read the question again.
No, I didn't. That was the question. Wasn't it, Trigger Mike? Are most modern women marriage material? Was that not the question?
Do they have wife qualities?
Wife qualities. Okay, so I mean, isn't that the same thing? Said a different way. Wife qualities.
No, that's not the same thing.
Wife qualities and marriage material is not the same thing.
It's the same.
What are y'all talking about? It is the same.
I appreciate you having me up. I'm gonna go ahead and get up out.
I see, AB.
Okay, that's why I should repeat the question, because in the context in which he said, it didn't sound in the context in which Trigger Mike asked the question. That's why I asked him to read the question again, because
let me make a real quick comment next, if I may.
So the question is,
hold on. Let's, because I got to move on to the next question, because we talked about the wives. Now I want to talk about.
I didn't get the answer, Mike.
Oh, my bad, Moses. Go ahead. CEO, you got a quick rebuttal?
I mean, it's more like a discussion, so I'm gonna make it real quick. I just want to say that, when you got a population of people, black men, black women, we come into a situation, society starts to fuck us up, and then you say because of what society has done to our women, you don't want to do nothing. Like, that's not fighting back. You do have to take the time out to try to fix some of these women. It's our job, it's our duty. You can't just say society fucked up our women, fuck our women, or else you're not even fighting. Like, you're a punk.
No, he's not.
No, he's not.
Dang, CEO. Why you always do that to me, CEO? Why you do that to me, CEO?
Like literally, the most critical resource we have on this earth is time. Every minute wasted trying to fix someone is a minute you're ignoring somebody who wants to be fixed, somebody who's literally ready to be molded.
When it comes to time, we're thinking generational, and if we can't reproduce, we have no time. Our time runs out.
We can reproduce with any woman on earth.
Wait.
We can reproduce with any type of woman on earth, and there'll still be black people. Listen, CEO, a black man can hold on, Fat, real quick. A black man can reproduce with any woman on earth, and that child will still be a black child. That's number one. Number two, CEO. Hold on. Number two, CEO. An opinion changed against his will is of the same opinion still. You cannot make anybody do anything. God can make us do everything, and he doesn't. So how does a man or a woman have a right to make how does a woman or a man have a right to make someone do something? We cannot.
Israel, wait a second.
Again, this is what I was talking about.
CEO has a point, but here's the point.
No, he doesn't.
Let me just say this. He has a point, to this level. No matter what you do, no matter how much convincing you want, no matter how much training, if the student's not ready, they ain't ready to hear the teaching. So the point is, the woman still has to choose to change to what you're trying to do.
That wasn't his point.
So after all this,
that's the point I'm making, not the point he's making.
That's why I'm agreeing with you. But I'm not really the one ingredient you, John the Baptist, you're leaving out. I'm not saying just abandon them. You could give them a shot by talking to them. You can see how they react. But the point is, in the end, they have to choose.
So decide that we're on.
Hold on. And I said nothing too different to that. I didn't say make a woman be something. I said the question was, does modern women have the quality to be a wife? Yes. Now my thing is, I can see the qualities. I don't agree with the choices they make, but I can see the qualities there. So if you see the qualities,
if you got to do all this training, that means
I'm not. I didn't say training. I said nothing about training.
So,
I said nothing about conventional training. I said nothing about that.
We got to move on to the next question, yo.
Can I add this?
You keep putting words in my mouth that I did not say. You cannot put words in my mouth that I did not say.
No, Johnny,
can I add this caveat? Can I add this caveat to the actual question? Because I think it's all of y'all are making valid points. First of all, let me just say that, just to put that out the way. Second of all, I do think there's a factor that we're kind of all leaving out, and that is you can have a woman have the qualities of a wife, but I do think it does depend on the man. She can't be a wife to every man. She can be a wife to one man, because I'm the same way to women. I can't be a good husband. Every relationship I've been in with women, I've cheated on them, except for one. There was one woman that I was able to be faithful to, and that's why I always call her my wifey, because when I'm with her, I'm only thinking about her. Yeah, there are other women around. Yeah, I check them out. But at the end of the day, are they better than the woman that I have? And the answer is always no. So that's how I know that I would call her my wifey. So like I said, all y'all have valid points, but I'm just saying it does depend on who we're talking about.
It sounds like you changed another woman. It sounds like you changed another woman. So it sounds like the difference between her and all the other before is that you changed, not her. So it's not about her.
Well, I was able to. I changed.
It's about you.
I changed. Yes, I did.
All right, y'all. So Moses, you said you didn't answer this last question.
No, sir.
All right, go ahead. Do most modern women have wife qualities?
No. I mean, it's just a lack of qualities because they're not getting taught at home, and it's going to show through the culture. That's who they're emulating after, because the father's not teaching them. And I think everybody get great points, but I don't think I don't know really what the pushback is, but everybody has a good valid point. I know CEO said it best. He said, just leave them alone. And I've taken that advice, and I left a lot of them like that alone. I just moved on. So, but yeah, to that point, that's all I got to say.
Indeed. All right. So
CEO is not saying that for the record. I'm the one that's saying it.
I was going to say, Israel, that question.
Oh, my bad.
Motive for you, we're gonna save it to the end now, because I want to ask this question, and I'm gonna answer first because y'all be taking hella long and then be cutting each other off. Fire on y'all ass after this. All right. Are modern men ready to be husbands? Now, here's my thing about that, and I was waiting for somebody to say it, and Moses literally just said it right in that. We gotta understand that we are dealing with like a crisis on multiple levels. Because most of these people, especially in the black community, did not have father involvement. Now, we understand that the father didn't live in the home. That's the big one. But you know, most fathers are actually involved. But then the fathers that were involved doesn't mean they were a great father. Didn't mean they had the access to teach some of these things to their sons and their daughters. So when I answer this question, are most modern men ready to be husbands? I'll do it this way. The reason why you have to really harp on women is because I believe it's harder to be a wife, meaning it's harder to learn those skills and qualities that men want in a woman. It's a lot easier. I'm sorry, it's a lot easier. And here's why. Women expect the same thing from all men. So it becomes easier. You do have to seek out knowledge as a husband. You do have to look for people to emulate and get mentorship from. But as far as them being taught, the word husband, you're not a husband. A husband is a good man. A good man is a man of good character. If you already not choosing a man of good character, ladies, you screwed up, period. If you choosing a dude that does not have the characteristics, or you're not making your list appropriately, you screwed up. One of the biggest issues we have in the society today is that women choose the lowest ranking member of the group to procreate with. He got the worst habits, the worst record, the worst this, and then want to come on YouTube and complain. If you choose yourself a man of good character, I believe he can grow to be a good husband. So when we talk about the men that aren't getting asked today, the men that have average jobs, the average man, I do believe to some extent they are ready to be husbands. That day that you have those characteristics that I'm talking about, you're personable, you're kind, you don't hit women, you're patient, you're able to talk things through, you're methodical, you're logical, right? When you have those characteristics, ladies, I'm sorry, it's easier for us to be husbands than it is for you to be wives. A good husband is just a man of good character. That's it. So don't, like, I see a lot of women in the chat and stuff saying, oh, but y'all ain't traditional men. Here's the funny thing about traditional men or non-traditional men. Women always expect traditional values from men. You expect traditional behaviors from him. So we lead, I told you, we don't lead by desire. We lead by expectation. A man who of good character, who wants to do right by his woman and his family, will conform naturally to what serves you, naturally to what's best for you and his children. So I'll say, in my estimation, because there's overrepresentation, and I believe a lot of you did it in your responses to the last question, there is an overrepresentation of the unmarriageable man. He's overrepresented. A lot of y'all were like, well, men ain't this, men ain't. He's overrepresented because, what is it, 24%, anywhere between 16 and 26% of men are responsible for over 70% of the damn children. How can you say most men aren't marriageable when you chose to procreate with trash? But I digress. King Spark, what you got on it? Are most men ready to be husbands?
I honestly think it's not I think they could be, but I think it's really a different question, because as a man, before you take the stance to begin legacy, build a household, take responsibility for other human beings, you have to go on like some type of a journey. Like, you have to go on a journey, and you have to research and kind of take your stance in the universe before you're even ready to do that. Like, it's different. You know, for a woman, it's like, well, are you ready to be a wife? It's like, are you ready to shut the fuck up and get a whole bunch of benefits? You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, you know, but in this climate, to stand as a man in your household off of your ideology, you gotta be a strong son of a bitch.
Let me pause for a second, because I love statements like this. Miss Parker, I have to say this to you. We're going to make a clear distinction today on what husband qualities are. And I would love Crimson Cure or any married woman to come on here. Some of these men, Miss Parker says, some of these men are lacking social skills. Who the fuck said social skills are required for you to be a husband? Who said that? Y'all say that. It's optimal for a man to have social skills. It's not a requirement. You ladies, I told you, you're putting things that don't align in the mix. He got to have 6 feet. You just making up this man. Who said he got to have social skills? Literally the most quiet niggas I know. Some of the most impersonable don't like to be, reclusive men. I know are husbands, but they take care of their business though. They have traditional values. They take care of their family. They kiss their kids goodnight. They take care of their woman. They make sure the bills are paid. Dude, this is what women are actually looking for. Who gives a fuck if he got social skills? Now, here's my second point on that. The men that have these qualities do not get the time of day with women. How the hell are they supposed to develop social skills? It is literally said that these men are not desirable to women. Please explain to me in the chat where they're supposed to get these magical Disney social skills that you want them to have if you will not interact with them. I would like to know. Please let me know in the chat. CEO, my man, you got the con.
Trigger Mike, sometimes you be going in, bro. I look, let me get my mind together. All right, so in order to be a husband, I mean, I'm naturally, you know what I'm saying, before you're a husband, you got to be a boyfriend. So it's my pushback. Like I said, don't seem like a lot of brothers are willing to be friends to a woman. In being a boyfriend, a friend to a woman, a girl, like there's some things about them that we do have to accept. This is the way they think. This is the way this is what they want. Just like we got our list, they got their list. Part of being a good husband is going to be somebody who's willing to kind of acknowledge the things about that woman and stuff. Like we go to a little bit too hard. Like you just said, a man doesn't need social skills. But if you got a man in a relationship with a woman and kids and everything, how can he make that marriage and that household work if he doesn't have social skills, if he isn't able to communicate with his wife effectively and efficiently?
Hold on. Ask them what they mean by social skills.
Okay, so you think they mean something different? You mean like
they
public
want the most articulate man. They want Ghost from Power, who's in the hood slinging crack, but wears a suit and goes to this is the man that they're talking about. Okay. Some men, black men have on average a 4th grade reading level, but they can communicate with their woman out of the urgency of them wanting to do it. That's it. They communicate with their woman. They're not really able to articulate with big words all the time and all that. They want a road fucking scholar that slings dope and is a drug kingpin. Well, ask them what they want.
I get what you're saying, like,
and you'll get the unrealistic expectation. All right.
So then the only thing I wanted to say is that I think that in order to be a husband, there's going to be a period in time when you're going to need to be a boyfriend. And I believe that modern men, like our generation, especially right now, I believe that we're in no way, shape, or form willing to be friends to women. Like we're very competitive with them. We're very against them. Like we're against anything that they say that's to their betterment or empowerment. We are against it. If a woman comes up and says she's intellectual, we are against it. If a woman comes up and says she's make good money, we're against it. We got to be friends to the women. Like we can't shoot them down on everything.
Bro. What's wrong with this brother, Trigger Mike?
What's wrong with CEO?
Yo, you need a nap, a hug, or something, nigga? What's wrong with you, man?
We literally had whole episodes.
What is wrong with you?
Yo, brothers,
CEO. Hold on. We've had whole episodes saying we're not against intelligent women. In fact, we prefer them. We've had whole episodes saying we don't care how much money they make. We just don't want them to turn on us with it. We literally, we don't care. Number one thing too is your wife actually is your friend. Have you noticed that we do in this society what no other men on earth is willing to do? Muslim men don't talk to their women. They isolate them in other spaces and don't let them in their spaces. We let women in our space, but yet you're saying we don't want to be their friend.
My sisters, man. I like to talk to my woman.
I'm saying they don't let them in their space. We let them on the panel to talk shit to us, and you said we don't want to be their friend. Come on,
that's true. You tell me you don't talk to your wife, man. You don't come home from work and you don't have a talking ongoing relationship.
I'm telling you that I do. I'm telling
you. But you conflating the point, CEO. Come on, don't do that, fam. You're much more intelligent than that.
Look, there's 10 dudes on the panel. We're asking everybody the question, and we're asking them to answer for themselves. My opinion is modern men, today's men, from what I've seen described as modern, are too aggressive towards women, and therefore you're never going to make a good husband, because it's like you're always in every way, shape, or form trying to check a woman, and she has a life of her own. She has a mind of her own, and you have to cater to that and nurture that a little bit.
You know what, CEO? I got literally a whole pushback on the opposite direction. Men's problem today is they're too much of their women's goddamn friend. How about that?
I can
They're
see
not
that.
assertive.
They're their
because they seem
girlfriends.
friendly.
That's true. I respect
Yeah.
They are their
Yeah,
girls'
they're too
girlfriends.
much of their
Girlfriends.
friend.
That's it.
Not enough of that assertive man that they need. So I got literally opposite.
And I see
180
your ass in the chat twerking, Sherelle. I see your ass. I ain't that blind. I see you twerking,
Hey,
girl.
CEO, I know what you're speaking to, though. I think you're speaking more towards these YouTube talking points in these
The
spaces.
red pill rage
Right.
guys.
Nana
Yeah,
Star,
yeah.
blue
You
pill, red
speaking,
pill,
you
MGTOW.
speaking more
It's like,
to
what
the
fuck is this?
you speaking more to the spaces and how they talk on YouTube. But
Right.
I think a real man is not intimidated by none of those things.
Exactly, man.
We celebrate it. As a matter of fact, it's required. I've dated only master degree and up women. That's why I'm like,
Who said the real man like a feminist on the panel? Who said that?
Somebody did say that.
Because if you're talking about red pill talking points, who says a real man wouldn't do this and that? Come on, guys. What
Feminist.
I'll be right back. Into Black Dragon. You on the you got the time.
Let's be honest, right? Most men believe in sacrificial love. Just by that means that they are willing to die for their wives, to be miserable, to put food on the table, to take care of their kids. Most of men believe in that, right? This is a dysfunction about women that we kind of don't agree. We on this place crucify simps all the time. If women were on their right mind, a simp will be a perfect husband. He gives you what you want to do. He goes to work. He takes care of the kids. He doesn't complain. He says, yes, lady. No, lady. He believes in happy wife, happy life. The problem is women are not good with that guy, but they are not good with the leader. They're not good with the modern. They're not good with the traditional. They're not good with the tall. They're not good with the... there's no... for you to be a functional man, there's a formula. Get money, go to the gym, be responsible, and take care of your family. Good to go.
Are you sure you ain't married, Fatty? You sure you ain't married?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But that's the thing, right?
Intersexual dynamics. That's
understanding that take care of your family. There needs to be communication,
absolutely,
and reciprocation,
so
and
CEO. So CEO, you know when I was on the kitchen when she asked for social skills. Do you know what the social skills that she wants? And I love Miss Parker. She wants a fucking mind reader. If I'm sad, you need to get what I want. If I'm happy, and if you buy the television without, they want a mind reader. That's the
Ask
social
them what
skills
they
that
want. That is going to be the most unrealistic shit.
Right,
ever.
and then when they get that, they don't want that no more. Come on,
she wants the man. She wants the man when you go to one and says, "Baby, is everything okay?" No, and you have to say no means yes because yesterday at 4 o'clock I put the shit on the trash. Like they want a mind reader, and again,
so I would be dead wrong to say I'm hearing a lot of bitterness.
No. Hey, absolutely no. Hey, CEO, no. Hey, CEO, no. It's fine. CEO.
Will we be dead wrong to say you sound like Babyface in the 90s? Will we be wrong to say that?
I second that motion.
But it's fine, right? Imagine that I'm very bitter. I'm willing to listen and I'm willing to negotiate. And I'm one of those that want to get married for a while, right? I'm willing to come to the table with a piece of paper and it says, I will take care of you, not be responsible, take care of the kids, do this and this and this. How many women do you think are willing to do the shit with a clause at the end of the deal and saying, and if you break this shit, you have to give me all the things you got and I get the kids? How many of these women are?
Hey, Israel, I'm more like Tupac, man. This is just
hey, CEO.
Patty, hold on. Hey, look, Trigger, I just want to slide this. Give me 10 seconds. I just want to slide this in there. Maybe remember what I'm saying. I think the thing is that I be sipping for my woman, right? But the difference is I sip with an iron fist.
Oh yeah.
And I also let her know that. Listen. This is what.
You want time out? Yo. Bro. Somebody get a time stamp.
Look. So are modern men ready to be husbands? Like, I don't think so. Nobody's ready to be a husband coming out the gate. I think it takes training like any other job, right? I think you need, like any other job, training. You need mentorship. You need a good example, role model. You need to have been through some relationships, at least 1 to 2 long-term relationships, You need to know what it is to compromise. You need to know what it is to have your heart broken. You need to know what it is to be rejected. You need to know what it is to man up in a relationship, even though there are problems, and not run away from them. You need to know how to communicate. You need to know that that doesn't matter what woman you're going to be with, she's always going to change her mind. She's never going to be able to express to you 100% what she wants. She's always going to think that you're a psychic or a mind reader. So if you're dating, that's one type of relationship, but it's a precursor to something that could either be long-term or end up in a marriage, right? So it is your primary tryouts. So even though this person may or may not fit to or conform to your quote unquote standards or what you're looking for on the list, they can be bringing you and exposing you to something that you've never experienced before. And that in itself could be worth keeping around for. Getting you out of your comfort zone can change your whole life, your outlook on life, or your dynamics. So it just depends. But when it comes to being ready in the modern era, we can only, as men, do the responsible things that we're prepared to do. Anything below that is substandard, right? Nobody wants to date a bum or marry a bum and then wait for him or try and build a man. Nobody's got time for that. 1950s, different story, right? People went off to war. People were even the shoe shine person had a wife, right? So you can be at any economic level and get a woman. Things have changed now. So because things have changed so radically different, we're going to hold on to the traditional values that make us good men. And if you can be a good man to a woman, I think that's you're more than ready to at least be a good husband.
Bet. All right. Who's next? Is it
Me?
King Spark? No, we skip a King Spark. You want punishment, bro?
Man, y'all didn't
He
even hear me
already
out,
said it.
man. You didn't even hear me out.
You
You didn't even hear me out.
bro. I
but
can't
You
believe
didn't even hear me out.
Take it to.
You didn't even hear me
Spark
out.
answer his brother Rich.
You
I
didn't
gotta-
even hear me out.
Can I chime in?
You
I'm
didn't
gonna
even
drop
hear
down.
me out.
Hey, Fatty, you got the con. Help me, please, fellas. Just go in order. I'll be right back.
So who's
Mr.
next?
Rich?
Trigger
It's your turn, brother
Marriage
Rich.
and
It's your turn.
politics.
King Spark
Marriage and
already
politics
went.
is next.
Yeah, it's your
Marriage
turn,
and
brother
politics.
Still
Rich.
ain't hear me out. You still ain't hear
Fatty,
me
hold
out.
on.
You can get
okay,
hurt
let's
out
go,
the
let's
end,
go,
brother,
listen,
because you
listen.
said some crazy stuff.
If
What I
everybody
say?
promises
Hey,
to
guys,
be
What I
guys,
quiet,
say? What I
guys, give me
what
just
I
a
say?
second. So,
Crazy.
let's
King
talk.
Spark,
You ain't gonna
King
you
Spark,
don't have no type of.
hey guys, 1 second, guys, 1
Respect the
second.
channel, y'all. Let's get under control, man.
Let's just King Spark finish it. How do you simp with the iron fist? That's the $1 million question. How do you simp with the iron fist?
What I'm saying is that like what y'all consider simp and all the stuff from the R&B for the '90s and all that stuff, romancing and stuff. You gotta you have to have that in there, right? But what I'm saying is that you gotta let your woman know that I'm not doing this shit because you deserve it. I'm doing this shit because I want to do it for you. Not because I have to do it, not because I'm required to do it, because I don't owe you shit. But because I like you and I'm a nice fucking guy, I'ma do it for you.
That's how you let her know, dog.
That's how I let them know.
That's how you let her know.
That's it.
Before anybody
That's
says
all I'm
anything else,
saying,
it's
bro.
my turn, ain't it?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr.
Yes,
You
Yes,
got
sir,
it.
Mr. Rich. It's your turn.
I was going to give King Spark the 10, 15 seconds. He took 30, but I was going to give it to him for my time anyway. Now, I wanted to hear what he was going to say because I agree with that part of it. The problem we have is that to answer the question, modern men are not ready to be husbands, and there's reasons for that. And we all know same reason why the women ain't ready to be wives, because in the last 3 generations, we had a snowball going down the hill separating us from having families and marriage and stuff like that. That's the biggest thing. Some men don't have the frame of reference on what it takes to be husbands. But here's what I think. Based on the manosphere, the good and the bad of it, I think a lot of men are willing to step up to the plate so they can have the prerequisites to be good husbands. Because a lot of us want legacy. I'm not talking about the pookies or just impregnating chicks, but a lot of us want to have legacy. And we know that there's a certain requirement, and this we don't have to be taught about because we know we have to earn our position in the world, or else we'll be out in the street. So I think a lot of us are willing to learn the requirements it takes to have the kind of woman we want. And I think these are the times where we're starting to see men get trained up. Now, some of the expectations are crazy. Whether you have a 6-figure income or not, there's such a small percentage of men who are going to have that depending on what coast you live on. If you live in the Midwest, it's going to take you harder time than if you live in the East or the West Coast or whatever, unless you're real smart. But you don't have to have a six-figure income to be a good man and be a good husband, right? You just have to have a plan. And that plan has to have something that you could execute on. So
Mr. Payne, before you go, that's our opinion. That's not woman's opinion. That's the problem, right?
No. We ain't talking about. First of all, I'm not. Well, you know what? So let's put it this way. You're correct, and I'm not talking from their perspective.
That's our opinion. That's not their opinion.
Well, hold on, brother. It doesn't matter what their opinion is, because some of those women's opinion are outside of the realm of possibility and reality. So we can't sit around worrying about what every woman wants, because there's a segment of women who agree with that they don't mind following a man. Now, there's a guy on YouTube. I think his name is. Let me just give me a second. There's a guy on YouTube called Medium Man, and he did a whole thing on how many men have children and how many black men are single and childless. So it comes out to 43% of the men, black men, have the kids. And that includes the 20% of the Pookies and Ray Rays who are impregnating crazy women like crazy, and the married men who have kids. And 57% of men are single and childless. This Kevin Samuels used to say this all the time, but this guy broke the shit down. So I don't know the guy. I have never heard him before, but Dennis Sperling put him up there. So I think everybody should go and look at that damn video, because he meticulously went through and showed how the numbers work. So if we're talking about 57% of the men who are single and childless, and we kind of know that maybe a third of those guys haven't even had sex between 18 and 30, so they ain't ready. Some men just ain't ready. So we got work to do.
So Mr. Payne, before Israel can go, I think Israel can go next. This is the thing, right?
No, it's true table. It's true table.
No,
it's by order, right? It's by order.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Fatty.
So what is happening is we are so arrogant that we think we are going to do a dance and our partner is not. Oh, it doesn't matter what the partner, if he's a good dancer or not. It doesn't matter if he steps on my feet. It doesn't matter that he doesn't know the move dance. The difference right now in 2023 between a good marriage and a bad marriage is expectations. You can be a really good man if you live on an apartment and you have a Hyundai and the woman thinks she deserves a mansion and a brand new car every year. Your shit will be miserable even if you are a good husband. If she is used to, so we have to drop the we are men, we are the leaders, and the woman is going to follow.
I hope that's not what you got out of what I said.
No, because you said it doesn't matter. Their standards actually matter a lot.
Wait a second. Wait, you're saying something, but you're going past what I said. The woman who wants the mansion on a hill and a perfect man, she ain't for you. She ain't gonna be for the regular dude. I mean, you gotta have discernment in who you're going for, right? And that's why you don't get married right off the jump. You talk to a woman, and if she's kicking your ass because you took to Applebee's, maybe this chick ain't the one for you.
I agree. So, Mr. Payne, can you answer just this question? One question: are most women happy with a 2-bedroom apartment on a tranquil and calm zone, with the average car of 2014, having average holidays once a year on the country and not outside, and with the regular bag and with regular clothes and with average? Are they content and they're going to be satisfied with the average life? Are they
going to about the average woman? Her ass better be
average. You damn right.
What do you mean by average? If an average woman's asking you for a castle, who the fuck ask you for that?
You are dodging. No, Mr. Payne, you are dodging. Mr. Payne, you listen to my question.
People get this answer, man. Let's not get caught up. Let's not get caught up.
Okay. CEO, I got you. But yeah, let me pass to Israel. But again, Mr. Payne, he's not a castle. He's not a castle. He's a 2-bedroom apartment. And there's the thing: average women think they're above the average man. That's why they are not going to be happy with the average man.
Yeah, go ahead. That's why they're gonna buy cats and die alone. So the fact is. Just because you married and you're in a 2-bedroom, that means as a man you got to stay there. right? So you start somewhere, the snowball goes down the hill, and if she's the right kind of woman, both of you guys can take yourself out of the shit.
So, Mr.
Hey,
Payne, look at
CEO, go ahead, moderate. Somebody got to moderate, man. Let's not. We
that's
talking
me.
about
No,
class with a teacher that left the class.
That's me. That's my job. Just chill.
Somebody moderate. Let's go, man.
Mr. Payne. Hey, Mr. Payne, look at Mr. Payne. Look at the comments. Look at the comments and see BJ98. BJ Wright 98. She says,
"Come on, man, he gave you the floor to
hey,
moderate.
CEO, chill, bro. Chill. CEO, you have to chill, my man.
We been chilling. We all on the panel been
trust
chilling.
me.
It's Israel Mills' turn to talk.
I know you have to trust me.
Go ahead, man.
She literally said, if you over 35, you shouldn't be on a 2-bedroom apartment. So that's my point. Go ahead,
She added some shit to it.
Yo, so hold on. All right. So the question is, are modern men ready to be husbands? Right? Is that the question?
Yes.
Okay. I don't think a lot of modern men are ready to be husbands. I believe because of the fact that, like we've pointed out on many occasions, a lot of modern men in the Black community are raised by a single mother. Right. And so by being raised by a single mother, you don't have the access to really understanding what manhood is and what it's like to be a man. And therefore, you are not in a position to really be a good leader to a woman. Women give their sons unrealistic expectations and give their son unrealistic tools to work with. As far as women, I don't understand why they do that. It's the most ridiculous thing ever. Any advice that my mother or my grandmother ever gave me about women has been bad advice. I never listened to them as far as dating or mating. It's terrible. But I would say this. Yeah, so in this modern age of modern men, no, I don't believe that they're ready to be husbands. I think that they got to take the time. They got to get into themselves and get to know themselves and to develop masculinity and develop being men before they go try to be a husband.
The neighbor, are you there?
We got out of order because supposed to be going the other way.
Now go ahead, neighborhood. If you up, go.
It's going the right way. John the Baptist is going the right way.
I think it's going the right way.
Yeah, go ahead. Because my man came in last. True Table came in last. Go ahead.
So what I would say is, men, young men, prospective men that want women, you should be willing to be a husband. You don't have to be ready, because I don't think men are ever ready for the things that happen to them in our lives. You're not ready for a punch. You're not ready to get kicked in the nuts. You're not ready to be a husband. You have to be willing to learn to be a husband to the wife you choose. It's willingness and capability, not if you're ready or not. That's all I have to say on that.
What's up, Jason? What about you? Can we call you that, or you prefer records?
No, whatever. It doesn't matter.
That's fine? Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, so my answer is twofold, because I wanted to kind of revert back in dealing with modern women having the wife qualities is going to go right into the fact, if men are ready nowadays. So I do personally believe that women nowadays, modern women have wife qualities. They just choose to suppress those qualities and not act upon it. You know what I mean? Because everybody has a choice. Just the way that a man has a choice to either, do the things that he's supposed to do, that he knows is his duties to do, and choose not to. Those are the same exact, thing that a woman has inside of her very own nature as a woman, that she can actually choose to act upon it and not act upon it. So it all boils down to the choice that the person has. Now, are men ready nowadays to take upon the responsibility of having a wife? I don't think so, but I'll go back to what the neighbor was saying. I think the way that a man is ready is that he only needs one quality, to be honest, and amongst many. But one of the qualities, I think, is the willingness to die for the person that he's choose to be in covenant with. Like, this man has to be willing to die to his self-interest. He has to be willing to die to his quote-unquote dreams. He has to be willing to die to himself, because he's no longer living for himself. He's no longer living by himself. Like, his responsibility is literally the responsibility of another person's livelihood, another person's survival, and I would even dare say another person's growth, and even the other person's development. And I say this because when you're single, you have your own identity. But when you're married, you two are becoming one. So her identity is now one with your identity, and she's a representation of you. So that's what I would say. Because if you even think about it, when a woman is married to a man, right? And she's happy, she's joyful, she's hospitable, she's friendly, people see her, she has a glow about her, and all these things, even though she might have like 3 or 4 kids in the whole nine, but she's just very lively and everything. The very assumption that people make, especially other women, they start thinking, wow, her man must be taking really good care of her. She must be like she's being held down, 100% by that man. You know what I mean? So it automatically goes to how the man is actually willing to lead in that relationship, because he's willing to die for this other person in every respect. And I'm not saying that you can't have your own self-interest and none of that, but your priorities switch up. Your priorities, everything just changes, because now you're taking care of somebody else.
So, Ruckus, do you believe in happy wife?
Hell no.
No, I believe in happy king, happy kingdom. Because
so,
this is
facts, bars, happy king, happy kingdom, bars.
And this is the thing, as a man, when you're doing your duties as protecting somebody else, being responsible for somebody else, the whole nine, you have all this pressure on you. But as a man, we built for pressure. You know what I mean? That's what they say, when a person gets married to a good woman, that man starts making more money. He starts having more ambition, more drive, because he knows that it's his responsibility to hold down the fort, to hold down the castle.
Absolutely. I mean? So let's go back to the 4 P's: protect, provide, problem solve, and procreate. If you are protecting woman, providing for woman, procreating with woman, and problem solving with woman, who is the king?
Shout out to Crimson Cure.
No, who is the king?
Say that again. If you're
protecting woman, if you're providing for woman, if you're procreating with woman, and if you're problem solving for woman, who is the king?
The man is always the king.
He's always the king.
Are you sure?
He's the king. Yes, he's the king. He's the king.
The man is always the king, because this is the thing. A society is built in the home. So yeah, you're going to need a woman to build society, because she's going to have to procreate. But you're understanding that there's a bigger mission. It's not just you. You're building a society in the home with your children and everything. You're the man. You're the king.
I'll take that. By the way, just so before John go, did you say yes or no to the first question? That woman are woman ready? You said yes or no? Because it was kind of confusing.
Yeah, I said that modern women do have wife qualities. The only thing is, the difference is that they're choosing to suppress those qualities and choosing not to act upon it and act upon something else. They're acting upon their selfish desires.
So there's a no?
It's a detriment to them.
So there's a no?
I guess you want to take it that way then.
No, they give me
and I was with
they have it. They have it. They just choose not to act upon it. That's all.
Who's that? Israel talking?
No, that's not me. That's no, man. That's not. That's JC.
Yeah,
that's JC. I'm right here. This is Israel right here. That's JC Ruckus.
Okay, well, y'all ain't got no damn. But anyway, whoever was just talking, I agree with the lay down your life part, but all my aspirations, all that shit's not dying. Are you crazy? I don't work too hard to get to where I am.
Willing. He didn't say you had to. He just said wait. He didn't say you had to. He just said you had to be willing.
I'm not willing. So King, let me ask you
this. King, let me ask you this. If you are on Titanic, right? And it's the iceberg and starts to go down, you have one little boat, has 2 seats. One, you are on the ship with you, your wife, and your kid. Who goes on those 2 seats? You, your wife, and your kid. Man. You, your wife, and your kids.
One boat. The wife and the kids.
So you are willing to die. So what
No. I said I'm willing to die physically, but he listed a whole bunch of stuff talking about willing for your aspirations and all this other stuff to die.
Let me make a quick point. Listen, my wife, because it all goes back down to the man choosing the woman that he's going to deal with. It all goes back to your choice. If you made a bad decision upon the woman that you chose to be with, that's on your ass. That's on you. You made the decision to deal with that woman. You needed to put her through a shit test. There's certain shit tests that you can do to a woman without being rude, without being like a fuckboy type of shit, there's a lot of shit tests that you can put. Like, for example, I'll tell you a few shit tests that I put my wife through that she didn't even know about, right? I will send her some money and everything like that because just whatever. I wanted to take care of her. That's gonna be my future wife. We're already engaged in the whole nine. I send her money to DR, everything else. I will go there every month and a half out there to DR. Every time I will go over there, you know what she ended up doing? She was like, "Hey, baby, this is the money that you sent me. I wanted to make sure that we were going to spend it together. I didn't want to go out and the whole nine. There's the money that you sent me." Boom. So now I know in my mind, I'm like, all right, bet. She's not a gold digging type of chick where she's going to take the money and start inventing all these type of other bills that she needs and wanting to extract for more resources, right? Another thing, she used to work for corporate over there in DR. She was an assistant to one of the biggest vice presidents in the healthcare industry out there in the whole thing. So they had to do marketing events and the whole nine and everything else. If a man knows, he knows these marketing events and everything, the boss are going to take the finest women there because that's going to give them access to different rooms, to different people and the whole nine. I'll tell her, hey, baby, listen, I don't want you to go out there. She's like, all right, bet, no problem. We'll spend our time in the night. We'll talk on the phone the whole night. We'll video chat and we'll have dinner together while you're there and while we're here. She submitted to whatever it is that I told her to do. You know what I mean? But it wasn't on some rough shit like, oh, you better do this. No. Why? Because she understands that, she is my woman. I'm taking care of her. My life is for her and her life is mine now. We're one in this together now. So respectful, feminine, happy, joyful. To this day, like I tell people, she has not missed, bro. She has not missed. And when I say she has not missed, when she wakes up early to make breakfast for the children, to make breakfast for me, to make lunch, dinner, the whole nine, bro, she is super feminine, super friendly, hospitable to our neighbors, hospitable to the family. She is about that. But why is that? Because
she's Dominican and you're Dominican too, JC. That's why.
Yeah, that too.
Because y'all are Dominican. She's from Dominican Republic and not from here.
Yeah, but it's not. But I'm telling you, if a man is doing what he's supposed to do and make sure that he chooses the right woman, I'm telling you, shit will go well for a lot of people. But the thing is that men don't lack good decision making, and women are choosing to suppress their quality that they have. So they're both being at odds against one another, and that's gonna come to their detriment.
Hey JC, you contradict yourself real big on that.
Nah, but salute to you, JC. Before Fatty try to break you down, salute.
Oh yeah, and by the way, salute to your successful marriage, right? But listen to what you said. You said that women suppress their qualities and men are vetoing wrong. If they are suppressing the qualities, it means that they are not showing the qualities, and we don't know how to separate one from both. It's literally,
but you have tests. You can do tests on these people. It's like a science experiment, right? You have a hypothesis, so you go through.
She's a chameleon. She's gonna pass your test.
Yeah,
she has to pass your test.
And JC, this is the arrogance that we live in. JC, I can bullshit all of you on this panel right now and tell everything that you guys want to hear. Like without knowing, I can. Hey, CEO, man, that's our responsibility, bro. These guys are creepy, my man. Yeah, let's pass the mic because Fatty is holding the mic too much, right, CEO? I know how to do exactly what you want, but the reality is we are so arrogant that we think this woman can pretend for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years that they are a right woman, and then when they get what they want, they revert to their world self.
Let me jump in there.
Actually, it's my turn, but
go for it. Go for it.
Yeah, it's John the Baptist's turn.
So Ruckus, are you Muslim or Christian?
Nah, I'm a Christian.
Okay, all right. And so, because you simply understood exactly what I was making, the point I was making about do modern women have the qualities to be a wife? It's not saying that women always choose the best thing that's for themselves, but the essence of the question is, do they have the quality? And the simple answer to that question is yes. And the answer to the second question we actually talk about right now is, are modern men ready to be husbands? Well, now that's another question, because that's a subjective question. That depends on the man individually. We know that women have qualities, but they have to choose to display those qualities or suppress those qualities. The man question is subjective. Are they ready? Well, only that man knows. And so I'm gonna go and give the remainder of my time back to Ruckus, because for some reason, Ruckus, you are an intelligent brother that can sit there and listen to the base of an argument and understand the base of the argument of the question that's been asked,
How
and
much
not
time
go into
exactly
you
do you have left?
and not go into YouTube talking points. Whatever it is, I'm gonna let Ruckus have it until Trigger Mike tell me to shut up.
No,
You
no,
know
I'm
what?
good. I'm good.
John
I
has
made my
been
point. I made my point already.
It's not
John has been a
it's
bit of a terrorist these
it's
last
not
few
Trigger
days.
Nike. It's CEO. It's CEO. CEO is going to top. Pass the mic, please. Pass the
First, I
plate.
take
All right.
over for what he just said, but that's all right. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Please pass the plate.
True Table, you there? Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. How y'all doing today?
Hey, we good, bro. It's Friday.
What's up, brother? How
It
you?
is Friday. It is Friday.
It's Friday.
Nah, it's not
It
payday
is Friday. So, good topic overall. As always, I wanted to touch on what Trigger Mike was saying about the communication part, and I think that it's beautiful that we have men from an older, generation like our Payne and a couple others, and then those of us who are a little bit on the younger side, because I think that some of the teachings we got in our community are conflated at times. We're living in a modern time. I say this a lot. I think men now do have to develop both stoic persona and both stoic characteristics from the past. And they also need to know how to deal with what is occurring now. To answer the question, do women have wife qualities? I believe that every woman is born to be a wife. She is equipped with the ability to be a wife. Now, what you're finding is the suppression, as you guys are speaking to, is this the indoctrination and the information they're receiving. Women are followers by nature, gentlemen. They do what the Romans do. When in Rome, they do what everyone else is doing. What you're finding is that not a lot of guys have a structure of manhood to be able to meet that woman and extract from her what she really possesses. I heard someone say she suppresses what she has. Well, no, women are naturally rebellious by nature. I don't care if she's a good woman. I don't care if she's a 304. Every woman, in my opinion, is wired the same. You will find women who are a little bit more or less, but overall, they're always going to want to know that they're in the company of a real man, a man, someone who is able to follow. And I don't believe enough men develop a life that is worth respect, that is worth admiration. It starts with your presentation. A lot of dudes don't teach women crap because a lot of dudes don't know a lot of stuff. And I think that we speak from a very theoretical perspective. I talk to enough men to know how many men really actually get women in real life. And I can tell you overwhelmingly, most men don't. This is the reason why they praise when they get a woman and they're like, oh, she does this and she does that. They're almost shocked. When you get with women enough, this is your baseline. Her treating you with respect is normal. Her doing things for you is normal. She doesn't even have to have a title to give you wife-like treatment. And I know that most dudes don't understand this because they do not get girls in real life. So I think that once you've arrived at the position of the man you're supposed to truly be, that is going to encompass a lot of things: stoicism, spirituality, guidance, leadership, discipline. And even in a modern time, as much as the noise is to be this type of woman and be this type of girl, she will be foolish to let you get away from her if you're that valuable. Most dudes just aren't, just to be honest with you. And it's unfortunate that most guys don't know that. So what I hear from the old school is what I kind of push back against, the romanticized, all I need is just one woman. And that's cool because that's what it was back then. But I would beg to differ that they weren't fighting what is the machine of the media, social media, things like that. It's a different time. So yes, Trigger Mike, I believe men have to be social enough to know when she goes out into the world or she comes back into your presence, into your home, what you're going to deal with and know how to combat it, which requires a social awareness, a social acumen. So that's what
I can see what you're saying.
Yeah.
In a manner of speaking, I believe some of the problems that they kind of created with their own choices. You know what I mean? Because I believe the social skills that they're asking for comes from the interaction they won't give. So, it'd be one thing to say men don't have social skills because I interact with them. No, they're saying these men don't have the men they're ignoring don't have social skills enough. You know what I mean? But I like your perspective either way. I think that's very well said.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Did
I
everybody
wanna,
go on?
I wanted to touch with what Truth Table was saying. He's right about
Yeah.
that. He made one key point that the woman doesn't automatically just change because she's dealing now with a man, right? She is who she is even prior to when she's with that man. So she's gonna exhibit those qualities that he was talking about, friendly, feminine, all those things before she's in with the man. Like her femininity is not like a light switch where you can turn on and off. Like it's always on 24/7. Either she's taking care of her mother, either she's taking care of her grandmother, she's taking care of her cousins, her brothers, her sisters, or whatever the case may be. She's taking care of the household the way
You
that a
know what?
woman takes care of a household.
I gotta
Trigger
tell
Mike,
you,
real quick.
I'm not even gonna cap. I'm not even gonna cap. This is funny. So I'm not even gonna say the names, okay? But two of y'all favorite people, I went out with them recently, and
Six the Goddess?
No.
Okay, my bad.
Known troublemakers in the space. All right, and my wife.
Hold
said,
on. Let him talk.
And look. I don't know if he knew, but JR was like, "It's cool if they come out with us." And I just said to him immediately, like, "Yeah, they don't do women, in my opinion, don't behave like this in person. They're not gonna terrorize me in person." I was like, "No, of course it's cool if they come. Two of your favorite terrorists."
Oh my God!
I mean, listen. Showed up to the restaurant. Hi, Trigger Mike. Look, I looked at my wife and was like, "Told you, told you."
But this is the thing,
not
Trigger
gonna
Mike.
pull that
Wait,
shit.
Trigger Mike. But we
They
can't
not gonna
listen.
pull that
We can't
shit in
deceive.
person.
Listen, we can't deceive the masses. Really, what JC said and what Truth Table said were kind of conflicting, because what Truth Table is saying is basically a real man is going to bring certain qualities, and to your point, Trigger Mike, a real man is going to bring certain qualities out of a woman, right? What JC is saying is that a feminine woman is going to be feminine regardless. She's going to hold her feminine frame regardless. So that's really two different things. And this is the truth, right? The truth is somewhere in the middle. And the truth is this, like, yes, a man, so those terrorists that you were talking about, Trigger Mike, right? In a setting, in a small setting, yes, like Fatty is saying, they can fool you, they can trick you, they can be on their best behavior temporarily. But the truth is, over a period of time, when they get comfortable with the scenario or the setting, their true character is gonna come out. And yes, to True Table's point, men do bring certain things out of women, especially when he teaches them, leads them, and guides them. At the same time, social programming and the way that she grew up has a much greater effect than who you are as a man. So it has, to JC's point, she has to be a feminine woman, period, regardless of the time frame, in order for her to hold that frame for a lifetime or for an extended period of time. It's not just, oh, you're a great man and you're going to bring it out of her and she's automatically going to change. Nah, hell no. It don't work like that in the real world.
All right, Truth Table, real quick, because I got to get to the super chats.
Okay, just to clarify, and just so I'm not being conflating or confusing, I'm not saying that the men are going to bring anything out of the women. I truly believe all women by default are feminine in their nature. It's like a fish. They're going to swim if you put them in water. What you find is that woman's program she's carrying. See, that is social engineering. That is culture. But every woman, in my opinion, and I've been all over, my brother, are all truly feminine in nature. What happens is that most men do not hold the proper frame to be able to experience that from that woman. That's what I believe, because even the most masculine women I've interacted with, they're not masculine when I interact with them.
But does it matter if it's so? Wait, hold on. Does it matter if it's in such a short sample size? Like, if you can't get her, meaning like if you can't get her to swim in that water over a lifetime, does it matter if during little spurts and little periods she shows that femininity?
I believe it does, because it speaks to the nature. I get what you guys are saying when you're talking about putting on a face. That's not what I'm speaking to. If you're interacting with a woman, you're interacting with a woman by default. Their nature is wired exactly the same. If she's giving you masculine responses and energy, that is a program. She's running, in my opinion, a software. That's not really her true nature, in my honest opinion.
Yeah, but you never met Tyranny. You never meet Tyranny.
I never met Tyranny.
Yeah, and the thing.
I'm sorry. We got to do the super chats. I told him I'm reading every super chat today.
Okay.
All right. Neo Moses says one at best. Thank you, my brother. One Queen Lady E, $2. Great show like always. We appreciate that. Thanks to the panel too. My man King Spark holding it down. King Spark, you after that comment, you might get this $20 back. You might get this money back. After,
let me say this. Let me say this one thing, Trigger Mike. Let me say this one thing. Trigger King Spark's wife has a sister wife. I'll leave it there.
My girl got a girlfriend.
You might have made up for it right there. Oh, look, then he gonna puff.
My girl got a girlfriend. Yeah, brother.
This guy.
Yeah.
All right, Sir Shy 87. Get those likes up. Appreciate that. Yes, if you have not hit that like button, please smash that real quick.
Hey, King Spark, buy one get one free, huh?
My man Granville Guillory, Granville. Oh my God, I'm a kid. Granville again. A little twang on that thing, ain't that? See, it's the New Orleans people, man. They got sayings like this. They be worrying me, man. Bathshua, thank you for support. Sorry I'm late. Thank you for your support. Bathshua again. I'm a woman, and I'll say no. As a woman collective, we are out of order. I've been saying this on my Facebook timeline 48 hours ago, and I'm still getting backlash. I feel you on that, sister.
Jeez.
Bathshua again. I'm a married woman. I'm trying to enter, but the room is full. Keep trying. Somebody's going to drop off. Then you can come on up. Let us know the married woman's perspective on this.
See,
Yeah, she's willing. If she wants to come up, I'll drop down for her.
Let's see you be a gentleman. See you be a gentleman, bro.
Yo,
checkmate.
Black woman is gone. Hey, and now Patty.
Hey, listen, if she's getting on.
Hey, real quick statement. Even though it's funny, as soon as that lady said she needed somebody to drop off, my mind was thinking, "Hey, I'll drop off."
No, but you didn't offer. You didn't offer, but you thought about it.
Black woman is gone.
I'll do all that I can. Give my heart, my love, my personality.
I rock with you, CEO. I rock with you, though. I rock with you, CEO. You good? You're good. Dude.
I'm muting all you Negro. This is why you can't take niggas nowhere.
Nah, yo, baby fit.
And then he gonna unmute himself. Shut up, Israel. All right. Advanced perception, $5. A single mother told me one time she ain't date me because I'm the type of guy that wants a family. She since had another kid and is still single. Shrugs. I don't think people understand the complexity of the modern woman. That's all I'm going to say. Everything that we talk about, like, that's why I get really afraid when we get like so cut and dry and the statement starts off with all a man needs to do is it's not that simple with these women here today. Miss Parker, look, I'm sorry I yelled at you, Miss Parker. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Miss Parker.
No, it was Miss Jackson. I was about to say the same thing, then I stopped. Trigger Mike show up here yelling at me. Sir, I'm from the Shy. I'm sensitive. Walk lightly. If you are from the Shy, you are not sensitive. That is a goddamn lie. But I do apologize for yelling. Miss Bathshua, again, appreciate that. I can give you a married woman's perspective, and we look forward to hearing it. Bathshua, again, I'm average, and I'm happy living with my husband in a 3-bedroom townhome or a row home. I don't wear designer clothes, and I take care of him in my home. Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you. My man JB, $5. Ruckus is 100% right. I think a man's self-sacrifice is necessary for marriage because it's no longer about you. He's not a simp for thinking that. He's actually just a husband. That is required. I 100% agree. All right. Is that it? All right, we good. All right, so this is the part I've been waiting for, honestly. I don't know if y'all caught Lapeef Let's Talk last night. If you caught the show and know where I'm about to go with this,
the drunk lady.
Yeah, would have won. All right.
No, the drunk lady.
No.
I don't know what happened. What happened?
Oh, no. You about to stay tuned, my man. Stay tuned. All right.
Hello, y'all.
Oh, snap. Yo, Trigger Mike,
I was trying hard to add
this. I just wanted to add this to y'all, to the chat, right? And to the people in the panel. Like, listen, the reason why I speak the way I speak about my marriage and my wife and my family nowadays, because I didn't have that before. Because I came from a previous divorce that lasted, we lasted 6 years together, right? And it was my fault because I wasn't aware of the red flags from the beginning and making her to be my wife at that time. So that responsibility was on me. Because she switched up. She never really switched up. Is that I chose to be blind to not actually see the things that were there, right? So this comes just from experience. So, just take it like that, because I know people might think, yeah, nah, these people are perfect and everything. Nah, bro, nobody's perfect, yo. We all have had our times, our struggles, and everything. And with my life, I learned a lot through bashing my head open, experiences, all this craziness. So it's
So
just
JC, there's some unmarriageable women out here. There's some women that's not really worthy of a good marriage.
yeah, there's some women.
Oh, okay.
All right, so everybody mute up real quick.
No one ever said that though. Okay.
Well, everybody mute up real quick. We're just gonna do a quick. Now I realize why the other list didn't show up. All right, real quick. Let's take a look.
The video is muted.
It's muted. Trigger Mike is muted.
Damn, I can hear it. It's muted.
Yeah,
y'all can't hear it.
Yeah, we can't hear it. We can't hear it. Trigger
Yeah,
Mike.
we can't hear it.
Damn, how do you do that? I don't know.
You just have to.
Hold on. Let me. You said do what, Fatty?
I was saying, if you can play it, give me the timestamp and I can play it. It's fine. Just try it one more time.
Can y'all hear that?
Nope.
Nope, can't hear it.
No, we can't hear
it. Just give me the timeline. I can find it. It's fine.
It's 1:32.
1:32.
Somebody got kicked out yesterday.
1 hour 32 minutes. Boy, if y'all caught that
It's hilarious.
last night, boy.
It's
It was
hilarious.
great.
It's hilarious. It's hilarious. It
I
is hilarious.
was trying to get on so bad, boy, I swear.
I was sad. I was so embarrassed.
I was
program last
Tell him,
night.
John. Tell him, John.
I gotta see this. I gotta go rewatch it.
I was watching, but I didn't see the whole thing. But I was paying attention. I be lurking, bro. I be lurking. I be watching these and just damn. I saw the one with that huge thing between Anton and Ali or something. I saw that one live. I'm like,
the Lamborghini.
Yeah, I'm like, you talking like that?
Still on mute.
Yeah, can you play mine? Mine is on the bottom. 132, right?
Yeah. Let me see.
Geezer. She gonna regret this. This is
And who said that? Who said I'm gonna regret something? Who said that? Hold on. Shut up, voice the man. Shut up, voice the man. Who said I'm gonna regret something? Who said who was the chick up here said I was gonna regret something? Who was brazen enough to sit up there and say that I was gonna regret something? Please tell me. Who said it? You better speak fast because I'm gonna burn this whole motherfucking panel down. Yeah, that's what the fuck I thought. And I'm gonna eliminate you, Lapeef. I'm gonna eliminate you and Mary because you just got both here. Buzzer. I'm gonna eliminate you. I'm gonna eliminate you. So lucky. I'm gonna eliminate you, Eintown Daniel. I'm gonna eliminate you, Mr. Let It Go. And then it's gonna come down to you, Lady DYNTNEP, bitch ass nigga. You know what I mean? And you, Miss Rose. What the fuck else is that shit going on? Let's go.
Trigger, why did you even play this, Trigger? Why did you even play this?
Why
did you even play this?
Wait, yo, no.
How did you miss
Santana?
Critical moment in history, JC? I don't know.
Man, there goes those white qualities. There goes those white qualities we were talking about.
I have who said on the panel that every woman is feminine, that you get him there, and
that was true. That was true. He can make an act right.
Is that true nature we were talking about?
I still stand by that, Fatty.
Fellas, we're gonna start with. In fact, we're gonna start with Fatty. We're gonna start with Fatty.
I gotta
just imagine that this is your fiance. All right, the woman you about to marry. You vetted her properly. Y'all drank, casually, wine, a few martinis after dinner. She putting the spread on for you, like this is the guy. But then you see her belligerent when you don't control once. You know what I mean? This is your fiance, mind you. All right. So, what is your response if Eve from last night What is your response at the company Christmas party? That happens. Fatty, go first. What's your response?
There's no response. I will say sorry to my coworkers, and when she comes home, she's a single woman, because she's literally your representative. Is she's behaving like we all had a friend that had a drunk father, and he came drunk all the time, doing noise on the neighborhood, and everybody look at him like kind of like he was embarrassed about his own father. Imagine a woman that you chose, not your father, not your brother, a woman that you chose. And to be honest, I believe that True is like 90% right. The reality is that some women, and again, I don't condone violence, there are some women that are so messy and so masculine that the only way that you could put them in place is being more masculine than them, aka pum pum pum. Right? So again,
boom, boom.
This shows that we cuddle women so much because they know nothing is going to happen to her. She stayed on the show for hours. We give the benefit of the doubt to the woman so much because we want to be polite and we want to protect them and all that they feel that they can do that and nothing will happen. So hey, now she's on the internet forever.
Damn.
Black woman is God.
All right, CEO. No, this is the one I've been waiting to hear. This your nation building woman.
Don't say it, bro.
How you gonna say it? How you gonna say it? How you gonna say it?
You chose her.
This is what you gonna build your nation upon.
You chose her, and she went. You took her to the company Christmas party. She acted out like this. What's your response?
No, you gotta say the Kwanzaa party. He ain't going to the Christmas party. The Kwanzaa party. You forgot.
All right.
I'm gonna go get a little drink for her, and I'm gonna walk over to her. I'm gonna hand her some more wine, but I'm gonna grab her close and I'm whispering in her ear like, "Baby, calm down before you get this kicked up out of here." You know, so I got your back no matter what happens. But calm down. You know, is she gonna calm down?
I don't even have the sound effects. Like,
don't be telling me to calm down.
She's gonna realize she out of place, but a man got her back, and I'm supporting her with it. That's gonna be my way in because she's so drunk. I might not be able to get close to her. So I'm gonna grab some drink because I know that she gonna fixate on that drink. And I'm gonna come to her. I'm gonna hand her the drink, and I'm gonna hang out like that.
Wait. So the lady clearly had alcohol poisoning already. So you just gonna making it worse. Okay, I got you.
When they that drunk, you got.
He's gonna enable bad behavior
because she ain't paying attention. So I got the drink just so that she'll pay attention to me. When I give her that, it'll stop her for a minute. She'll be looking at the alcohol.
Her liver's not bad enough, guys.
It's gonna work. She gonna listen.
Baby
She
brother.
gonna calm down.
I got you, baby brother.
And then when she calmed down, then what happened? What happened when she calmed down? Then
I'm slowly trying to get her out of there because she
So when she go home, what you gonna do when she get home? Wait, hold on, Fatty. Let him talk. Let him talk. What you gonna do when you get her home?
Hey, Israel, I got you, bro.
What you gonna do when you get her home?
Any consequences when you get home?
Look, he said he gonna bang her down.
Yeah. No. See, what are the consequences when she gets home if you're not going to leave her?
There's no consequences because I recognize that my woman has just had a little too much to drink in it.
There's no consequences.
So really, I'm just trying. I'm just realizing she had too much to drink, and I'm slowly
follow with the community, fellas.
Because I don't want to use the situation to embarrass my woman and make her think that tomorrow
she embarrassed you and herself, Phil. She embarrassed you and herself.
You ain't never went to the club and had
nigga,
no, never, not one time,
Wait.
Never.
When we go to the club, yeah, your girl might get into it with another girl. She ain't all talk about I'm gonna burn this motherfucking pound down. You sugar, you CEO.
Hey, come here, babe. Come here,
Fatty. Israel is whoever the fuck you is. True, whoever you are, I'm coming for you. Come on, man. Come on. There's gotta be a line.
Girl, you look so sexy when you drunk, and she'll calm down. She was just tripping. They didn't say the right thing.
So he answered. He says enabling the bad behavior so she can continue to do it. It's okay. Can we move on to the next person?
It's knowing how to gear that shit. It's knowing how to manipulate it. She drunk.
She gone, bro.
You said you were gonna beat it down when you get home.
Okay, hang on. So let me tell you. Wait. I actually have real life experience with this shit. So I'll tell you exactly how I handled it. I was with this girl. Her name. I'm not gonna say her name, but she has a drinking thing. She gets belligerent, just like her. Not as disrespectful. Well, disrespectful. We went to IHOP after I took her to a bar. We were sitting down for a little bit. It was around maybe 6-7 minutes, and she's like, can we get like a menu or something, or can we get? And then they're coming over. They're like, yeah, what can we get you? I'm like, yeah, let me get a sweet tea, whatever she's getting. And she takes our order, gets our drinks. We're still talking. And it's like, 15 minutes before the food comes out. She's like, where is the food? I'm like, hungry. Da, da, da. And she's being like loud and belligerent. Luckily, hardly anyone was there at 2:00 in the morning after the club closes and all that. But the staff is sitting around because there's nobody there. But I'm like, okay, you know what? We just need to bounce and go. So after I'm walking her to the car, I come back in. I left like a $20 tip. I'm like, hey, look, I'm sorry. She's just just whatever. And they're like, hey man, it's cool. We know what it is. But I actually dated that for a while. So yeah, there's a certain type of way you handle someone who got kind of like a drinking problem, but never did she get to this level of turned up where she threatened every motherfucking body. She at least had she was at least a fun kind of happy drunk, but she gets belligerent too. You have to know how to navigate that. It's just, I don't know why the hotter ones are crazy like that, but they are. But yeah, it's not conducive to a healthy relationship. Let's just put it that way.
She was the finest one up there.
All right, so we're gonna go King Spark, you next. Y'all keep going around. I'm gonna drop down and bring neighborhood up, and then y'all keep going around. Please keep it respectful.
Yeah, that's absolutely unacceptable. That's a dishonorable discharge. The scenario that Trigger Mike said, we at the office, Christmas office party, all that. I'm a tap on my glass with my spoon and give a toast to all the newly single people in America, and I'm gonna leave it at that. It's the end of that shit. That'd be crazy.
Wait. Hold on. So you gonna embarrass the shit in public, like
she too damn drunk.
Lovebirds in the house tonight, as I am newly available.
She too damn drunk to even realize what the toast was.
Yeah, you right.
It's gonna go over her head. It's gonna go right over her head. She'll and then I'm gonna send her a long text, and she'll figure that shit out in the morning when she wake up.
Under no circumstances, this wouldn't happen. If she's made it to the point to where I'm actually in public with her amongst my colleagues, she's been properly trained. This would just not happen, at all, under no circumstances. I don't let my female friends behave this way.
She snuck online, man.
She did sneak online, but it was good content. Come on, it was good content. But this wouldn't occur. I'm sorry.
She got drunk, got loose.
Hey, yo, you know what I meant to say though? I meant to say this real quick, just to come back real quick. That was really though. It's kind of sad, but that's what the result of buy a dog and die alone look like. Because not only did she buy a dog, but she bought a bottle of wine. and
she had more than wine. She had more than wine.
If she had a man, she wouldn't be talking that kind of shit.
That's what I'm saying. But when you talk that shit and have a couple drinks, you talk that shit, you have a couple of drinks year after year to soothe that shit over, and that is the actual end result of talking that shit. That's what you get. That right there is a picture, a glimpse into a masculine woman that refuses to come off her soapbox. That's your final product.
Gotcha. All right, let me just add this real quick before you go. Mr. Rich, you're next.
Okay.
So nobody even realized something. That this is what would bother me. It was Thursday.
Day off, though.
Did anybody catch that? It's Thursday. It's not the weekend. It's that to me, even Sunday brunch can get that crazy. If it's your birthday or whatever, you got a few designated people. All right, cool. It's Thursday.
It starts
and
Thursday.
you booked for a show.
It starts Thursday, Trigger Mike.
Dog,
I know because
you're
Miami
booked
is
to
like
be
that.
somewhere in a professional capacity, bro.
I understand, but I mean,
On
I
a
can only speak for
Thursday.
Miami. Miami is like that happy hour. Once Thursday hits, it's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and brunch on Sundays.
You know what? That means I can't hang with y'all. Y'all something else.
I mean,
All right, Mr.
I'm
Rich.
nowhere near. I just see it. I just see it for myself.
Got you.
I mean, her behavior
But it was
was
Thursday.
her behavior was completely unacceptable. And what you didn't really show was how she went in on a mirror. Oh my God, man, that was something else. But you know, my only experience with a woman like that, I was in college. We hung out after class, and she got drunk, and she came over to my place, and you know, I don't know where I got her from. I guess because I know about being respectful for women. I just put her in my bed, put some covers over her, and like 5, 6 hours later, she woke up. She was so amazed that I didn't take advantage of her. I think I was like a sophomore in college. She was so amazed that I didn't take advantage of her. You know, we fed her because me and my roommate, we fed her some food. She gave me anything I wanted from her for the remaining 4 years I was in school. We never had a relationship. She called me up, and she was just like, wow, you know, what kind of guy is this? So she was completely out of control. And if I was a different kind of dude, she would have been her, you know?
You the same dude. You just was strategic. You try to get it on the back end.
Well, let me tell you. I don't want to take credit for that because that's not what I was thinking. I just didn't
He's
want to
smiling too. He smiled too. He smiled too. He was smiling.
Yeah, I wasn't. You know, I just didn't want to take advantage of a drunk girl. I didn't think that would be fun. All that shit came after it. You know, so that was just serendipity. So I'm not taking no credit for it. But she was so happy. You know, but that's one of the things I taught my daughters. Though I said, listen, once they were able to drink, I said, listen, you can't let yourself be vulnerable out there because you never know who you're around. You just can't do it. Some shit you might do, you can't get back from. So she was just lit, man. And I don't know why JR kept bringing her back up. It just kept bringing her back up. But it was kind of entertaining, I got to say. Anyway, that's enough. Go ahead.
I think the CEO fault.
It's John the Baptist. Go ahead, John the Baptist.
So yeah, I don't know how to handle a situation like that because I've never been in a situation like that. I'm gonna take credit for Trigger Mike's show today, and I probably don't. I know I don't deserve it. I'm gonna take it anyway. I talked about choices. I talked about choices yesterday. And because I pride myself on the choices that I made. I'm not saying every choice I made was a good choice, but when it comes to women, I've been very fortunate and blessed by God to follow His plan. I've never ever in my life been in a situation like that. I refuse to deal with a woman like that. You would never I don't know how this happens. I'm tired. I don't know how this happens. I got married early. I've dated early, but the women I've dated, even the women I dated, I've never put them in predicaments like this. So to be answer that question, I don't know how that happens, bro. To me, it's not feasible. And for her to get on the show shows me that I don't think there's a man involved. So I'm just gonna be quiet. I don't think there's a man involved in that situation.
All right, JC is next. Ruckus.
Y'all got to learn how to pick women. That's all I gotta tell you.
Ruckus, but it's a hypothetical situation though.
Yeah,
John.
it's a
Come
hypothetical.
on, man.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
it's
Ruckus.
hypothetical. Yo, so I mean, all right. So I've been around these type of people for many, many years. I know how these things go down because you have your talkative drunks, you have your relationship drama drunks, you have your passing out drunks, you have the flirtatious drunks, you have the chill drunk, and then you have the aggressive fight. They want to always fight type of drunks. So there's all these different type of personalities when people are just drunk, right? So it's just different, man, because these type of personalities, bro, like you really have to have some type of awareness and how to handle these people. And it's interesting enough, if you're a type of person where you're just like laid back, chill, where people respect you, that's a key term, where people respect you, even when that type of person gets drunk, they will not act the way that they usually are when they are drunk. Right. So if you have the very aggressive type of drunk, whatever, and you're there and that person really respects you, he's not going to be all that aggressive when he's drunk. he's gonna be like, hey, you know, he's gonna act a little bit different because your presence is there, because you have that type of level of respect. So it all goes down like the hypothetical situation. Like if a woman is, you know, she gets tipsy, whatever, she has enough drinks in her and all that nine, whatever. If she respects you, she'll just maybe have a little fun with you, be flirtatious with you, the whole nine, but she's not gonna act out of line. If she starts being all belligerent and loud and all this stuff, she has no respect for you, no respect for herself, and no respect for anybody around her. So yeah, I'm with Fatty, bro. I'll do what Fatty said. I'll be like,
Hey,
look,
you know what's
mute in the
sad?
back. Can someone mute?
Yeah. So, hey, you know what's sad? That lady might lose her job, man.
Can someone mute in the back?
Yeah, somebody just.
That lady might really
Oh,
lose
that's
her job.
Payne. That's Payne.
Come on.
Hey, Mr. Payne, can you mute yourself, please?
Can you mute, Mr. Payne?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we can hear your whole conversation.
No, what I was saying
And
is that, man,
wait a
that
minute,
lady
wait,
might really lose her job,
saw
bro.
something. Wait, and I just saw something in the chat that these are type of men when men get drunk. Listen, nah, man. Listen, I've been around a lot of women in my lifetime, like, you know, not dealing sexually, whatever, but having like a lot of like girlfriends and all that stuff, and they act the same way as dudes when they get drunk. A lot of them do when they're if they're part of the streets, yo, they act the same exact way.
Hey,
but I'll do what Fatty was saying real quick. I'll do what Fatty said. I'll apologize to my co-workers, to management, to whatever they say. You know, tell them, hey, look, I apologize. You know, this is my fault. You know, I should have, you know, whatever. And then once we get home, she's at the house. Like there's no like, nah, we're not, nah, because yeah, go ahead.
Just one note, right? Because I tell these about like, because women like to say, loud, you are violent, you are dangerous, da. Like I was bouncer / security guard for a decade or a little bit more. The most aggressive people on your face that create problems usually are small drunk women. Because usually like a man knows, like there's even a man that likes to brawl, they know kind of how to behave, but like there's nothing more problematic than a small drunk woman.
Yeah.
They always act the most, always do the most, try to step on you. Like there's no more. So
if they're 5 feet to 5'4" and weighing between 110 to 130 pounds, you're in trouble, my friend. And if you give her some Hennessy, you're in trouble, my friend.
Yo, so for me, my thing is this: if she would get on the internet, right, that drunk, then that is a sign of a bigger problem. I don't care what nobody says. Like, you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, you got to know that this is being posted worldwide, and it's to posterity. So basically, the thing is, it's gonna be forever, right? This is in the annals of history, and everybody can see it. So this is the thing, like a woman that doesn't have that kind of discretion, a woman that doesn't have that kind of discipline, there's nothing that I can do with her. You know what I'm saying? Like Fatty said, she gotta go. You gotta go. I cannot, I will not. I won't tolerate it. I don't care what she look like. Yo, it's man. Yo, you do know that people's whole lives are changed for 1 second? Like, yo, you could do something so egregious in 1 second or 10 seconds that could change the whole course of your whole future. Like, it happens every day, B. So no, that woman is out of control. And I don't know her. I've never seen her on a panel before, but from what I've seen, that was out of control. That was lack of discipline. That was lack of hold on, fam. When everybody's talking, I didn't say a word. That's lack of discipline, that's lack of control, and that's lack of awareness on her behalf. So no, that she's not worthy of being with me.
Facts.
When I became an adult, now I'm not. We all make childhood mistakes, right? We all make child decisions, you know, like that come bad consequences. But since I've been an adult, it's certain things you don't continue to hang out with people to make bad decisions, because it can cost you your career, it can cost you your freedom, and so therefore, certain people make certain mistakes. You get one shot at it. That's life. That's just life.
That's not relationships. That's not marriage.
That is relationship. That's the relationship. That's actually, if you follow, there are some things that we can do in Christianity that can break a bond. And you have to repent, for it. If you don't I'm like, there are some things that come with consequences. I'm gonna be quiet.
And even if it was staged, like the fact that my girl would be willing to put on like that in front of everybody, she couldn't stay my girl. Even if it was staged, she couldn't agree to that and be with me.
We
Nah,
see
that
this. We
wasn't
see this too
staged. That
often
shit
to be
was comedy.
staged. We see it
That was
too.
comedy.
But we see it too often to be staged. Number one, and number two,
That
if
wasn't
she's
staged at all.
willing to come up on a panel and like disrespect the whole panel. I mean, CEO, I understand what you're saying as far as we shouldn't give up on Black women. The problem is they gave up on us first. And when you see her acting this way, that's what we're responding to. She didn't said, I'm gonna burn this whole fucking panel down. She didn't say this person or that person because of this or that. She didn't have a reason. It's not because, well, I was accosted or you all said something about me when I wasn't here. She just said, I'm just gonna come and I'm just gonna burn it all down. And I got smoke for all of y'all. She didn't leave nobody out.
One quick comment, and then I want to let the neighborhood go. And
Sure.
One quick comment is that at that particular time, as a community and as her man, somebody should have stepped up, saw that she'd have lost control, got her off the panel so she didn't embarrass herself. She could possibly lose her job like King Spark. Somebody and his show itself, he should have ran it more maturely and not allow her to go off like that. Recognize she was deliberated, whatever that word is. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. But, there's
inebriated, man.
She was drunk, bro. She was drunk. Like she made that mistake, but however she looked like she was at least 40 years old. You're gonna throw away 40 for 60 seconds? Like she was drunk. Fuck it. Like clean her up, get her off the channel, let her know how she acted like that. Do better next time, baby. We had your back. We got you off there. You didn't embarrass yourself. They let her embarrass herself.
I got a riddle for the panel in the chat.
She embarrassed her own self by herself.
She was a
How many hoes can CEO save?
He gonna try to say he like Pokemon. He gonna try to save them all.
One at a time.
Before he achieves the rank of captain, how many hoes does he have to save before he achieves the rank of captain? Y'all let me know.
Black woman is God.
Oh snap!
How many?
The Pokemon CEO, the Pokemon.
Wait, I think like Noah's Ark, 2 of each kind.
Don't forget about the neighborhood. He ain't got his chance.
Gotta save them all.
Neighborhood. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hey, CEO. Oh, my bad. It is.
Yo, this man say he's gonna get Noah's Ark. I'm done.
Let me just
no hole left behind.
To the marketing geniuses, the Lapeef Network. YouTube is an entertainment platform, and 100%, everyone in attendance last night was entertained, period. Now, if we were entertained by that young woman's discretion, that's her business. If she sat up there, I put the over-under on at the beginning of the show, 30 minutes, she was going to see the Sandman. And that was exactly what she did. She left, came back, a little bit more saucy. Hey, there's been other times on other shows where some of the ladies have taken some of the Jesus juice a little bit too far, and they've gotten out of character. She has been the latest and will not be the last or the least to face that type of situation. Now, what I say, everybody kind of zigged and I'm going to zag. If I was at an event with my fiance, soon to be wife, now if I have already taken this woman this far down the road, that I have gotten down on bended knee, asked her father for her hand, did all the business, and she then got a little too far at a business function of mine, what I'm going to do, get me a nice big tall glass of water, and I'm joining the party with her, but I'm faking like I'm drinking. But I'm going to be wooing and eyeing and doing all the craziness with her because I'm not going to have her be embarrassed and embarrass me.
Thank you.
But once we walk out of the building and I get her alone, we going to have a conversation.
So
now,
see, that's his problem. He always trying to talk hoes into new behavior. That's your problem, fam. You ain't learned yet. You ain't learned your lesson yet. Old ass slipping.
You are willing to ruin your reputation?
Yeah, I'm
because
with that.
Come on, man.
You in timeout, neighborhood. I can't believe you just said that.
You can believe he started out with that bullshit. That's what I was talking about. That's what I'm telling you. I peeped that shit from the begin with. That's what I'm telling you, man.
Actually,
fucking Captain Saver, man.
So Mike, this is why women don't learn. These type of men that are like when men are enablers and they give second and third and fourth chance, what they are not. Why would I learn? Why would I change if I know CEO is going to be there right there to save her?
Hey, yo, Fatty, terrorists, they're terrorist negotiators, man. They are terrorist negotiators,
so I'm
man.
only gonna save a few times, but I'm definitely gonna try to like I'm a loyal, bro. Like I'm a ride with my chick. Like I'm not gonna.
There's no loyalty.
Okay, I gotta ask.
You sound like a whole woman right now, CEO.
Hold on, because just so I don't misquote, I gotta ask my my Bible fellas. Isn't there something in the Bible about this, like a woman's drunkenness and belligerence? Isn't there something about this exact thing?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. I was thinking the same thing. Absolutely. It's in Psalms. Absolutely.
Like this is not an occurrence. This is what my answer is. This is not an occurrence. This is a gateway to other problems you're going to experience with this woman throughout the entire relationship or marriage. That's why I said fiance. How often do you do this? You just misrepresented me to the one group of people. I would even prefer you did this in front of my family. We can work on that. We can talk about it. My mother can have a conversation with you and let you know this is not how we represent ourselves and yada, 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 because her daughters may have made the same mistake. But you showed everyone that I'm not a serious man by the woman I chose. That to me is a dagger through the heart. I don't even know how I'm going to get over it. I ain't even going to begin to explain it to you. There are Bible verses dedicated to a woman's belligerence and how she herself got to be careful. Now, another thing, and this is for my ladies in the chat. I never want to see this. When I go out and we walk in Midtown, we go out in Houston, we walking and we see this, you're a walking freaking target for men who want to do bad things to you.
Mm-hmm. That is true.
Like this is an unsafe practice. Yes, it's funny. It was good for entertainment, but as far as a man choosing that for a wife, I cannot recommend a woman that got that type of behavior. And if she was my fiance, she'd be a single woman.
Yeah, a lot of guys don't have standards for behavior.
You haven't had a chance.
Yeah, she'd be a single woman.
And they're gonna try to shame her, and they're gonna try to shame her or try to talk her to death into complying or being a virtuous woman. There's no way. That's who she is.
And in her mind, in her mind, she is a 10. I'm gonna let you know that right now. She thinks she's the top 1%, deserve the Steve Jobs, deserve the Jay-Z.
Her body language.
In her mind, no matter how disrespectful and belligerent she acts, you have to understand that comes from a narcissist's point of view, to where you're more important than everybody else on the panel. You have more power and more say-so than everybody else on the panel holding a glass of wine, thinking that you belong to some elite membership of beauty and standards and desire to tell everybody they ain't shit. So, I mean, yeah, she's out of her mind, but this is... But we also have a culture of this. She's just a representative of what our problems are in modern day society. She's not just, just the one. She's one out of many. That's the problem.
Sample size. That's all it was. A sample size of what we got to deal with.
Did she also make threats on people's lives too?
Yeah, everybody.
Don't say that. Don't get in
That's the funny part, right? And by the way, I don't.
I'm not getting her in trouble. She getting herself in trouble.
You try to save her again.
He's trying to save her. He's trying to save her, bro.
Yeah, but the funny part about yesterday is that she could insult every single man, everybody. As soon as she went to the lighter woman family, oh, stop! That's enough. That's enough. I was like, okay, so everybody can get it, but when you go to a mirror, now it's too far. Okay, that's fine.
Crazy part is
checks.
Wait, here's a question. I would say this. I would say yeah, because it ain't the fact that she was the lighter skinned woman. But Amir is probably one of the most feminine women that ever touched the pen.
Probably, yeah.
We're gonna definitely protect that.
I
don't know. Precious might have.
She looks like she doesn't portray.
Who's Amir? Was that the drunk woman?
Precious and Lady Di might be.
No, but I'm saying though. But they all in the same group though.
Amir is
definitely.
I got a question for
Whose job,
CEO. I got a question for
whose
CEO.
job is it to check these women when they're like this? Like whose job? I mean,
It's every man's job.
Let me ask
It's
a question.
every man's job.
Let me ask a
I
question.
got a question for CEO.
Does a feminine woman provoke another woman into confrontation or throw slick shots at her, make her look like that? Because she did that yesterday.
No.
We saw it. That shit wasn't unprovoked. She's on the right because the other woman was out of control, but the feminine woman doesn't pick fights with the other woman. And you guys look at her, just because she looks feminine doesn't mean she acts like a feminine woman. So be careful with that. Just because she talks like this, come on, man.
Did everybody get a chance to go on this?
I got one question, Trigger.
All right, go ahead.
For CEO. You got one chance to say the black. You got one chance to say the black community. You got to say one woman. Is it Amir or is it that drunk lady?
I don't follow that show. That's why I was asking. I thought the drunk lady was Amir.
Okay.
No.
I'm gonna start watching, but I didn't know. I don't know.
You can still bring up the picture.
Amir is a soft-spoken feminine.
But I will put it like this: if that lady wakes up in the morning, comes back on the channel, not sober, and she apologizes to everybody last night, lets everybody know, look, how I acted last night was absolutely. You're gonna marry her? I apologize. I had way too much to drink. That will never happen again.
No, that's
You're not gonna forgive her. You're not gonna forgive her.
It needs to be on video so everybody, including God, can witness a black woman apologizing for her behavior. Number one. Number two, it needs to be on America's Funniest Home. It needs to be in the Guinness. Guinness needs to come and record that shit in modern day history of a black woman recording herself apologizing for her behavior.
Literally the most impossible thing. Look, listen. What else is gonna happen?
Jesus will come back to witness that. I'm gonna tell you that.
I got a quick question. Do black women not apologize to y'all? Like, is that
what? Not really. Not really.
That's a whole other show.
That's telling.
Sir, that's a whole other show. That's a show on that.
Oh my goodness. I have a show called The Apology Show or whatever.
Get an apology.
We got women trying to get on the panel all day today. We'll see how many of them try to come up on that day. It's called The Apology Show. Okay. Everybody got to apologize for something they did.
Apology show. Interesting.
Why she CEO, you never did go down for the young lady though.
What happened?
Oh, she never came up.
Oh, no.
Cause CEO never went down.
I feel you, but all funny games for real though. Honestly, just the way that I'm bred, the way that I am, her asking to get on, I would have, if nobody else said something, I would have been the first one to be like, I'll get up for the woman. I would have.
I bet. Let's get the next question going at the bottom. Mr. Rich, I'm gonna bring you up, and I'm gonna drop down. He'll go first. Can modern women, or will they maintain the same wife-like characteristics after they've become a mother? So that's that switch up scenario Israel was talking about earlier. So I'm gonna bring Mr. Rich up.
Wait, repeat that again.
Yeah, the question's down on the stream or on the bottom. I think they will. You know, if you vetted them properly, I would expect them to. And one of the things you have to do when your wife starts having kids is you have to remind them what you guys talked about beforehand, because their natural instinct is going to be towards to focus on the children. And for a certain period of time, you're going to have to relinquish to that, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, especially when the kids need everything. But when they start to pull away from you as the husband and leader of the house and make the kids the focus, then you have to kind of step in, because if you allow that to fester, problems could happen once those kids become a little bit more self-sufficient. Mm-hmm. You don't want to forget that the relationship between you and her is what, you know, if you believe in God, you know, God and all that good stuff makes you feel good when you say it. But the bottom line is your relationship with your wife is the center of your household. Your relationship with your wife is the focus on every external thing that might happen around you. And you have to weigh those things based on how it might impact your relationship. But in general, if your life and your wife and you guys have a collective a plan and you guys are both on focus, the kids almost automatically get taken care of. You know, I mean, if you got a good relationship with your woman, she got one with you, and you guys are moving, the kids are going to move with you. They ain't making no goddamn decisions, right? You know, if you make good decisions, how are the kids going to be harmed? You don't ignore them, but you don't let a wife change who she is just because she has a mother, especially when it comes to sex, because your sex drive ain't going to really change. And I tell people this, I tell men this, listen, well, I'm going to go off on this one. Every so often, you got to be able to say, hey, if the woman's not in the mood, you can't force her. But if you really need it, if she's a good woman, she'll give you an angry hand job. You get the angry hand job, you know, and then you all satisfied. You go back to your roles later on and shit. So I'll make it up to you, baby. But she ain't letting you out of the house with blue balls. You know, so, you know, and women are, you know, don't ask her to give you the BJ and all that shit. Just ask. She'll scream at you and yell. As a matter of fact, she might curse you out while she's doing it, which will enlighten the whole fucking thing anyway. And then you just move on. That's what I say.
Move on?
And it works.
Move.
I'm gonna coin that. I might copyright that shit. What do you call it? You know, angry hand job. You know, that's what you need.
So we need to ask politely. Hey, please, can I get something today later? Can I schedule a meeting up to the?
Can I get some fellas to volunteer to drop down so we can get the ladies up here? Bathshua and
That's a trigger, Mike.
Callie Bev.
I got you.
You want to come give the female perspective before we head out? I'd like to hear it.
We shame CEO, so CEO is one.
Let me drop down real quick.
And Ruckus is married, so he doesn't need to be talking with women like that.
Callie Bev, come on up. Bathshua, please come on up and give us. We'll retire this particular thing. I want to get this woman perspective in here. But while we're doing that, damn, Mr. Rich took my answers though, because he's right. It is like I don't think men understand, especially a lot of women are not only. This is my ultimate point. A lot of people that aren't married like really struggle with understanding that even though your wife could be raised correctly and be trying to follow the right example, there's so many bad examples out here luring her attention, right? Even women, like I think I've heard you say, Mr. Rich, married women be talking BS to each other because what they're trying to do is be right on one end and then have a split personality and still be kind of in that realm where they're being a friend to their single friend. Like, no, it doesn't work. You have to dedicate yourself. Like I said, we got to draw a line in the sand. Callie Bev, we need to know which version is coming up today. Is it Callie Bev?
It's terrorist 24/7.
Is it terrorist or is it a mix of both? Let us know.
Nah, it's a mix of both. I'm not gonna be a terrorist though. I'm not a terrorist. I'm just goofy.
If that's what you choose to call it, what you got for us?
Whatever. What you call it? As far as which topic? The things going at the bottom?
No, so you've heard what we talked about today. What are your thoughts?
I agree with some of what y'all saying, and I remember not agreeing with some of what y'all was saying. As per usual, our pain is usually the more balanced person that's up there talking. I may not agree all the time, but he's more balanced than most.
So you agree? So you agree? You should ask for angry hand jobs. That's what you're saying.
Angry hand job? No,
Yes.
but I believe that you should whatever it is that you asking for. I'm not gonna say what it should be specifically, but whatever it is that you ask for, you should be asking nicely.
So should we beg for sex?
How is that begging? I don't get it.
So if I go to you and I say, please, Annie, can I have some? Like, is that not begging for sex?
Whatchamacallit? Warm up the engine. Shit.
Oh,
Here we go with the engine talk. Here we go.
Say that again. So why don't you get on your knees while I'm still like trying to
you know vehicles have auto start.
Because that warms up your engine, not mine. What you mean?
Yeah, but hey, aren't you supposed to be? Then it's not God, man, and woman. Like the order, you have to get mine first, and then you get yours. Isn't that the order?
What?
Is she speechless? What's going on?
No, she doesn't understand the order, Freddie. I don't think she's talking about that.
She didn't understand. So why do you get it first? Why don't you warm my engines, and then when I get what I want, then I get yours? Because I'm on the mood. You are the one that's not.
No, see, you coming to me. Your engine is already warm. Warm the engine up, and I won't have to starfish.
Man, these metaphors are fucking killing me. All right, so
no starfish is. I'm confused with what the starfish. What's the starfish?
We on SpongeBob,
I'm not that
Nickelodeon.
grown.
I don't
What's
know
the
what.
starfish?
I got starfish from y'all. The last time one of the other times I was up here.
You get from me. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know who said it, but one of y'all said something about a starfish. I thought that was hilarious because it's just it's just a lay there.
Kali, you know why I don't want to get married?
Why?
Because men with girlfriends never have to beg for sex.
Oh, damn.
Wow.
It's such a true
Yeah, but men with girlfriends don't have responsibilities as husbands and wives. So what are you talking about?
And she doesn't have the responsibility, and she still sucks my dick on demand. So go figure.
Golly.
Well, then don't get married then.
I'm just saying.
If you think that's what the marriage is all about, and it's nothing else outside of that bubble, then go for it. If that's all you're looking for, if that's all you need.
Kelly,
What's up?
imagine me elevating you and giving the biggest honor I could give to a woman, and now I have to beg for it. Imagine that, right? When you are nothing to me, you are willing to do whatever I want. But as soon as you get the name and the status, now you want to negotiate. Sounds like a good deal to me.
So it's not about negotiation. It's more about, you know what I'm saying? Everybody, you ain't gonna be in the mood 24/7. What you talking about?
Well, see, Cali Bear, that's why I said that, the AHJ. That's where that comes in.
It's not when it comes to marriage, it's not wait. And when it comes to marriage, wait. If you live in biblically, hold on, Mr. Payne. If you live in biblically, then you know that it said the husband is not supposed to deny the wife, and the wife is not supposed to deny the husband, except for a time, which we know that's that monthly time. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, the wife ain't supposed to deny the husband because her body is his.
No, I don't
okay, so if I'm supposed, it's okay. So if you don't need nothing else but just that, then I'll just lay there like a starfish.
All right.
Okay, what the hell is a starfish? God
no.
When you just lay there like this.
Now I gotta change the subject. Now I've heard starfish twice. Bathshua, how you doing? What do you got to say on what you've heard so far?
What up, Jay Prince?
What's up? Who's that said that? Callie?
I'm
sorry, can you all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
That's good. How are you? I'm good.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. From what I've been hearing, I pretty much side with you men. As I've said in the chat, I think a lot of us as a woman collective, we're out of order. We don't want to submit. We think cooking and cleaning is slavery. This has been going on for like decades, where we have been more or less taught and encouraged and convinced that we are better than our men, that we're better, that we are superior, and that they need us, we don't need them. And apparently you guys are listening, so a lot of y'all are checking out, and it's nobody's fault but ours.
And just for the people in the back, you're married, right?
I am.
So you've already been picked. You're not a pick me. You've already been picked, right?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Okay. We appreciate you, sis. Thank you.
All right. I really want to hear this one. PH
No, you
Diva,
don't.
how
You don't want to
doing,
hear
sis? How you doing, sis?
How are you, Trigger Mike?
I'm good. I'm good.
Hey.
I just want to do a quick advertisement for these icebreaker duos with the watermelon. This shit is good. All right, but you go ahead.
Okay. Well, so I only recently came into the show. First off, let me say that I'm amazed at the fact that some of these men have the time to just day in and day out spend 4, 5, 12 hours on panel to panel just talking about whatever. So, I didn't even work today, but I still, had to get a hairdo, had to get my eyebrows threaded. Like, who has the time? So anyways, that's that. But So, Fatty, you were saying
rich niggas.
I was about to say entrepreneur.
No. But the thing is, even if you don't work, I didn't work today, but I still have other things to do. So if you the rich nigga, then you should still have other things to do than sit up on here. Like if you have real people in your life, you'll be talking to them, not up on panels.
You want to eat every day with us.
I am
Certainly
not.
You are one of us. What the hell are you talking about?
Because the last time I was on the panel was last Friday, because that's when I don't work. Thank you.
But you were listening though.
You know, I will say,
honey, I have things to do.
I will say though, YouTube is a male space, and most of the people you see on here make money off of YouTube. So
right.
No, Trigger, she has a PhD. Forget about it. She has a real job. Not like she's not like that. She has a real job. She has a real job.
Besides beating up the men, say what you got to say about the subject. How about that?
That wouldn't be like her, Mr. Payne. She like to beat up on the men
she's going to attack me. Don't worry, we got you. We got
I don't have to beat up on anyone. I just made an observation. And Mr. Payne, I'll get to it when I get to it. Nobody stops you when you go on a 15-minute diatribe. So, miss me. But I did want to ask. So, Daddy, you said you don't want to get married. Here goes Israel. So much to talk about. So, Fatty, you said you don't want to get married. So, does that also mean you don't want children?
I hold myself the right to change my mind, but for now.
Okay. Or about getting married.
No, if I get married, it's because of children. It's not because of woman.
Okay, so if you decide to have children, then you would get married. Is that what you're saying?
I'm getting the cow for free. I don't need to buy it. When I want to have kids, I will get married because the best way to raise kids is with a woman on the house. So that's what I'm going to do. It's not because of the woman or the marriage.
You weren't expecting that. You weren't expecting that. Don't lie.
Yeah, it's because
we've counseled him on such matters.
No. I was just trying to find out, because this was the first time. Actually, no, I think I did hear him say once before that he didn't want to get married, but he didn't mention children. So I just wanted to know, like, okay, is he saying he doesn't want to have children or what? So about the rest of the topic, from what I heard earlier, you all were saying something about, like, is the modern woman, I guess, ready to be a wife? And then there was a question about the modern
does the modern woman have wife qualities? That was the
wife qualities.
And then it was ready to be a husband. Yep.
Oh, okay. So it was about qualities. Okay, for the women. Okay. Okay, so I would think, so different men would want different things in a wife. So I would assume that many modern women would have.
Well, you know what? So the reason we went through the first thing is about wife qualities. So dedicated, exclusivity, treatment of the family, femininity, gracious, modest. It's actually men don't want different things in their wife. Their wives actually have the same qualities. So it like literally. No, other than superficial things, like men, for the women they choose as wives, want it's like in the same realm. All positive, dealing with rearing of children and the representation of the family in the community. You're going to hear gracious, courteous, all that type of stuff. So men actually want the same woman to put a rock on. The woman they're going to bed with is a different story, but to put a rock on, that's why we did that first. Every man said everything in the same realm.
Really? Because I know plenty of wives who will cuss people out in public. And so when you say gracious, I'm like, or whatever y'all. I'm sorry.
Well, I would also say ask their husband if they agree with them doing that, or if they're even doing it around their husband.
Yeah, but they still married them. Like, a woman's not going to behave like that in public, and the man don't know nothing about it, right? So if you married that woman, then you're consenting to that type of behavior. You can't be too opposed to it because you married her, correct?
Yeah, did y'all hear that, fellas? That is why. Did y'all hear that?
That's why
she could have been a chameleon prior to marriage. She could have been putting on a front. Okay, so that's still no excuse to embarrass your husband at all. None.
You can't put on no front for no years at a time.
Right,
not that hard. Not that hard where she a whole nother person. Nah.
Well, it all depends on how long they were engaged, how long their courtship and their engagement was before they married. But the point is, if he didn't see, in some ways I agree with PH Diva. If he didn't see the signs prior to him putting the ring on it, then yes, it's his fault. But other than that, if she didn't put on a front, then
Lots of different types
that
of
was
women
false
end up being
advertising.
wives. So, and then y'all also mentioned, well, somebody, I think it might have been Fatty, was saying something about would these women be happy with like a 2-bedroom apartment. And so y'all want all these qualities in a woman, but then she got to settle for like the bare minimum, you know?
So
How is that
what do you
settling?
mean? So what do you
How is
mean is
a
bare
2-bedroom
minimum?
apartment settling? It's
What do you mean?
shelter.
Hold on,
So
let her.
that's not the
We
bare
gotta let her
minimum.
explain it. What does bare minimum mean?
That's not the
Well,
bare
so
minimum.
what I'm saying, so if you're married to someone, you know, the way that most people in this country build wealth is through marriage, but they're, you know, purchasing homes. So home ownership, I don't want to be in an apartment. I want a home, you know, so y'all talk about generational wealth, but you aren't building that in a 2-bedroom apartment.
Well, PhD, but you got to go by statistics. Yes, you're absolutely right. The first thing is that's how people build wealth is through marriage. Now, the other way is that the modern woman, a woman needs to be able to live under what, if you want to stay home, because that's usually where this goes. If you want to stay home, rest and relax, let's be real. Most women will not do that because they don't want to live under what their man can provide at that time. There's nothing wrong with the man that makes a certain amount of money if he is in an established structure. So what you're about to bring up is that on day one, when a man marries you, he cannot buy you a big ass house. 90-something% of men cannot do that. 90-something% of men cannot do that.
So what do you want, PG?
Then,
What's his average for you?
Hold on. So the funny part about it is that this is why married people need to speak more on these topics. The first 5 years you're married is a very trying time. If both of you are working, you don't qualify for any public assistance. So let's say, like me, I had 2 kids. That's $2,000 in childcare. I won't doing shit. I won't doing shit extra. Okay. Now one of them is in pre-K. The next one coming off next year. I get to go buy my big ass Yukon Denali Ultimate that I've been wanting for like 2 years because that bill is off of our house. We can go buy a bigger house now with an extra $2,000 a month. You see, this is the progressive.
Right, but you had a home. Okay, Denali isn't a necessity.
No, this is what I'm saying.
That's
There's
a
a
luxury.
progressive scale in which people move, and nobody is really giving credence to that on these panels. It's like married day one. This is the way it's supposed to be. The people who stay together and that bond you're looking to build is actually built during those periods of your marriage. It's not struggle, it's humble. Literally, you went to college, you went to college, both of you have debt, both of you are working to pay it off, you're waiting for your first promotions. This is real life stuff and what most couples are going through.
Mike, you don't think PhD understands that? She understands. She's just throwing this shit out there.
She's just fighting for it.
She understands that 100%. Come on. You know, if you're gonna marry somebody, let me tell you, when I got married to my wife, she moved into my apartment, and like I said, I had squirrels in the fucking thing at the top running around, and then she didn't say anything. And then I said, okay, it's time for us to leave, right? Because of that. So then we upgraded. And then, we kept upgrading until we bought the home we wanted to live in. And by the way, PhD, she picked a home. It just had to have the criteria I was looking for because I was going to pay for it, but she had to be the one to be happy with it. So those are the kind of things that were just intuitive to me about what you're going to do with your wife.
And before you respond, let's be honest about this, right? This is the problem with delusion of woman. Most couples reach financial freedom at 50. Like their goals is at their 40s and 50s. My parents only owned their house at 50, only started to get real big bucks when they were older because they sacrificed 30 years together. You guys want that shit on year 5. And if that shit is not on year 5, on year 7, I'm going to bounce because I know I'm going to be compensated by it. So
never building that in many instances. That's the issue. So when the housing market crashed, and actually Black home ownership is still at a historic low, but it declined the most for married Blacks. So let's not pretend like even if they married 30 years that we building all this generational wealth to pass down to our children. That's typically not happening, right? And so many couples is be in the 2-bedroom apartment for a very long time. You know what I mean?
What's the
Where's your proof of that? Where's the sources for that?
No, but
No, I understand. I understand. If you're saying, if you're talking about the housing market where everybody was getting home loans, they were getting them at a higher rate. That's Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae. That was a homeowner initiative that the president signed off of. And what happened was
but
a lot of
that's not what
people.
I'm talking
Wait.
about.
A lot of people, when they lost
Home
that wealth,
ownership
it
is
was a
still
lot of.
at a historic low
I get
for
it.
Black
I get it.
people. And
This is why.
over 10 years later, 15
this
years
is why.
later.
This
right?
is why. This is why.
It doesn't matter. Even the
Yeah, it
marriage
does matter
couples
why.
declined the
Hold
most
on,
went down.
Diva,
So if these men
hold on, PH Diva.
The reasons why matter. When this economy tanked and a whole lot of people lost their jobs, they lost their homes. So yeah, Black people lost a lot of wealth. They lost over $1 billion.
There's two reasons for that, actually, PH Diva.
So-
Home ownership is not a single person's exercise. It is a married couple's exercise. Men, especially men who make more money than women, do not buy homes to live in. They'll more likely buy them for investment properties. Only about 14% of women, because y'all just love to stunt, who have enough money buy a home, and only 9% of men do, even though they make more money than women. Homes are I live in literally a community of 6,000 homes. There are barely any single people here. Barely. So married people buy homes. It's not as the rate of marriage goes down, the rate of home buying will go down. The rate of marriage is the lowest in the Black community. So you will not see home ownership.
A lot of people don't realize home ownership is owning a home is a liability. It's not necessarily an asset.
Literally, how many women? I'm sorry to cut you off. How many women do you think my children? I got to throw away this damn rocker thing because they rocked into the wall and bust a big ass hole in the wall. Now that my son is, who wants to fix that? I got to fix that myself, right? So people ain't gonna buy homes for that reason.
I have
got a hole in
several
my wall
homes,
right
and
now
I just have
that
to
we
call
hadn't been
somebody
in the
to
house
make
for
those
2 years.
repairs.
I got a hole in my wall right now for the kids
pocket.
playing.
So
Most
Diva,
people would rather call the maintenance man. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, so Diva,
It is easier, certainly easier.
Diva, but what do you want still? Because that's the thing, right? If you are not okay with people like living on 2-bedroom apartments, like, are we pretending that like single women are living on better conditions and accumulating more money? Because most of single women, they literally are like one pay. Not most people, but especially single women are one paycheck away from being like on the street. So where do you get these? Like, it's between you being on a 2-bedroom apartment with the man that you want and have an extra $1,000 to spend on shit, or you don't have it and be one paycheck away from going to the street. So what
Those
is
aren't the only two choices.
So what is the other choice? Can you tell me?
You could own your own home and have $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 to save every month.
I like how you can invent like an entire universe.
Are you telling me the average?
Like you can do that tomorrow.
That's the thing.
Well, 1 second. So are you telling me the average woman is
Not
this
the
woman
average woman.
So
No,
this
not
is
the
a
average
top. Now this is a top of the line. This is a 10 percentile woman that has 4,000. Like, are you really?
No, most people are average and will never be able to afford a house. Like you're talking about the average versus the exceptional and the
so
top
then
earner.
y'all should be okay with wifing the average modern woman. You an average situation. The average woman should be enough for you.
PhD. I got a question to ask you then. Would you agree when you talk about 6 figures and you should 6 figures and better? Would you agree that there's the American standards for what they placed on men?
What do you mean?
Like the European standards saying a real man makes over 6 figures and all this other good stuff that you referencing, right?
I didn't reference 6 figures, but I think you can go to cultures around the world, and it's expected for the men to be providers.
Let's just talk about America, right?
Right, but so everybody expects men to be providers.
Okay, okay, especially because women is hypergamy, right? When they see a man, when y'all see a man, you expect, especially a man to be with and marry, you expect for him to have all of this money and all this shit together, right? Even before the looks, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, can we for the man's perspective, right? Don't get offended. From the man's perspective, according to America's standards, 1, you can't be too dark. 2, you can't be ugly. 3, you can't be fat. So if you all of that, how dare you require a man to be making all this kinds of money. You don't fit none of the American standards like y'all want us to fit it.
So you're saying the average woman who trying to get married is fat, black, and ugly?
The average black woman do not fit the criteria.
What? So the average black woman is fat, black, and ugly. Is that what you're saying?
It's a lot of them.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Just like I said, it's a lot of broke. We willing to accept that it's a lot of broke men.
All right. Before we get into that, because
we willing to accept
Bethany,
that.
Hold on, JP. I can't believe you just said that. All
right.
Right. Come on now. It's not a whole bunch of walking dimes outside.
They are fat.
Everybody ain't thin. There's a lot of them fat. There's a lot of them bald.
Listen. Women are educated.
Hey guys,
have
Mike,
to use the academic term. Yes.
Trigger. Just can I do a side note? Can I say that PhD Diva came on J Prince for President show and said that she wants a man that earns 170K and that she left the man that was taking care of her all the relationship, but as soon as he lost his job, she left him. Can I say that? Because she said that.
Yeah.
She said that. She said that 170.
In my defense, he was Nigerian, and so I shouldn't have to say anything else. But that you know exactly what I mean.
If
how
you
the hell
gain
did this
weight,
turn into a Nigerian?
I'm sorry.
Okay. Let me say me and Diva's in a relationship, right? Diva, the moment you gain weight, that man got the right to divorce you without any pay.
He's gonna be fat too, though. That's what y'all don't understand.
No. That's not the criteria for men. The criteria for women, for men, is for the woman to look good, and y'all criteria for us to be financially stable. So you left your man when he lost his job. So every man that woman that share your beliefs, every woman that gained weight in the marriage should be automatically divorced. You breached the contract, just like you did with him.
If that was discussed, before marriage,
right? But who's having that conversation?
That's the problem. Men is afraid to have that conversation.
Oh, well, that's on y'all.
Men is afraid. Men was taught to suppress what he want out of this marriage deal, and according to our mamas and them feelings, and just because our mama and them might gain a little weight and all this other stuff. So y'all shamed us to accept that.
Oh my God!
But y'all don't want to accept if a man lose his job. Like you didn't. I'm
sure plenty women accept that.
Well, how come you didn't?
Because he was an ass and I needed to get away from him, period. That was just
a lot of women. There's a lot of women who gained weight in the ass.
No, he wasn't ass.
So Mike, wait. What we just have an example of. We just have an example of is what we say. Why the first question: do modern women have the qualities of a wife? Yeah. And I think that this conversation kind of puts a hammer in that nail. It puts it on the perspective.
So, Mike, before you move on, let me ask you
that speaks in volumes, though.
Let me ask you I don't even want to be married to you, so I'm a different type of woman.
We gotta stop being misogynist and let another lady come in.
Oh yeah, Bethany. Yeah, let her go too.
Can I ask a question to Bethany then?
Let us talk first.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello. What's your question?
My question is
what do you got on the topic in general if you've been listening?
On the topic, when it comes down to modern women, are they ready to be wives? Do they have the qualities of being a wife? I would say no. I don't think modern women are willing to sacrifice to be in a committed relationship. As a married woman, as a stay-at-home wife and mother of two, I had to sacrifice. I had to sacrifice my career. I had to sacrifice time with friends, sometimes with time with family. I had to sacrifice certain, not beliefs, but time management. What do I want to do? No, as soon as you become a wife, and especially when you become a mother, it's not about you anymore. When you're a wife, it's about serving him 100%. You give 100% to the relationship. He's giving 100% to the relationship. There is no 50-50 in marriage. And then when children come into the picture, you're putting your husband first, and then you're putting the children second. And people will say, well, as a wife, you got to do for yourself and this and that. Like, no, I'm taken care of because my husband goes to work and provides for this household and gives more and goes beyond our means. So I'm okay. I'm in a safe space. I'm taken care of. Our children are taken care of.
I got a question to ask you.
Bethany, you and I are on the same page, sis. Because that's how it is in our house.
Bethany and Batua, would you guys leave your husband if he lost his job just like PhD Diva did?
No, because he gonna get another one, and he works for himself anyway, so he's not losing a job.
There we go.
Thank you very much.
Because if we can build together, and if we lose it all, we can build again.
Thank you very much.
I want to ask Bethany a question.
Sure.
I'm hearing a lot of these married people when they speak, right? And they say the most good stuff, all right? And when I think about the 70 to 80% of the people, the women that quit those marriages, also said the same thing when they got married. So, is y'all just saying the right stuff just to be publicly correct and want to be looked at like you the good wife and all this other stuff? Because majority of women that got married, the ones that left the marriage, also said all this good stuff while they was in the marriage too. So what is making these women divorcing leaving these marriages? If everything like y'all say, what's making y'all leave? How come y'all in the support of no fault divorces?
I'm sorry, but go ahead, sis.
Oh, I would say for me, I'm secure in my marriage. People leave. I've been married 7 years. Will be 8 years in the fall. But I came from a 2-parent household. My parents been married for 38 years. And women get on these panels and say, oh, even like the talk shows, oh, if my husband cheat, I'm leaving. I'm not leaving if my husband steps out. First of all, if he ever did, I'm going to ask, why? What am I not doing that you felt the need to step out of this household and this relationship to get what you want?
Let's just say, babe, I just got tired. I just wanted some new coochie. Would you be okay with that?
He would. My husband's mature enough to give a better answer. Because I'm sorry, getting some tail, that ain't nothing. Because he getting that at home, so he's not out there looking for anything else.
And since you've been dating, I don't know if you got married right after high school. Have you ever cheated or thought about cheating or?
Yeah, she's going to tell you the truth, J Prince. Of course she is. Come on, J.
As a married woman, no, I have never. I have never.
It's like asking me.
When you in my early 20s and you got your little team, you doing what you want to do. But I had to mature past that. I literally cut off male friends. I cut off social media. I don't know.
I don't know if he's J. Prince froze. So this is the thing about good examples about women, right? And about good examples about men that are married. If you guys tell us the truth and is like an honest reality, we don't believe you. And if you tell, oh no, like there is no information that I can get from a married woman and a married man, because as soon as I go to them and I say, have you ever thought about cheating? Did you guys ever fought each other? Are you guys happy? They will always going to give you the answer, the correct answer.
That's not true.
Well, no.
Are you sure, Mr. Payne? Are you sure?
I was saying.
Okay, so let's test this. Okay, so let's test this, Mr. Payne, Bethany, but I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your name.
Batua.
Right? Any of you three already cheated on your spouse or thought about it?
Not at all.
No, not at all.
And I would never fathom doing that at all.
So you see what I'm talking about it? And like the answer is always going to be this: either you are telling the truth and I believe you, or you didn't, but you don't want to embarrass your spouse.
Well, if whether or not you choose to believe us, that's on you.
Wait. I think because I think I know where he's getting at. I think I know what he's trying to say. Like Batsua, you've never. How long have you been married? I'm sorry.
My husband and I have been together for 7 years, but we've been married for 2.
Okay.
Another difference is that we're an older couple. So I met my husband at the age of 39. So we're older.
Okay, but what he's asking is during the whole time of your marriage, you being with him, we know that you haven't cheated. I guess the question is,
Yeah,
during your entire
never.
marriage, have you ever at least thought about it at all or conceived
No.
it?
No.
So never,
Never
so
at
you, so you never was tempted, felt attraction to another man, thought that man. So this is what I'm talking about, right?
So wait, this is what he's
Even if
talking
it's
about.
true,
That's what
Look,
he's talking about.
I've answered your
Women,
question. It
no,
sounds
it's
like you
That
don't
only
want
goes
to
for the
believe
women.
me.
So y'all just want to ask the
Hey
women.
guys,
Well,
no, it's
let's not conflate things,
Hey
though.
guys, it's not about that. 1 second. I'm not trying to shame you, right? But imagine that I'm a criminal, and you guys come to me and say, "Ferry, have you ever committed crimes?" I say, "No, crimes me. Of course not. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I don't have incentive to tell the truth. I will lie because I want to protect myself, and I'm not going to say I am a criminal." So when we are having these conversations with married people, unfortunately, they have to lie or they are going to tell me the correct answer because either they are lying and they want to protect their partner, or they are telling the truth and they are truly happy. So I can't discern between one or the other.
Yeah,
You
but
always
that's
going
not
to
their
have.
problem, though,
But why
Fat.
can't we be
But
truly
why
happy,
can't we just
though?
take our word for it?
So,
If we
So
say
why
that we're
can't we
happy
just
and
be
we're not
truly
going to
happy?
cheat,
let
we're
me
not going
ask
to
you.
do it. It's just
Yeah,
that
let
simple.
me tell you what. Let me tell you why. The same reason we did more than 100 panels. I've been in probably 1,000 panels on the last year, and every time we ask about body count to a woman, she never tells more than 5. It's always less than 5.
That's not the same.
Okay, but
Every single
those
time.
are single women you're talking about. We're married, so we're off of that. We're out the market. That doesn't apply to us.
Exactly.
Actually,
But
no,
if
but
you've
but
done
you,
it
you
in
guys,
the past, you're gonna do it in the future.
you guys are
I thought
missing
once
completely
it's
the
always
point.
not.
You're
No, brother, you're not asking a fair question.
no,
You know, 'cause
actually no,
you're going in telling people you ain't going to believe them.
no,
That's it. That's what you're saying.
Mr. Payne, you
You're
are missing.
Who's
saying
gonna
that
believe
if
a
they
thief?
don't answer, wait a minute, Fatty. You're saying if they
Payne, who's
don't
gonna
answer
believe a
to
thief?
your satisfaction, you're not going to believe
No,
them.
no, Mr. Payne, you are missing. Mr. Payne, you are missing the point. I'm taking the onus of responsibility of you guys because we are always going to think that you are bullshitting us because the answer is always the same. It's not about you, it's about us. Yeah, it's about the single guy. It's not about you, it's about us. Like, but if I ask you, hey, Mr. Payne, have you ever fantasized of another woman during your marriage?
You goddamn fucking right.
That's the
Yeah.
thing. You see, but if I ask this to a woman, 99% of women are going to say
You
no.
know what? You asked that.
Okay, look,
Am
I
I
can
lying?
answer this question. We
That's
have
what
celebrity people. I think as married people, do we see other people can be attractive? Sure. But that's not saying I'm leaving my marriage to go be with somebody.
That wasn't the
No,
point. That wasn't the
Exactly.
point. What you just said,
Yo,
what
we
you
gotta
just
do
said,
one at a
that's what he
time.
was trying to get to.
Yo,
You at least
we gotta
find
do
people
one
to.
at a time. We gotta
Oh,
do
I'm
one
sorry.
Of
Well,
course,
at least he was.
you're going to find people attractive.
I think that's
You
what
know,
his.
you're
Yeah, but
not
he
going
didn't
to
even
bump
ask
every second
attractive.
you're
He asked,
married.
would you step out
But
on
that
your
doesn't mean you're
marriage?
going to
Right,
cheat
but I
on
think
someone.
you're married. I think if you're married for a long time, yeah, you find other people attractive. Yeah, you have celebrity passes, and you can talk about it with your significant other. No, he's not saying because you had that you're going to cheat, but he's saying just be. What he's saying when he asks married people who are quote unquote in happy relationships, we ask you, okay, well, you ever thought about stepping out? And the answer is no, but yeah, you find other people attractive. I think that's what he was trying to get to. Hey, our pain was kind of direct. Yeah, I thought about being with other women, but am I going to do it? The answer is always going to be no, and it should be like that. But that's the kind of answer I think he was looking for from women.
He should have said that.
Well,
Yeah, he should have asked that. That's not what he asked.
I know, but that's why I said I know
right. He
what he's
asked
getting at.
deliberately. I'm like, no, I ain't crazy.
I know what he's getting at.
If we would cheat and we told him no, and he's like, it's almost as if he doesn't believe us, as if we're married chameleons. That's the vibe that we got off of him.
You guys became defensive because, for example,
no, it's not about becoming defensive. We answered your question, but it's almost as if you don't believe us because we answered it the way you didn't expect it to.
No, lady, it's fine. I put that on me, right? Again, okay. I put it on me, not about you guys. But this is an honest fact. Like they did a study, like 60% of women have work husbands, right? Like they did a study about that. But if you go and ask to every woman, do you have a work husband? Do you feel attraction to a man that is on your job? 99% of women are going to say no, never. I have only eyes for my baby. You see what I'm talking about? It's not that
I work at home.
It's not.
I work hybrid, and I keep myself to myself when I'm at work. So
even when I was in the office, I work around a bunch of women. Ain't no men up there anyway. Even if I wanted one.
And all of a sudden, we got 3 defensive answers.
Defensive
answers or just answers?
I think I was more
Oh my
defensive than the
goodness.
lady.
Well, let me say this. I will say this. My husband and I keep a very open line of communication with each other. So we're able to sit down with each other and not argue and say, you know what? How are you feeling? Do you feel like we don't spend enough time together? Do you feel like we need to change environments a little bit? Do you feel
Yes.
that attention has been on the kids? We
Yes.
have those conversations on the regular. Because
Yeah.
my husband travels. Guess what? My husband is a man of high integrity. When we started having kids, which was immediately, I stopped my job right after maternity leave, and we were on the road with him. He loves being a family man. He can go get the money, but also wants to come home to be in bed with his wife. He doesn't want to be in hotels by himself. That's for integrity purpose, but also like I'm gonna be up under my wife. I'm not trying to be gone for 2 weeks on the road without my wife. But I can appreciate that, and he appreciates that. He wants to see his kids. So it says like, we're not trying to live these separate lives. And we made a commitment when we first got married. Was like, look, these next couple of years, it's gonna be about us. We're not trying to have. I've never gone girls trip since I've been married. We're not doing these happy hours. We're not doing. I'm shooting pool with the boys on a regular. No, we kind of all up under each other, and he works from home, so we literally are with each other 24/7, unless he has to go out of town for work. But that's for us. That strengthens our relationship. Do we give each other space? Yes. I don't have to be up under him watching TV all the time. It's like, oh, you watching your show? Okay, I'm gonna go upstairs to the office. Not a big deal. But the whole idea of we don't give each other the opportunity to want to cheat or want to just leave the marriage.
So, wait,
Exactly.
Bethany. So again, I'm not trying to get anybody. I'm trying to be.
No, you're fine.
I'm trying not to be the messy fatty, right? I'm trying not to
You're
be
fine.
Let me add one thing. You know what? To all you single folks, I'm telling you, it's not that difficult to be monogamous. It really isn't. You know, if you
It's
have
really
the
not.
right kind of relationship, especially for a man, right? I had my 20s and stuff, just like some of the women had their 20s. It's not as difficult as you really think to be monogamous and true to the person that you want to be with, especially if you weigh the things you could lose.
What if you look good?
Well, let me just kind of finish this. And for men also, I'm 64. Right.
Yes.
But somewhere around, 40 years old, you go through a sexual transmutation as a man where you're not spending all your energy trying to get laid. You're using that shit for more useful purposes. And more men need to go through that transformation because, even if you're not married, at some point you got to understand, even if you want to have sex, it has to be weighed on what is the outcome.
Did you marry on your 40s?
Is it worth it? Is it worth it?
Did you got married? Did you got married there on your 40s?
That transformation. Listen, if you do make that transformation, what option do you have to pick from? Because most of these women out here want to be, toxic. They think.
Well, if I'm married, if you're not married, you don't see. Anybody else? Let me just say this real quick.
If I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Payne. I didn't know you had more.
Toxic behavior definitely has been pushed out here in the public. That's on the pedestal. Toxic behavior.
Let's not put these on woman. Let's put these on Mr. Payne. You said that
as a man, let me tell you. Listen, because you have to cherry pick through the field to find the kind of women you want.
Yes.
That's what the modern times have brought, right? But to say there's no women out there that's marriageable, that's not true. It's just not freaking true. If you spend a lot of time in this fishbowl and this echo chamber that's the internet, you might believe that. But the truth of the matter is there's still women out there that's salvageable. I mean, they just are.
Right.
And you might have to go through the numbers to get to the one you want. But a lot of men waste time because they know you as a man, whether a woman you want to have a relationship with or a woman you just want to smash. And a lot of guys spend time with the women they just want to smash and move on, as opposed to, hey, this woman is not marriageable. Let me go to the next one, but you ain't spending a whole lot of time. She didn't answer the right questions. You know what? I have to forego getting laid with this one because I don't have the time to waste anymore. And a lot of men don't do that. They don't want to let go of any goddamn thing. Oh, I got to end here. It takes time to get smacked. For men, it takes time and energy to get laid.
Mr.
Right?
Penn,
And
at what age?
If you spend a lot of time trying to get laid, you're not really looking for what you really want because you're just trying
At
to
what age
smash.
did you got married, Mr. Payne?
Most men ain't out here trying to get laid. Not everybody.
At what
I didn't say everybody, but the
at
guys
what
was-
age did you got married, Mr. Payne? At what age did you got married?
I was 28 or 29, something
So
like that.
you are saying that you went 20 years having these urges about other women, right? Because you told us.
I've been married for 35 years. I have had urges from day one. Let me tell you.
Mr. Payne, before you go, because I want to remember what you said, right? You said only at 40 we stop to be looking around and all that. So I wanted to know when you got married.
Only at 40. I said somewhere
so Mr.
around
Payne,
30s
22 to 40s. There's like 20 years.
Sexual transportation. Yeah.
So
but
what
are
were you
trying to
doing
push
those
your
20
point?
years, Mr. Payne? Can you elaborate, please?
Okay, say your question again so I can
What
understand.
was you doing? Like, if you really believe in what you said, and I'm using your words, not mine.
Yeah.
What were you doing between 22 and the 40s?
No, you misunderstand what I try to tell you. Okay, no, well, hold on now. You asked the question, let me answer it. I'll give you the before 40 and after 40.
Absolutely.
But look, here's my thing. When a man comes to me and we're talking, he's not married, he says, I want to get this shit out of my system, right? And he might still be in his 20s. I said, let me stop you right there. If you're wired to have a lot of women and you're wired to have sex, you don't ever get that shit out of your system. You have to make a choice not to fuck around. Excuse me, y'all. So it's a choice. And so when I was 28, 29, before that, I was looking for a wife. I wasn't, listen, I used to.
Didn't you say you were married at 22?
Well, let me finish. So
you said you were married at 22?
29. He said 29.
29. Okay, I apologize. My bad. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So let me also say that besides being married, regardless if you're married or not, if you're a man on your purpose, at some point in your life, other things got to become more important to you than getting laid. At some point, it's usually later in life. And so a lot of guys got to go to, okay, let me give you an example. Ime Udoka, the CEO, the coach of the Boston Celtics. He's got his ass kicked because he had an illicit sexual relationship. And everything he got, he deserved. Because there's no way a 45-year-old man should be stroking a chick that works in his employ. He could have had, this guy's 6'8", he's a multi-millionaire. Why are you going to give the bag away just to get laid? We all know what it means to get laid. Oh shit, it might last 15 minutes, might last an hour. None of that shit's worth what he gave up. And at 45 years old, how the freak you still doing some shit like an 18-year-old man would do?
Because he can. Because he's 6'6" millionaire.
But you missing my point. He should.
No, that's you ask why.
He should have known better.
You ask why, and I told you why. Because he can. He's a 6'6"
because he
millionaire, famous person.
He hasn't sexually matured.
Yeah.
You know, he could have went to a prostitute. He could have went to anybody outside the Boston Celtics organization. He left them open to millions of dollars worth of lawsuits. He did all kinds of stupid shit that a child would do.
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Payne, sounds that you don't recriminate his actions about cheating on his woman. It's more about the fact that he's more about the fact that he got caught. He could go to a prostitute. He could do this and that.
He wasn't married to Nia Long.
Yes,
so I don't consider that shit cheating.
So what you are saying is
that's one thing.
He was unmarried.
They live on different coasts. You think Nia Long really worried about him sticking his wick on some women? She's a starlet. She don't give a shit about that.
Don't get caught.
The only reason was that he embarrassed her. That's the only thing that mattered to her. Not just because he got laid. She knows what he's doing out there. Come on.
So what you're saying is don't get caught, right? That's what you're saying.
No,
I go on this little tirade because that PhD.
I wouldn't worry about that. At least you have experience in marriage. I mean, I messed up mine, married, divorced, but I'm looking at this new question that God described the ideal wife in 2023. I've been thinking about that. Like, how does one answer that question? Because that's just, I don't know what's up.
That's what I was wondering.
You know what, the 2023, the 2023, listen, the nature of men and women hasn't really changed. Just the influences on that, but the natures underneath is still the same. I think people make it just complicate a lot of this stuff because of the fishbowl that we're in. A woman's a woman, as a man is a man, and so yeah, there's outside forces and all that kind of stuff. But you got to wade through it, man. We got married women on this panel. Look at Kelly Bev. She talks like she ain't married, but her husband probably spanks her every goddamn night to bed. And she's happy. So I'm just the other married woman up there. So, I think we complicate things a little bit too much.
Maybe.
I don't talk like I'm married, Mr. Payne. Stop it.
What were we saying, Millionaire Trader? What were we saying?
Mr. Payne ain't realizing that these women out here ain't the same as back in his time. We dealing with a totally different type of woman. What you was dealing with, Mr. Payne?
It's not a totally different type of
woman.
Wait a minute. I will say that there is social media influence. I can't get around that at all whatsoever.
There is truth to that. There's truth.
2012, probably a little bit before that. Soon Facebook came around, and the Facebook thing started rolling, and then Twitter came around, and then Instagram came around. The whole world changed at that point.
There is truth to that.
I would say it started with the AOL chat rooms. Once you were able to load up a profile picture in the AOL chat rooms, it was pretty much a wrap after that.
No. Because in 1998 there was ICQ, and you can send picture files. So I go back that
I don't
far.
know.
All right, I go back.
Yeah, I graduated in '98.
No,
I graduated in '98.
I'm back in Windows 95.
I don't know nothing about no ICQs.
No. When internet was available at your school, I was the nerd in computer class, dialing up. Did the first chat room was the chat house, Cloud9. I remember everything about the technological era. I was in it. I became a software engineer as a result of it. So yeah, there was like so from Mr. Payne's point of view about how things weren't this way and how he was able to come up and find himself an actual wife. This is before this has to be before all of this came out, all technology came out and turned things all to hell.
It's a different time.
Well, I wouldn't even say it turned everything all to hell because we just had our version of the same thing. Right. That's all.
Right. Technology definitely burnt the house down.
It did. Because I think I can remember a childhood where 98% of my day was spent outside. And there wasn't a computer, there wasn't a video game, there wasn't anything. There were bicycles, there were rocks, there were sticks. Neighbors knew each other. You can spend a night at your friend's house on the weekends. Ain't nobody it was a completely different universe than what we occupy today.
What put us in the house, because my brother grew up with Atari, okay? My brother was born in 72. So he grew up with Atari. But the difference was when I was a kid, we were still going outside, but then kids started coming up missing, and it pretty much scared everybody from letting their kids play outside. Next thing you know,
I remember the milk carton. Mm-hmm. Have you seen me? I remember that. But,
right. It scared everybody to bring their kids in the house, so everybody stopped playing outside. And then they had some other little serial killer people in different cities or whatever. Everybody brought their kids in the house. Now we're all sitting in front of computers.
I really do think people need to be part into a community where people are offline.
Let me just add this. Don't you think that change is evolutionary? And you evolution and then adjustment, right? Because really the change between men and women, the dynamic really started when a man invented the birth control pill, right? That was the beginning of almost everything, right? When women start to have discretion on how they were going to have sex. And so maybe we can predict where we are now, but there's always an adjustment. So we have to just adjust to where we are now. But that's just enough of what I say. Go ahead, somebody else speak.
And I'll just say this. I mean, even though, I'm the tail end of Gen X or whatever, my husband and we met when I was freaking 20 years old. He was 22 years old. it's still, even though we had our technology, we had the AOL chat rooms and the MySpace and all that kind of stuff like that, we still met. It's just our version of the same crap that we have going on now. It's the same kind of influences.
It's not the same.
It's not the same. It's not the same.
And the only thing is now is that the 666, 6 feet, 6
No,
feet thing, it just sounds good on the internet.
Wait. It's more than that.
Because if that was the case, then all the women wouldn't be sitting with Pookies and Ray Rays like y'all be talking about.
No, Kelly, it's not the same. For example, you comparing. Millionaire, give me just 1 second. For example, you comparing i5 or whatever, like a social media of like 10 years ago with social media that have algorithms to get you addicted to shorts, addicted to TikTok, addicted to, you spend 1 hour like going through shorts and you say, what the hell am I doing? You have instant gratification. You have an Explorer page brainwashing you into making your lives miserable because everybody's going to Dubai, having awesome houses, have awesome bodies while you're median. You have constantly bombarding of advertisement. You have constantly people on your DMs trying to all at you about the game is we are the same, completely but different. Our brains didn't like they can keep up with the amount of attention and with the amount of how do you call it, the
attention span.
Yeah. We right, but we had our version of it. Is all I'm saying. We had our version of it. It just steps up from. It's just a different problem for a different generation.
We did not spend entire hours or half a day in front of a computer in 95, in 2005. In 2015. It is only now that the computer is now in your pocket and it is with you everywhere you go. That is a big difference from 1995 or from 2005. We didn't have any of that.
I just said it's a stair step. It was a big problem for our generation at the time. It's a big problem for this generation at this time. That's all I'm saying. It's just stair steps. That's all it is, because we still used to going outside. So the shock from having to go, so the shock from being outside to in front of the computer and messing around in these different chat rooms and everything like that, because you still get your instant gratification from that. That was something new too, being in them chat rooms and chatting with 50 different other people and everything like that, watching that stuff scroll up. Then you got instant messenger through AOL and all that kind of stuff. You are tripping, right? It's the same thing. I'm not tripping. It's the same thing. The only difference is that they started out on this generation. They started out not being outside. They already started in the house. So that's their adjustment. They have to adjust to that. That's all that I'm saying. It's their steps.
So let me ask you this.
No, that's two different things, man.
What type of relationship do you think is more lasting? The relationship where the dad and the mom go to work, they don't know about each other for the whole day because they don't have WhatsApp, Messenger, they are not bombarding each other with information. Where are you? I got to the house. Oh, I'm going to the supermarket. What is the relationship that you think is more the lasting one? The one where you separate yourself from your wife and you have time to miss her, and you see her at the end of the day and you are happy to see her again because you didn't see her for 8 hours? Or the relationship where since the beginning of the day until the end of the day, you guys are in constant communication, you guys are always talking, so it seems like you never got away from each other? Which one?
Why are y'all talking to each other through social media at work? Number one. But our equivalent would have been the pager and the two-way. That would have been our equivalent. You page, you supposed to call back.
Yeah,
that would have been our equivalent.
In 3 hours.
It doesn't take 3 hours to call somebody back. And there was payphones back then too. So you better have a quarter to call me back.
Let's use this as an example. Let's use this as an example. Go ahead.
I have a question real quick. So y'all trying to tell me the internet and Facebook and Instagram have not affected relationships?
Absolutely.
Oh my gosh.
They did.
Oh my God, that's not what anybody said.
This really an argument.
That is not what anybody said.
But they have.
Callie,
nobody said that it didn't change anything. All I'm saying, all I'm saying, the change is the same ratio. That's all that I'm saying.
We're saying
that's
it's
all
not.
that I was saying.
We're saying
it is the same ratio.
Callie,
ratio is the same.
I mean,
it's literally ratio the same.
Hey, Callie, somebody that got married in the 80s is going
to come with no phone.
Millionaire, give me a second. So, Callie, if somebody got married on the 80s, is going to say things didn't change. I wrote letters to my boyfriend and he wrote back to me. It's just a little bit more. It's completely different. It's from letters to phones, from phones to smartphones, from that is not the same. That is
I
not
just
the
said
same.
the change is to scale. That's what I'm saying. The change is to scale.
Wait. Because I think there is nothing more
on
meaningful.
these platforms. Women been on these platforms, Facebook, Instagram, seeking attention, validation. They be
Millionaire, you are wrong.
Nobody doing that on AOL. Wasn't nobody doing that on my face.
No.
Man, y'all tripping. Y'all full of it on that one.
Because
women were absolutely looking for attention and all of that kind of stuff on AOL and in them chat rooms.
But they couldn't do it. You couldn't do it without a picture. You couldn't do it. Okay, wait a minute.
I had a profile picture on AOL. How you gonna tell me you couldn't have a profile picture?
Hang on. You couldn't do it. You couldn't do it to the degree now.
Guys, one mic.
Hang on.
You absolutely could.
Hang on. So we're talking about
Let Millionaire say exactly what he means and what the issue
does he mean?
he really thinks is. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So the issue is, I'm just trying to let y'all know, the internet and Facebook and Instagram playing a major part in these women's lives. If you can't see that, you just go to these women profiles.
Absolutely. We see.
But Millionaire, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question on that point. Do you think that the internet and social media, what impact do you think it had on men? It's not just women, right? We're all living in this same age, right? Not just the women.
Right.
We are too. So, what I'm saying, what impact do you think it has on men? What position has it put us in? We know the women are getting the validation, they're getting the DMs, they're getting all kinds of crazy shit. But what kind of impact do you think it had on us as men? Or so from that perspective, we need to look at that side of it, right? Because is there adjustments to be made on the man's side of it that maintain our masculinity, that maintains us being men and leaders? Like, for example, I push back on shit, right? You hear this thing called toxic masculinity? I got whole pieces on my page where I put a dissertation out there, one page of that. I don't believe that there's any such thing as toxic masculinity.
Me neither.
Matter of fact, the only masculinity that's toxic, now that I changed my mind, now that I got a little adjustment, is when women will masculinity.
I don't agree.
They don't know what the hell they're doing. So men are naturally masculine, and we need to take that back, regardless of the age we're in. We just need to be who the hell we are.
Mr. Payne.
And what I'm saying is, when men just decide to be who they are and forego the fact that you might have to not get laid from the chick that you want because she ain't acting right. And that's one of the things men got to do. Say, hey, listen, I have to move on. So, so the internet age we're in impacted women, no doubt. But what impact did it have on us as men?
We'll sit and react to how they respond.
Mr. Payne, you know what toxic masculinity is?
Hold on.
Is you asking a question to millionaire trader and then answering yourself. That's toxic masculinity, in my opinion.
Let me get in here real quick.
Go ahead.
I think I've heard what most of you guys have said. I'm going to have to strongly disagree, gentlemen. I don't believe women have changed. I think that you got to speak into the incorrect points. If women change, that means there would be a different species of women. Women are generally the same. Social norms have changed. The way we go about meeting each other have changed. The way we go about perceiving relationships have definitely changed. But if women truly have changed, when the internet started being a thing, then that would mean from that point, every woman would be a different species.
They changed.
When I interact with
we're not talking about, listen, bro, come on, you can't come with, that's disingenuous, right?
Hang on. I understand what he's saying. Go, were you finished?
Just let him finish.
Let him finish.
Yeah, let me finish because I can back up my point. We just had Valentine's Day, 2 weeks ago. There was girls outside on dates with roses, with chocolate in 2023. So hold on. If you're going to say women change, then that will mean that in every aspect of how they're pursuing males and the treatment of it will be completely different. Social norms have definitely changed. I will agree with you.
I have proof.
What I was going to say.
Okay, but I have proof that you are wrong. So
I'm listening.
So when daughters used to be young, their dream was, I want to be married, I want to have a wedding, I want to have a, like those are those dreams. They wanted to be princesses, all that. These women don't want that anymore. They are not dreaming with that anymore. They are dreaming about flexing. Like they are dreaming about being a boss bitch. They are dreaming about flexing that Valentine's Day dinners on my Mastros or whatever the name is, the restaurant, on high-end restaurants. They are like, their consumption is what makes me look bad. Not what I want, not what makes me happy, is what makes me look good in front of my friends and my family on IG. So if you tell me,
you're proving my point. You're proving my
no,
point, Patty.
I'm not making
That has not changed.
You're proving my point, Patty.
So let me ask you this: what is the biggest asset for an average woman in 2022 right now, other than her beauty?
The biggest asset always still going to continue to be a man, because even with their expansion, they still need our assistance to be good, to be great.
No,
So
in
that
their
has not
opinion.
changed.
In their opinion, not on our opinion. In their opinion.
You're speaking to my point. Everything you just said is social, bro. That is not the genetic code nor the makeup of a woman. It is still generally the same. All you're seeing is that women are out here exercising their freedom, their options, whatever. That's all you're seeing. And that has never changed. If you look at historical texts,
what changed is their mind. Listen to what changes their mind.
There's a thing.
Ruckus, what were you gonna say, Ruckus? Ruckus, what were you gonna say?
It's social media.
No, I was gonna say that. Yeah, go ahead, Taylor. Go ahead.
I'm not speaking to the fact that they're not being coerced to participate in what is socially normal. But again, if you go back in history, just the mid-century, marriage was a social norm. Courting was a social norm. Everything women do is based on what's occurring in the land. So you're saying,
why the average man don't have a woman though?
No,
why
the average man don't have
a woman right now?
The average,
you know why is that? That's because they're being mind controlled.
No, bro, I can't say that. I interact with men all the time, and I can tell you most men are lacking in confidence and awareness. Most men don't even know how to observe women. Most men can't be around women and assert themselves correctly. I keep saying this continuously. Exactly. Most men could win with women.
What is most? What you considering most?
I'm saying generally speaking, all across the board. Most of the time, guys are not aware, first of all, of how women socialize, what they find attractive, what they deem attractive. Most dudes don't have social awareness, period. They don't even know how to have a conversation.
So True Table, you lost the part where Mike responded to that before, right? It's not that men are socially more awkward than they were before. It's because the standards of women got so high that men are just giving up because they know they don't qualify to those same standards that they have. And let's be honest about it. Right now in 2023, the biggest asset for a woman is her IG. If you ask her what is something that you are not willing to give away, most of them are going to say my IG, because the IG is the door of all options, is where she flexes for her family and her friends, where she posts their trips, wherever. Like, it's like a curriculum, right? Like, my curriculum used to be my biggest asset. I go to a company, I say, hey, it is my qualifications, it is what I did before. Hire me so I can make money, so I can provide for everyone. In 2023, if I have a pop in IG, I will get everything. So you know what it changed on men? Because Payne said what changed on women. This is what changed on men. The difference between the average man and the popping man become dramatically different, right? So the man that has all the clout, has all the clicks, has everything, is going to be even bigger because they have access to women that are in Portugal right now, that are in Spain, that are in Madrid. But on the other side, the average man now is looking miserable because like all women see is high value men. So what they do is they start to compare their normal life with those men's lives, and they have no chance to compete because even the woman want those guys and don't want the average guy. Or if they do.
All right, before y'all get back into it,
go ahead.
Before y'all get back into it, let me get to these
anymore
super chats. Let me get to these super chats.
All
right, y'all, I'm back. Yeah, we're gonna keep this one going. Shoot, this is a good convo. Now that we got the ladies on here, PhD, if I see you in the back, I'm gonna bring you back up.
What did you eat, Trigger?
1 second.
No, I didn't eat a damn thing. Y'all literally, we go through my lunchtime. This is some damn honey roast peanuts. No, I'm a kill. Yeah, you said Mastros. You were talking. I was like, ooh, steak. Help me.
Yeah, I got some stuff I want to touch on after the super chats.
I bet. Dub Will, $5. You don't know who a woman really is till she gets angry or drunk. Damn, that might be facts. Advanced Perception, $2. Drunk girls sound like Gina Martin on medication. You can't, yo, you can't be fat, unattractive, and intoxicated. Never mind, I'm gonna shut up. My man Clement Gray, $5. Appreciate your support. CEO DMP gonna do all that and still get the knocked out of him. Then call the cops and say he tried to sexually harass. Oh, yeah. Clement Gray, CEO DMP is Captain Save a Drunk. Come on, dog. No, we called him out. We called him out on that for sure. JB, $5. Y'all are running a sausage fest up there, brothers. Yep, we got the ladies up here. Appreciate that, JB. JB again. Angry head jobs. Sounds like it might involve some teeth. I think I'll accept the blue balls. Hey, I thought the same thing when he said that.
I said hand job. That doesn't say head job.
Nah, I just feel like angry anything with a woman unless
If you haven't experienced the angry hand job, you don't know.
If she's doing anything, I better have full control. She's gonna break something. These women are a different breed. Daryl Brown, $2. This show killing. Push the likes up. We want to thank everybody. If you're just tuning in, shoot, I seen an influx come in when I was on the road real quick. So welcome to the Trigger Mike Show. We are talking about the topic was how to choose your wife in 2023. Now we got the ladies coming up here talking about the qualities of wives. Are men really husbands? So we're just going over the whole marital dynamic in modern times anyway. All relevant stuff. So Jace, go ahead real quick. Then we're going to get my man Little Black Book in here.
Yeah, for sure. I just want to touch on real quick, something that Fatty said about women wanting, to be a wife and everything. I think they want the wedding, but for the most part, they don't want to be wives, or they haven't counted the cost of what it takes to be a wife. So that's one. And I think, I'm a cybersecurity student. So I kind of can see the relation with that field and how human dynamic works, meaning like every human being, women, men, no matter what, we have our vulnerabilities, right? There's something that can always be exploited. And the thing is that in order to prevent that exploitation, right, those threats, those temptations, you have to have some type of risk mitigation. And that risk mitigation, it involves having to put a lot of work in and a lot of resources in. So what I think Bethany, she ended up leaving. What Bethany was saying in her dynamic of her relationship was that her husband has certain things that he does, certain patterns, certain habits that he does and that she does that mitigate all those risks, where her mind isn't drifting to other people in order to wanting to cheat on him. Same thing for her husband. So they're mitigating all the risk by the habits and the defense system that they're putting into the relationship, right? And so second point is that what's happening nowadays in our day and age, I think we're experiencing an overload of information. The human mind can process information and can process it pretty well and at a high volume. But the thing is that humans weren't meant to know everything. So when you have so much information being bombarded on people, it causes an overload. And what tends to happen now, we're having a high rate of anxiety, high rate of depression. It's kind of like the more you know, the more sorrow that you get, right?
Yep.
And there's a thing too. Social media, it didn't change relationships. I believe it changed how we look at relationship, and it influenced the minds of how relationship actually looks. But it didn't change it, because in order for you to change it, it has to be a choice. It has to be a decision that you make based on the information that you're receiving. So if you're receiving this type of information on social media and it's influencing your mind, and you go about making those changes, that's on you. You can decide whether or not you want to have that information, to apply it or not apply it. So it all goes back on self-accountability. It all goes back to your choice, your decision. You have to analyze everything and be socially aware of what's going on in order for you to move, and also is going to determine the outcome that you're going to receive. So it's all about the end result of what you want. So that's my 2 cents.
So you touched on something just now. So y'all noticed earlier I said you can take everything, literally everything, away from a person except a choice. There have been prisoners of war that will tell you this. It's always the choice. All right, that people end up losing, right? So to what you said, Jace, the truest part of that statement you just made was I read something that basically said people live in too big of populations now. That also gives too much input, right? So we have too much access via the internet and via TV. This actually affects women worse than it does men. This is why we use the term delusion a lot. Women will confirm a lot of their beliefs via TV, via Instagram, and their own group of people in their own school. So when they see all these murderers on TV or on something, they say, oh, there's too many murders. The black men are murderers, because you're supposed to be living in a small group, a small community. And in your group, there are not many murderers. There are barely any. In the group of people that have really affect you, there are barely anybody that does any of these things. But you're getting various accounts of other people in their community groups. Now you want to call all men murderers and thieves. So it really affects women. For some reason, I don't think men suffer as bad from the delusion part of that. That's why we usually hear women confirming their own talking points on here and be like, all men are cheaters. All men are no, you're just watching cheaters. They're going to every different city and looking at those individual cheaters in those community groups. You know it makes sense, Callie Bev. Untwist your face. You know
because I hear the same stuff from men in these spaces too, that majority of women are hoes. I hear the same thing on the other end.
All right, so I don't want to get canceled, but I can make a pretty strong case.
You see what I'm talking about? All I have to do is just pick out 2-3 of my friends to affirm the same thing.
So Callie Bev. All right. Before we go off,
say that I don't think it's
go
all
ahead,
women are hoes. I think that it's just the promiscuity is different. So it's
exactly.
case by case. That's it.
Why are you trying to be nice?
But see, they're not treating anything case by case, though. You know what I'm saying? When they talk.
No, it's case by case. It's case by case. But promiscuity standard is way different. That is
way different.
But
they're celebrating promiscuity, like literally sexual liberation. It is. So y'all are saying it. We're not saying it. Hold on.
The 304 culture is strong.
Let me let my man.
Yeah, it's strong. But who put a battery in their back?
Let Little Black Book go. And then, we'll do that.
I'm not going to totally blame the men on that because they chose to be the 304.
Right.
No, the men, all of a sudden, side chicks is in the forefront. Ain't nobody put them battery pack in them hoes except for the dudes that bought the batteries at the daggone store. They put the battery in the back. They put their batteries in their back.
To me, those are males. That's your Ray class. I don't consider the Ray class men.
Huh?
I said I don't consider the Pookie and Ray class men. That's who's putting them out there like that.
No, they are men. If they get the leg, like if the leg's open for them, they are men.
I said they're males.
No, they are no. So let me ask you this:
That's what I'm saying. They're males.
If they are male, why women keep opening the legs for them if they don't qualify as a man? Or why?
Did you hear what I said prior? I said these are the Pookie and Ray types. I don't consider them as men. To me, they are males.
Yes. And my question is, if they are not, if they don't qualify, why do women keep opening their legs for the same Pookies and Rays?
That I can't answer, unfortunately.
And that's a cap too.
That's
talking about there's
$1 million question. And you know what?
They're rich Pookies though, right?
I've been exposing this on my Facebook timeline for the last 48 hours. Okay, talking about how basically challenging the sisterhood, if you will. Explaining how Black women, and particularly American Black women, were out of order. I've explained that Shahrazad Ali said the same thing 34 years ago, and it's still applying today. When you have a culture where they think that wearing wigs and weaves and raptor claws for nails and heavy makeup and all these filters, and they talking about they want a quality man, but they're looking like a drag queen, you're out of order. When a man says he wants a woman that's fit, feminine, and friendly, and you're triggered by it, you're out of order. Either you get it right, or you get up in the cold to find a man that's on your level. So I got basically I got a lot of backlash for what I've.
We got to let Little Black Book get his first one off. What you got on the topic, sir?
No, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Hold on. What time is it? What time is it where you at?
10 o'clock in the evening.
So you are not going to waste the time to me, Trigger? Okay, I see.
Fatty, you literally can do 24 hours on YouTube. I don't even know
on my
what
time zone. You don't ask me, but you ask him. Okay, that's cool.
Dude,
that's fine.
you're Ant-Man, like the bigger version. Though I don't know what realm you live in that you can be on YouTube at any time of the day or night. I don't think you sleep.
Fine,
So
my man.
I'm not worried about what time it is for you.
Let it go, my man. It's fine. Go ahead, little.
All right, little black.
I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. First and foremost, I wanted to say, like, the game has always been the game, right? So the game has never changed between men and women. Women want the same things as always. In terms of the quantity or what they want as a standard, that might have shifted. I think our brother said it about social constructs. That has changed. But the reality for any man in this society is the same rules apply. Women want protection, provision, and a man to be a priest of that home. The differences that have happened is that now in this society, women have joined us in the workforce, meaning they think they're now, I don't want to say this in a rude way, but almost their standards have changed, right? Because originally leadership was founded upon, can you provide for your family, right? Now the provision aspect has shifted because women also now can provide, meaning that now the standard of what was okay, if you earned, let's say 20 grand, 30 grand, you were a good man. Fantastic. This is a man that can protect me and protect my kids. You earn 20 grand now, we're all looking at you. Men and women are looking at you like you're crazy. That can't protect no one in this particular society. So the standards have shifted, but the game has always been the same. They've always been 304s. And that's biblical. Mary Magdalene was a 304. Turned the lap around. Thank God. All right. So they've always been there, right? There's never changed. What we have, though, I think our brother said it, is an overexposure. I think it was Ruckus said this. There's an overexposure to certain stories. And this is both for men and women. I think men and women both do this. They do what I call fear mongering. You go to one story and you spread it around like it's the whole nation. And both men and women do this. Men talk about 304s. There's so many 304s in the world. Yet people are still getting married to quality women. Women complain. There's no good men in the world, but there's quality men out there who are getting married to women. Both parties do fear mongering, and they do exactly what Trigger Mike, you're kind of explaining about how people get center focused on one thing. And that's my biggest issue with that. Now, the biggest thing I think in this particular conversation we're talking about, the topic is choosing a wife. First and foremost, as a man, you need good men around you, because this helps with the discernment when you're choosing a woman. A good dad or a good father figure in your life oftentimes instills certain qualities in you that help you to see what a good woman should be like, especially if you've seen a good, been in an upbringing where you've seen a good love relationship between father and mother, or you've seen a good family community around you where man and woman are together. It helps instill certain intrinsic qualities that you're like, that's what I'm looking for in a partner. The reason why men are suffering just like women are when it comes to choosing women is because your discernment's off. You're complaining about 304s, but you don't need to date 304s. Why can't you take accountability? You know, if the women are choosing bad and we say stop choosing Pookie and Ray Rays, they got to take accountability. Why are you choosing Pookie and Ray Rays? Your discernment's off. If you're complaining there's too many 304s, you are part of that 304. You know what the Bible says? If you join yourself to being a prostitute, you are one. It means this. When you decide to keep complaining about 304, there's too many 304s, I can't choose a wife, your discernment's off. Stop looking at the 304s, stop being attracted by the 304s, and leave the 304s alone. There are quality women out there, and you need to open your eyes to see that. Every time I hear men complain about women are loose, they're promiscuous in this generation, they don't listen to men, I'm like, I hear you, but why are you choosing them? No one forces any man to choose these type of women. Listen, the men that are married are not complaining about those women.
Because
most
of them
they're
are
married.
No, most of them are cuffing those women.
That little black boy, you know what happened? They
most of them
like
are cuffing that woman.
They multiply like gremlins, boy.
Most of them are cuffing their woman. Most of them, they don't even know the story about that woman. We have women.
How can you say most men don't know the story? Don't talk for men who are married. We shouldn't do that. You're talking for men to
actually,
bring
I can't. So this is what is happening right now.
Okay.
Every woman, 9 out of 10 women are fucking. Right? They are. Yes,
what?
9 out of that women are throwing box out there. They usually do it through their 20s, right? Either you catch them early, either you catch them early, or you're going to catch them at 29 or 30 with a few bodies. And when we were younger, me and you probably are similar at age. A woman having 5 bodies, it was too much. Right now in 2023, a woman is having 5 bodies is almost a virgin. Like the standards about woman promiscuity change completely. Right now, women are having the time of their life. So when you say put accountability on men, you know what? Like, what is my first impulse to tell you? Okay, so I'm going to be a piece of shit. Because if piece of shit men are getting women like that, I'm going to become whatever I have to become to get those women. And then you are going to complain about low quality men that are doing whatever it takes to get that
No.
woman on their program. You see what I'm talking
Let me
about?
challenge you. I hear you. Let me challenge you. What you've done there is to appreciate yourself in this moment to prove a point that doesn't exist. If there are women out here who are trash, you don't go and search in the trash.
Yes.
Right? Right? Even if the number of women has grown that are more trash, you don't have to look in the trash bag. You being a trash bag still makes you end up in the trash bag.
Absolutely.
The end objective that you want is a quality woman.
I agree.
Your objective is not to focus on the trash that's out there, but to focus on what those women that are good, what do they need from you? That's the game.
Absolutely.
And once you assess that and you've got it, you go for the very thing. That's when you become a man. A man goes and gets. So if you've got what they want, you go and collect what you want from the good pile that you're going for. That's because you becoming trash is now complaining about women being promiscuous. Who are they being promiscuous with?
No, it's not. No,
Who are the women being promiscuous with?
With promiscuous men, but our value is not on our penis.
There you go.
Our
so you
penis
end up joining the equation that you're complaining about. The very thing you're
no,
complaining
it's
about.
not. No, please. So let me tell you something so we can. Equality, like if I know that Trigger Mike is a quality man, is a leader of his community, take care of his kids, is a respectful man, has a good job, respects his woman, but he was promiscuous on his 20s, he still is an awesome man. He still is a man I aspire to be because he's responsible on all the things that we usually follow men, but he was promiscuous when he was young. It's fine. But if you have the same woman, but she has 50 bodies when she was younger, she's a rotten woman. We don't like women like that. And unfortunately, what is happening right now is you are painting the narrative that I look at the street and I see green lights and red lights, green flags and red flags. The problem is that bad women are looking like good women. I'm not talking about the Insta models and the ones that you clearly see. The bad women are looking like the good woman, and the good woman are making a point of either defending the bad woman or mashing between each other to the point where on the crowd you can see who is the good one or is the bad one because the good one is telling the truth. But because 70% of them are lying about their past, now you don't know if she's really
pretty much the goats within the sheep.
All right, we're gonna get the next question going, and I want the ladies to answer first. So, Bethany, I see you in the back. I'm gonna bring you up to answer first. All right. The next question is: has the definition of a wife been changed, and should men accept that change? Bethany, I'm gonna bring you up. I'm gonna drop down real quick.
He's eating his pizza. Doesn't want to share.
Hello.
Hi, Bethany.
Hello. Okay, good.
Did you guys get the question?
Has a definition of a wife, hold on, I'm reading it, been changed, and should men accept that change? The definition of a wife. I think it has slightly, just because women are working more.
Right.
But I don't think just because a woman is working doesn't mean she can't be submissive and still serve her husband. So it's really about the woman's attitude in the relationship. Just because you make 6 figures and your husband may also make 6 figures does not give you the right, and you're not entitled as a wife to say, well, I don't have to wash the dishes tonight, or you can wash the dishes and I don't have to, I'm planning a trip and you don't have to. No. Still respect your husband as being the husband and leader of your household, regardless of who is making what money. But yes, I think in 2023, yes, the definition of wife has changed, and no, men should not accept that. Pick a woman that wants to be a wife and wants to submit to you. Period.
Bethany pretty much said the same thing that I was going to say. You shouldn't have to accept a woman who doesn't want to submit, who expects you as a man for you to be traditional, to embrace your traditional role, and yet they don't embrace their traditional roles either. I work outside the home, okay, but I still cook and clean because that's my job. So, I don't expect my husband to do that because I'm going to do that. I know my role. I understand the assignment. He has his role. He understands his assignment. It's that simple. Yes, in a lot of ways it's changed because a lot of women don't want to be in order. That's why the marriage rate for Black women in this country is 26%. So, and as I said on my post, and it really took a lot of females off. If you want to get married and you're looking for a husband, that men are no longer going to acquiesce to them. You're going to have to acquiesce to the man. You're going to have to get on his program, or otherwise you're going to be single. Or as the late Kevin Samuel said, you're going to have to buy a dog and die alone.
But something else about that. Why aren't the husband and wives communicating their expectations?
You know what? That's true. You're absolutely
Communicate
right.
That. The funny thing is, when me and my husband got married, I had a job. I was making decent money for a 26-year-old. My husband is almost 22 years older than me, though. So he already had been in his industry. He did well, whatever. But I still had a job, and he actually didn't mind me working. I worked in oil and gas, and so during that 2016 kind of downturn, I was laid off. And we had just gotten married, just had our son. He didn't see the benefit of me going back to the workforce. After you calculate and do the spreadsheet, you're going to work and it doesn't make sense. I prefer you be at home. I'd rather you be at home so you can raise our son. We've never had our kids in traditional daycare because of that. That's savings, but also I don't need societal norms to be indoctrinated on our son. But we're Christians, we're believers, and he just saw the value of that. But he was raised in a household where both mom and dad worked 2 and 3 jobs. They went to decent schools, this, that, and the other. Well, guess what? You have all kind of kids out of wedlock. You got children going astray. That's all because parents weren't at home with them. And he saw that, and he was like, I'm making the conscious effort to not do that. So if I can provide well enough for my wife to stay home, I will do that. And he has well exceeded any kind of expectations. I like to say I'm a well-kept woman. People don't like that term, but I am.
They're hating. That's why they don't like it.
Well, I think people don't realize it. I think women, y'all said this already, women want the upfront luxuries. In the first year of marriage, you want to have the $50,000 wedding, the 4-carat solitaire stone, the 4,000 square foot house, and drive a $60,000-$80,000 truck in the driveway. No, not 1, but 2. That is not what life is about. And I'm a testament of we were able to sacrifice up front in our marriage. So now, yes, we're looking to build our quote unquote dream house and also drive, for my opinion, it's a luxury vehicle at the end of the day. But it took 7 years to get to that. And not because he didn't have the means, it's because we sacrificed up front for certain things. It wasn't important at that time.
Bingo.
So you got, I don't know. It's just a mindset. It's a mindset. It's a mindset.
Yeah. Well, we live in a society where, where instant gratification is the thing. Everybody wants what they want now.
Exactly.
So, and that's one thing that has changed, and not just for men, but for women also, but for everybody. The instant gratification, nobody wants to take their time. Nobody wants to wait and struggle for a bit, In order to get something good, you gotta struggle. They don't. A lot of people just don't get that because everything's so quick.
Right.
Sorry.
I think it's growth and grace. I think in a relationship, you got to give grace to each other for the process of growth. You're gonna make mistakes in the beginning. You got to get it right.
Absolutely.
But work towards it.
And to piggyback on what you were saying, you were talking about communication. That is very big. Because for my husband and I, we talk about everything. For as long as we've been together, we have never, ever had an argument. Never. And the reason why is because we communicate. We talk things out. And, if there's an issue, we come up with the solution and we move on and we live our lives. I think the art of communication is lost too, because a lot of women, and yes, I'm going to come to us because we need to hold us as women accountable. You hear all the stuff about these love languages, and if he loves me, he would know. No, men are not mind readers. You have to communicate. You want him to communicate, but you're not communicating. You expect him to read your mind, and it doesn't work that way. It never works that way.
My husband had to tell me, woman up and speak up.
Mm-hmm.
Say something. Like, don't just sit there and I'm disturbed, or I'm not gonna ask because I don't want to be told no. He was like, "What are you, 12? No, you're 30. Get it together and let's discuss it like grown adults who love each other and mature. Let's just get to the solution." And I think arguments happen. We surely have our arguments, but now that we're 7 years in, they don't happen as frequently. They're not big issues. We don't throw out the word divorce and all that. No, we're well past that kind of stuff. Kids change the dynamic of a marriage, and I don't think people realize that. But for every single child that you bring into this world, it will do a little number on your marriage for a little while. But if you acknowledge that up front and just know, hey, with number two, this and this happened. The first one we were fine, but number two, you asked for a second one. Okay, this is more on you now because I still gotta go to work. I gotta get to the bag. Okay, so don't come up in here complaining, talking about you overwhelmed. You asked for this.
So now that you two went on 10-minute tirade about how good wives you are, what does that have to do with the question?
Oh, here we go.
No, seriously. What does that have to do with the question? Because the question was about men, and you flip it to woman, and you keep the woman this and woman that and woman that. So the question is, the question is on the bottom. As the definition of a wife being changed, and should men accept it?
And we answered that.
We said no, y'all shouldn't accept it. Yes, it changed, but no, you shouldn't.
We say you shouldn't accept it.
Okay,
All
beautiful.
right, Callie, man, go ahead. You next.
Callie, go ahead, Callie. That was beautiful. Thank you very much, lady.
I think you're next.
Fatty, you a mess. But you the homie though. Whatchamacallit, the definition of a wife has not changed. It's still the same thing. It's just different responsibilities, and how people work that out within their own marriages may look strange and weird to some people, probably because everybody out here flexing on social media. But other than that, it's still the same. Both of my parents worked, both of my in-laws worked. You know what I'm saying? My dad cooked, my father-in-law cooked, my mama cooked, my mother-in-law cooked. You know what I'm saying? They just balanced it out, whatever worked within them, and that's how me and Hubbins do it. That's it. It's the same.
What about you, PhD Diva? About the question rolling on the bottom. What do you think?
I think the definition of a wife is in a state of flux. I think given the fact that women have more access to everything these days, that women are requiring different things in order for them to assume that wife role. And I think like that's just not in this society, is, in many societies. I was watching a YouTube this morning about China and how the young people aren't getting married as much. They aren't having as many children. Since 2015, China's lost like 1 million people almost, which, if you got 1 billion people, that's not a lot, but to have 1 billion people and be losing people, that's saying something. And, Japan and Korea are wondering if they're going to have enough population to sustain themselves in 150 years. So I think it certainly is. The definition of a wife is in flux, and that's, around the world. And I think men are going to have to accept it in order to kind of stabilize things and, get people to coupling up again.
People are fucking still. They are not just getting married. People are still having sex with each other.
Right. But the birth rates are going down.
Because women don't want to have kids when they were
right. Exactly.
Before women were having kids at 18, now they're having kids at 20 something. So it's on women, it's not about men.
Right. But so in order to get women to want to be doing all those things again, there's going to have to be some acceptance and compromise on the part of men. Like y'all aren't going to get the women to behave like wives in the 1950s if you want them to, be doing those things. So
so there's two caveats there. So
yes, we can.
I like the way somebody put it. I can't give a direct quote. I forget who exactly it is. Hey, women are having less children because you went to work and found out how hard that shit is. Plain and simple. Y'all like literally
it's more expensive to raise a child nowadays too.
No, but you got to understand. This is why I don't like this argument and I can't accept it. I'm Nigerian, okay? All of my cousins, everybody in my family, we're STEM people, doctors, surgeons, lawyers, etc. None of these women slack on their home duties. And if they need help, they purchase it or they move in an in-law. These women are extremely resourceful in a myriad of ways. So I can't allow any woman that does less than them, because you ain't doing less than Ade or Shubra or all these Indian women. They got STEM jobs and they out here submitting and taking care of their kids and facilitating dreams. I cannot allow, not y'all, but any underwater basket weavers to talk about they can't do nothing. Not y'all, but I just mean women in general. So that's my thing with it. Women are literally saying no, and like using all of these circumstances about work to negotiate. I definitely understand that it's less attractive to have kids if you do work full time, but you at some point you got to realize that family. No woman has ever said they should have worked more. All you ever say is, I should have spent more time with my family as you get older. So you have to figure out and be resourceful enough how to prioritize your family while pacing yourself at work and gradually moving up. Do y'all agree with that or no?
I agree. And matter of fact, I mentioned that on my Facebook timeline, and I was scrutinized for it.
Because it's not a prescription for everybody. I mean, I've tried the stay-at-home mom thing for about 1.5 years, and I hated it. Couldn't wait to go back to work.
I would love it. Like if I didn't have student loans, I would be probably at home.
Well, see, now I got the best of both worlds. I'm at home and I'm at work.
Can I tell a quick?
Hey, listen. Let me just say something about that. Because when people are like getting on house moms, first off, I keep telling you house moms are worth their weight in gold. And who the hell do you think are starting all these boutique businesses and Amazon businesses? House moms got a freaking bag. I'm tired of the disrespect of women that chose to stay home. I literally know about 3 stay-at-home mom millionaires. They live in my neighborhood. All right.
What you talking about disrespect? Who disrespected stay-at-home moms up here?
Not y'all.
I was gonna say I didn't say nothing mean. I just said I didn't like it.
You have to.
I've heard of disrespect.
These corporate style women that want to make it look like they live the cosmopolitan life, they have to make themselves look good by putting down women who chose to stay home and take care of their kids.
They do it all the time. Like we're having a conversation on the panel when a woman was ashamed of saying I'm a stay-at-home mom, and what happened was we asked you, who shamed you? Is the man? No, the men are like the men look at that guy and says, man, I wish I could take care of my wife and she could stay at home and raise the kids. You know
other women shame them, fatty.
He's the woman.
Yeah.
Like, he's the woman. The woman is the woman into staying at home. So,
because women want to stay home now. Like, women want, that's why they want the 6-figure man, so they won't have to go out and work like a dog. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think people shame them.
All right. So let's get
But the caveat with that, if you're going to stay home for a 6-figure man, you got to cook and clean.
Let me ask PhD for this, because this is interesting. Does the modern woman deserve to stay home? Can she even keep up with that lifestyle that's necessary, like with the average stay? Exactly.
She doesn't know
what that lifestyle of staying home.
Don't burn out.
Well, so I think most women probably don't understand how difficult it is. Like, it's a full-time job. You're never off when you are a stay-at-home mom. Like, you're always doing something. The kids, picking up after someone. So I think a lot of women who say they want that life may not appreciate exactly what that life entails. But I mean, I'm sure they can do it. Would they want to is the question. Like Callie Bev said, I know several professional women who are like, no, I would never want to stay at home. I want to work, so they could do it, but they probably wouldn't want to in some instances.
But then they get home and they drink a bottle of wine because they have to cope with being on the job 10 hours a day. This is like that's the problem actually with women. They don't know what
I'm finna go drink right now. I just turned my computer off.
Hey, but there's the thing, you know what's up?
Kylie, pour one up for me.
Because it's kind of like them if you do, them if you don't, right? And to be honest, the modern woman or the average woman right now, I think she will be happy with the part-time job, 4 hours at the end of the day where she can go and sleep later and what. Like, that's usually what it is, because if you take all of responsibility of them and you take care of them, they get bored. But you give him all the responsibility, say, hey, he's off. No, that's too much. I don't want to. I'm tired.
So I think many want to be stay-at-home wives or whatever, but the kind who go to brunch with their friends, go shopping during the day.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Not the kind that's picking up after a 3-year-old.
No,
I think a lot of people. I think a lot of people conflate being a homemaker with a woman that cannot work at all. You know, like a woman should be industrious, but her priority should be for the family, for the home, to be the helpmate of her husband. So the term wife, I think, is being construed nowadays. I think they're trying to change the meaning of the word wife nowadays, because back then it was, I mean, even still now, right, with their helpmates, but now they're trying to be dictators, meaning they're dictating the roles, whatever. They're changing the term from homemakers to what you would call it, boss babe, right? So they're changing all these things, and people are looking at it, and it's something that it's not new, but it's just the terms that are new, because this has always existed back in the day. You know, I think people's priority has been changing over centuries. Things has just been changing. If you take a look prior to the early 1900s, you even see it in the society. You know, corporate jobs and businesses and everything. Their structure. Were shorter than like churches. Churches were built high in reverence, transcendence, and everything, which showed what the society actually prioritized. Now the churches are small and corporations are huge, meaning now society, we just prioritize on business and money and everything. So we let go of a lot of the priorities. So I think that's what's happening now. It's just a shift on priority, and it goes back. And I keep saying it today. It goes back on the choice that you make based on the information that you are observing. You have to make a choice. Is either do you want this as your end result, or do you want that as your end result? Because you can be a homemaker and still work. That's totally fine, as long as the woman is prioritizing what she should prioritize, which is her family and being a helper to her husband. And that's fine. That's cool.
So, Jesse, when are we going to have, since women are changing, when are we going to have stay-at-home dads that are not chained by society and they're going to be happy about it?
We're not going to do
Hey, listen, they exist. They exist.
It's not going to be
exist. It's not the norm.
Hold on. You're not asking the right question, though, Fatty. When are we? Well, I'm sorry, you did ask it. Not even shamed by society. When are we going to have stay-at-home dads that can maintain the respect of their wife?
It's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
No, ever.
So it's never happened. So it's
the only way that happens. There's the only way. This is an anomaly, right? If the husband is disabled, right? He can't do anything. He's in a wheelchair. He has some type of mental issues. He got into an accident. That type of issue is way different. But the sad thing is that some women leave that.
They still leave. Yeah,
some, not all.
That's why, guys, give me just 1 second so I can finish.
I mean, it happens.
Give me just 1 second so I can finish my point, right? The question was a trick question. You see how we as men don't expect women to accept this new man that wants to be at home. So the question, so 1 second. So the question is, if we understand the rules of the game and we understand that woman will never accept a man that is working at home, why the fuck are we so benevolent? Should men accept this new woman? The answer is no. They don't accept us. They don't accept the modern man. We shouldn't be accepting the modern woman. That's a fact.
The thing is, you all don't have the leverage that we have.
Hold on.
Women have to have children.
Well, PhD, don't terrorize us. We do have the ultimate leverage. We're not going to marry y'all.
No, you don't, because all women need is a sperm bank to have children, but you all need us to have children.
You know what?
So we have the leverage in that respect. So y'all gonna have to get down or lay down.
Hold on, PhD.
Wow, no, she didn't.
Hold on.
Hey, a little black folk. That's your fault, bro.
Hold on. You're absolutely right. Women can go to a sperm bank to have children. Women don't want to, though. They want the dick.
Some women do.
Well,
they don't want
to. You don't have to be your
wife. There's a lot of women going to sperm banks.
I
You
swear,
want that man.
Well, we're getting
You
off track
want
here.
hold on. You can't take Christmas pictures with no sperm bank. You can't take Easter
You
pictures
can hire
with
a
no
man
sperm
for
bank.
that. You can hire a man for that.
Get him, Trigger.
No.
Get him,
You
Trigger.
can't be at the
You can't
barbecue
get me because we
with
can
your
hire all
sperm
those
bank.
things.
Get him, Trigger.
No.
Get him, Trigger.
So when
Why she
all
trying to
your
outsource
homegirls,
everything?
when all your homegirls and sorority sisters are on IG standing next to their husbands that they held down, you can hold up a card to your sperm bank.
Get him.
No, we can just point that sorority sister in the direction of the woman her husband cheated on her with.
PhD is going to do a baby shower with her dad and her brother on the picture and all that. That's what she wants. She wants a baby shower when she's alone, like with the balloon. He's a kid.
I'm doing the reveal by myself. Okay.
The gender reveal by yourself.
Okay.
It's a boy.
So the point is, y'all gonna have to come to some type of, agreement and compromise in order to get things rolling smoothly again, if they ever were.
Many men are already doing that. Most men,
that's
they will.
the average.
The average dude will say yes, queen, no queen. Of course, I agree. I was there. Of course. Like we at mass as men already do that because again, that's our DNA. Make sure that our wife and the kids are okay and they get what they want.
I was going to say,
Speaking on
and
that,
leave
I'll
the
be
wife
back.
out.
Speaking of that,
Leave the wife out of it. Most men are doing that.
Most men have already compromised enough, right? We've compromised all the way. The man who didn't have no father in the house, all black men have been doing for the last 30 years has been compromising.
Absolutely.
It's time for that
Y'all been
shit to stop.
compromising longer than that.
Well, yeah, for 50 years. How about that?
No. Y'all been compromising since you got here. I mean, who are we talking about? You compromising?
We ain't going all the way back to slavery. I'm talking about right now. Listen, let me just finish.
You've been in a constant state of compromise.
Men don't need to compromise anymore in the sense of compromise.
Let me explain. Hold on.
Right?
We
so
got to stop
we just
this.
need to stand on our.
Hold on, Mr. Rich, because I hear this a lot. This is funny because I'm the militant on the crew. So let me have this for a second. So you're saying that black men be compromising like we're the weaker species of men, right? In this country, right, PhD Diva?
You tell me.
No, so I'm gonna tell you.
Are you on the same footing as all the other?
Wait. Historically, we all know the history of slavery,
right?
And in this country, especially, black men who have fought, the Civil War and all that stuff. But if y'all want to go to war, this is all I want you to know. The literal reason men won't do that is because of their love for you. Because I want to ask you a question. If you want us to go fight and take over white men or whatever you want, are you ready to die? That's the only question I want to know. Are you ready to die?
When did I say anything about you going to fight?
No.
That's what you insinuated.
That's not what I insinuated. I just pointed out that you've been on your knees.
That we're the weaker species of men. Yes. And what black men have done is what no men, hold on. We are the bigger, more physically imposing, and the most feared men pretty much in America and on the planet. So
why would they fear you?
Hold on.
Why would you fear someone who's
hold on.
What you can put on
sheer love, at any time. Out of sheer love for our own families. We know once you start war, they die. Somebody's going to die because it takes less than what has happened to black men for men to be radicalized against their own government and other groups of people. Taliban, let's say, for instance, right? Black men in this country have had hundreds of years of reasons to turn into the Taliban and never did for you. So all I want to know is if you want war, I'm ready. You see, in fact, I'll slap this bad boy on the AR right now. All right, if you're ready. Are you ready to die? So black people could possibly take over this country, yes or no?
You're not going to take over.
Are you?
You just said you would slap that on the end of an AR, sweetheart. They got heat rays.
On the AR
they
right
don't
now.
even need to be in the same vicinity
Are
as you in order to back you up, right?
In the name of trying it out,
These
are you
people
ready?
on the level y'all can't even fathom.
So this is what I'm saying.
I don't think you understand. I don't think you understand.
Black
PhD.
men show civility and their family over war.
Yes, that's what yes or no? Are you ready to die?
Because look at the life that black, hold on. Look at the life that black families built post-slavery. Look at the life that black families built post-slavery. Black men have always chosen their family. That is the history of black men in this country. But if you want us to slap If to strap on the AR, I need to know, not even just you, and I'll ask Bathsheba and everybody. Are you ready for you and every other black person you know to die in the name of dominance in this country? Yes or no?
Yeah,
that's not what I want you to do. I want you to come up with a strategy where you would actually be able to win.
A question like that. Yeah. She wants 7% of the population to go to war against 150 million crazy ass fucking white men.
50% of the murders in this country. What's the problem?
I mean, listen, the fact that we still have a black community, right? All the way through Jim Crow and all that is because of men. Because of us willing to take the shit we needed to take for you to have families. Right? So they had to come at us through a whole different way to destroy the black community. And so for you to not give black men a credit for going through all the shit that we had to so we could have families
We've all been through
communities.
Shit.
Wait a minute. Wait a second.
haven't been through none of that stuff
because
they've been
how
through.
you going to sit down here and discount all the black men through the years by asking a question like that? When are we going to get off our knees? That's crazy, man.
I didn't say when you're going to get off your knees. I pointed out that you've been on your knees.
You might as well have said it. You might as well.
PhD is this type of woman, right? She's going to do what the French woman did to when the Germans. So one second.
You're talking a lot, Fatty. Wait a second.
No, one second. I know I'll be talking a lot, but I don't. I know I'll be talking a lot, but
let Mr. Rich Road and Fatty.
Go ahead. Let me finish it. The one thing I'll give you, and this sounds radical, because this is what you sound like, PhD. And maybe there's a thin point there, and I'm going to say it because I didn't say it out loud. I think there's a segment of black women who haven't forgiven black men for letting what happened to them during slavery happen. Right? Well, that's what it sounds like you're saying. Because back then,
those women aren't alive.
No,
right. Those women aren't alive.
Right, and it happened to you too.
But this threads to how she's coming off. Because the truth of the matter is, some of us might think that we should have just all been exterminated back then because we should have never allowed the white man to do what they've done. Right? The Indians didn't do it. That's why they needed slaves. They died. They got massacred. They manifested. That's what they killed all of them. So they didn't make good slaves because they were going to fight. So the point is, I think there's a segment of black women through the generations who kind of think because what the white men have did to them when we were around is unconscionable. Matter of fact, they can't repay. So I'm not saying every black woman. So, and this might be radical to everybody, but I think there's a segment of black women who kind of feel that way. They don't even know it because the kind of angst and the hatred that some black women have for black men is, I can't explain it no other freaking way. I really can't. I think it's subconscious because there's no reason for black women to feel the way they feel about us. That's absolutely absurd.
I somewhat agree with PhD on that one particular thing. I know y'all I'm gonna get a lot of pushback, but I think when black men hear this type of stuff, especially coming from a black woman, it kind of is almost like getting beat up in front of your woman.
Right.
She gonna rub it in your face, and like I have been saying,
she don't leave you.
Dog.
Like now let me ask you this: if you get beat up,
hold on. Did you not hear what I said in the beginning? This is all a fallacy. So the women that this actually happened to.
Let me finish my point.
Hold on. The women that this actually happened to went on to marry those men, create families, build Black Wall Street, build Lanier Park, all these other communities with the women who actually went through slavery still chose their men. That's so true. How that we're saying that their descendants now get to be upset when that shit didn't happen?
But now still,
sense.
Trigger Mike, not still. If your woman watch you get your ass kicked every fucking day, all day, for years at a time,
what narrative are you using?
The narrative is it's almost like getting beat up in front of your woman.
You're literally
She's not going to give you that same respect like she would a person that whooped your ass.
You're creating a narrative that don't exist.
Yes, it does exist. We people want to know it.
Because Trigger Mike, you can't say that one is invalid and then sit here and say that black women been dogging black men out for 40 years or whatever, when half of those women wasn't even born yet either.
So
Wait,
let's
you don't have to explain that to me. I don't understand. Go ahead.
I got a question for
Patty,
lady.
who's next?
now,
Patty, who's next?
before the question, so we can resolve this quickly, right? This is not about black women. This is about women in general. Women are not willing to die for nothing. A lot of times, not even for their kids. And let me give you an example, J. Prince. You think that if black men fought, black women would be willing to follow them because they respect them more, and if they fought, right, they would respect the black men more. Is that what you think, right?
I do think that if women nature is to want to
just yes or no. Is the following question.
in a woman's nature they want to protect her, and part of protection
fighting back.
is that sometimes you got to get ugly.
Okay, so I agree with that. Like let's agree with that. You know what happened with the French soldiers that fought against and were honorable to defend their wives and their kids, and they fought the Germans as soon as the Germans invaded France. You know what the woman did as soon as the French soldiers lost? You know what they did? They started fucking the Germans. 1 million women were marched on the street of Paris because instead of following the man that decided to die for them, they capitulated to the white Germans, not black woman. White woman decided to surrender themselves to the Germans and to have kids with them. Women don't follow shit. They follow the ones they follow winners. I'm almost done. So if black men decided to go and fight against 70% of the population with armies and they will die, you know what?
Doesn't that make us the smartest?
No, but now, Fatty.
Can I finish?
Let him finish.
If black men decided to rebel tomorrow and fight white men and they died, black women would mourn for them. They will turn around and fight white men because now there's the only thing they got. That's what.
But now, Fatty, this is my thing. You got people also respect, no matter if you win, lose, or draw. They respect the man that's in the fight.
But
the problem with the problem with the black man today, they too scared to even get into the fight.
But you did, J. Prince. If you fought,
you're confused. Black man will never get respect from the woman until we control our own nation.
J. Prince, we have this mantra on this community that as soon as a black man fights for his wife and either goes to jail or goes to dirt, that she gets a woman 3 weeks later. We know this. She's going to mourn you for a month and she's going to get another guy next.
But what I'm saying is we shouldn't be doing this only for a woman. We should be doing it for ourselves.
Yeah, Prince, why are you dying for someone that is going to be fucking another guy 1 month later?
No, it's not about dying for them. We should be dying for ourselves. We should be willing to die for ourselves and our children.
No, I want to leave. And now my children is going
our children is getting slaughtered by these people.
No, they are getting slaughtered by each other.
I want to live for my children.
I want to leave. I want to live and I want my kids to
think the way you're talking about
I don't want to live on my
fighting.
knees for my children.
I think the way you're talking about fighting, Jake.
But we're not on our
I would want to live on my knees.
We are not on our
How are y'all still having these primitive ass discussions? See, this is what I don't like. Simultaneously, while you're saying black men this, black men that, the 4 biggest cities in the United States of America have black mayors, right? Black people, like literally black history is happening all around you. There are black doctors. The other day, the first black, the first black whatever was appointed to the first black senator in Virginia, or is it congresswoman?
That's under the white man's validation,
literally
though.
All this shit happening around you, but yet your mindset is still talking like black people are held at, like, dog. No. There are people who learn how to live within this country peacefully while everybody else is fighting.
But Trigger Mike, what you're explaining is still under another man's concept and validation. We get our validation from the white man. That's a fact.
No. That's so.
What?
If that is true,
the majority, everything that we doing here, the white man got to put his stamp on it.
No, he don't
prove it.
No,
or else it's illegal.
If that was true,
if the white man don't stamp it, it's illegal.
No, if you're a felon,
that's how I know you haven't been across the globe, because that's not true.
I'm talking about here in America.
I'm talking about the globe. We set the standard globally.
If that were true, how is it that
globally? I don't see why we be in this position over here.
How is it that Asian and Middle Eastern men ended up being the highest earning men in the country if white men control everything? That wouldn't have stopped that from happening.
I mean, they would. I don't think the white man got too much. They could, but they don't got much smoke for them like they do us. We in the position that they want us at.
They decimated them.
Like they always kept us at the bottom of all men. Name a race of men in America who we above.
The Indians?
Hispanic men, actually.
No. Hispanic man is winning.
We earn more than Hispanic men. Black men.
Yeah, but Hispanic men have more businesses than you. Their businesses are more successful than you. They own more homes than you, and their homes have more equity than you.
We know no matter what we say, you're going to.
There's plenty of data for that. Look it up.
No. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
You have no data for
Remember,
that.
I said all of
You're
this
just
is
saying
tied to
stuff
the
now.
marital rate.
Yes, I did.
All of that is
I
tied
read
to the
it.
marital rate.
Hey, Mike.
So I got a question.
The
I've been
Latino
waiting
men
for a
are
minute.
better than us. The white men are better than us. Everyone is better than us. And you know where PhD Diva is? Right back here with us. All of them are better than us, but PhD Diva is here with a bunch of black men that are on the bottom. So you tell me.
So PhD, I got a question for you.
Hey, wait.
And
Hold on, Trucker. Yeah, I got one question. I'm sorry.
No,
I
go
got
ahead.
one question for PhD Diva.
Yes.
When you get to this sperm bank, if you want to have a child, what race is this kid going to be?
White.
I'm getting the best sperm they have available. But
You want a black baby? You
I do not.
Black baby.
Hold on, y'all.
It's a black baby. She's not
Especially if it's a male.
Hold on, so check this out.
No, because it might come out as a male.
Let Trucker Yale go. My bad, Trucker Yale.
So check this out. My girl sent me a link last night.
The best sperm.
There's one white guy who has 78 kids, and currently, right now, he has 13 more kids on the way. Guess who all the women was all pregnant by?
Oh, the black women? Are you talking about the guy?
All black women.
Yeah, I know. I read that story.
There's also another guy.
Damn. See,
who has 36. Hold on, that has 36 kids. And he's only 24. Guess who all them women are? Black. But most of them women are lesbians.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that black women see them interested enough to give them babies, it's
no. But it's not because it's because they just want mixed kids. It's not like they see them as.
But that's embarrassing. Would you agree?
Listen. So
black
this is
women
where I'm
to
at.
give out these white men babies.
Hold on. This is where I'm at with this. Save the ones that want to respect just men, period, or just black men.
Like
the other females that's like that, they could go walk into a burning home. But I did have a question for PhD. If they are you okay with being drafted into the military?
She showed us her face. I already saw it, but it's fine.
The military doesn't draft anyone.
No. If they change the laws, see, here we go.
Why are we playing like hypothetical?
Hold on. It's not going to be a hypothetical.
That is a hypothetical.
No, it's because it's going to happen soon.
When is it going to happen?
Are you okay?
When is it going to happen?
Let me explain.
PhD, just answer the question. Yes or no?
The bill has actually been passed already. Women will now have to conscript to the armed services. Y'all asked for equality. Y'all got that shit. So it is actually real. Okay.
No, but they're still not drafting anyone. Having to register.
Let me repeat myself. If we go to war.
Look at China and look at Russia and the tension in the South China Sea. Yes, we're going to war soon. Continue, Trucker Yale.
So again,
and they still won't be drafted.
Let me repeat myself again because you're avoiding the answer.
Select the services.
Okay, because we already know what you're going to say. And I'm just asking all the women, are y'all okay? Since y'all asked for all this equality and black men ain't this, that, and the third, are you? And Trigger Mike asked earlier, are you ready to go to war and die?
I don't need to be.
Let me repeat myself again because you're not answering the question.
Repeat yourself all you want. I'm telling you.
I
don't need to be.
Okay, when you get drafted into the army, you either live or you die. Are you prepared for it?
Okay, she's 40. She's not allowed to go. She probably.
Oh no. They definitely go get. They definitely going after. Okay, let's put you out the picture. Are you okay with your? Are you okay with your daughter going to war?
Yeah, women asked to go to war.
No, drafted into the war. The ones that
No,
that
but that's
don't
not
want to go
what's
to war.
happening. But
That's what
women
I'm
have
talking
asked to
about,
be in combat
ma'am.
jobs.
That's women that volunteer. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
those are
talking about
volunteers,
the
yeah.
women that are that work
Drafted,
as nurses, teachers.
Yeah,
You
they
know, the
already
ones
have to
that's
go over there. Like the nurses have to be over there.
Those are
man.
he's talking about.
We're not
women
talking
being
about volunteers. We're
conscripted as
talking
nurses.
about your everyday regular people. You know, farm people,
That's
stuff
not
like
what's
that.
happening.
Oh man, it's okay, Trucker.
You
Yeah,
can't even answer the question, man.
and no,
Why am
That's what
I
I'm saying, bro.
answering something
This
that
is
isn't
what I'm
happening?
saying.
You
You get
just
on
throwing
here.
those little sound bites out there to get
Right.
everybody riled up with it.
You get on here. Y'all say
It's
black
not
men ain't
difficult.
this
Y'all are
that.
so emotional.
Hold on. You get on here. You say black men ain't this, that, and the third. Correct?
I didn't say
And we
anything
are
like that.
okay.
Well, yes, you did.
You said whatever you said, and then you talking about okay. Well, y'all ain't got this, that, and the third. And Trigger might ask a simple question: when black men actually decide to go to war with these people, are you prepared to die? And you ran circles because that's the reality. When we go to war, y'all are included too.
You all aren't
Okay,
going anywhere. Like, look,
see,
you
here
had
we go.
400 years to do it. You're
Here we
not going
go.
to do it.
Wait,
I want to ask
PhD.
Hey, PhD Diva, do
the
you
Civil
think?
War.
I
The
want to
Civil
know
War was
why,
fought.
and this is the question I want to know, right?
And you know what's crazy is that them women back then, when they was marching
Look,
with their men, they was ready to die for their men. They was ready to die.
I want to ask PhD Diva this: do you actually think, PhD Diva, that white women gonna share, or all of these other races of men gonna share their men with you? That's one. And how come white women and Puerto Rican women don't never hop on black women's ass when they talking about it, y'all gonna go to the those other races of men?
What do you mean they don't hop on black women's ass?
They don't hop on y'all ass when y'all just feel like y'all are entitled to their men.
What do you mean hop on our ass?
Like tell y'all no, y'all gonna stick with your own kind.
Why would they do that?
Because that's their men.
Okay, well they don't do that.
So they got ownership of the what is considered theirs. They shouldn't have to compete with their own men to somebody that's not even in their race, right?
That's because they're not threatened by black women.
JP, they don't have to.
Let's just keep it a buck. They're not threatened by black women.
Yeah.
That's why.
And why? And black women trying to
Well, white
force
women never told
themselves.
Asian women.
Y'all trying to force yourselves into the white woman's man.
What?
You trying to force the divestors trying to force themselves with the white woman's man. That white man is not your man.
Divestor?
Huh?
All right.
Who said anything about being a divestor?
Well, you come from that area where they talking about divesting.
Okay, I love the assumptions.
Cynthia G. That's all they preach.
Something that's the dive. Oh,
That's
I
not
see,
what I preach. I don't preach divesting.
All right, let me. You don't preach. This is confusing now, PhD Diva. I need to know what your classification is because we all fail the test if you're not a divestor.
No, I
let
don't
me get
think
my
you
man
should.
in here.
I don't think you should rule out or rule in any man just because of his race. So there are plenty of bad white men or whomever. I think it's absurd to say like just because a man is of a particular race that he's supposed to be good or whatever. But
chameleon,
Trigger Mike, can I please have the discourse quick?
We would never know a white man did anything wrong.
I really want to I really want to say this because a lot of black women assume that other races of men is good and better because, for one, you don't hear they women talking bad about them and talking bad about them in publicly. We the only motherfuckers who have done this, and the reason why y'all assume that white men is the golden man, leave these black men alone, is because you never seen the bad side of them because the white woman don't come on no platforms dogging their man out. The Asian woman don't come on platforms dogging their man out. The Puerto Rican women don't come on platforms dogging their man out and telling all the personal business, trying to get these white men to feel sympathy for you, then hold your hand out. Black woman is the only woman who does shit like this.
Well,
how are you so offended, Jay Prince, when y'all sit up day in and day out and do the same thing, talking about black women?
We just now started doing this because black women have been bashing black men for the longest.
So y'all are followers.
Y'all literally made so many black men black women.
Apparently, hip hop didn't.
All right. Let me let my man Hank get in here, and then Scam likely. Then we
God damn,
we gonna tone it down. What's up, Hank?
Ain't nothing. What's the question, big brother?
Well, what if you've listened at all? We just talking about the state of marriage, husband and wife. So the question was, in the beginning, do most modern women have wife qualities? And then do most modern men, are they ready for the role of husband? What do you got?
No, most women are not don't have wife qualities. They don't.
Oh shit, I should answer that question.
And then your second question was, are men ready to be husbands?
Are most modern men ready to be husbands?
No, because they about as feminine as some of the ladies of the old years. The roles are reversed. I mean, it's reversed bad. These chicks are more masculine. These men are more feminine. So now they a bunch of zesty dudes, and these chicks a bunch of bulldaggers. So fuck them all, man. Let them die.
Preaching.
Throw the whole generation away. I was like, where you getting at with this?
I was dealing with somebody like my whole PhD. She'll be a sacrifice. Take her black ass. Do what you will with a white man. She don't want your Mr. Charlie ass anyway. Let her go to Mr. Charlie. And good luck with that shit. We don't need you here because you ain't part of what we're trying to build. You think of men on their knees. God damn. Is that what the black women think about us men?
That's exactly what most black women think about us.
Why we need heifers like that on our side? She's not for us.
Let me tell you
So
something.
you got to call me out of my name because you don't like what I said?
No, I don't. I'm mad because you want to.
But there's still no reason to call me out of my name.
Man,
like, why do black you can disagree without being disagreeable and disrespectful?
What did he call you? What did he call you?
He just said heifer.
Oh shit, that's girl for him. That's woman.
A heifer is a cow.
Wait a minute, Diva. That's what the white man started calling y'all first.
He calls you worse.
The white man started calling y'all ranchers and heifers first. So before you coming at that black man, check that white man first.
Y'all ain't the white man. But no, seriously, like there's no, I haven't disrespected anyone, and so I just always wonder why black men's first resort is
you already came with the disrespect.
You don't get upset because
I'm not upset. I just asked you why you were being disrespectful. I'm actually not upset because I expect this.
What?
Man, when you sit there saying a man is on
expect this from who? Say it.
Black men.
She had the audacity to come on and say we have been on our knees and everything, and you talking about disrespect?
Have you not?
Stop it.
No.
You need to care about what the kids see how beautiful when they need to. That's what we need. Just victimize us by saying we all our needs to the white man.
So this is the part. This is the part that you kind of messed up on, PhD. So you didn't realize, like I said, the black man has chosen you time and time again throughout history. Instead of going to fight against other American cities, we went and fought with. You said black men have never fought. I'm a veteran, man. You just disrespected every black veteran in the military that went out to fight for your freedom to talk shit to us on panels like you two. We literally went out and did
fighting for freedom in the country. You're fighting to promote America's imperialist agenda. Like, really?
Oh man, I'm so done with this shit.
So now we ain't so the black veterans ain't shit, and we shouldn't have.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, veterans, period. But and then the other thing is, because I used to work for the military. You know, y'all be getting treated like shit in the military. So, like, I don't understand.
This is why I said. This is why I said. Say
none of what you just said was disrespectful, though. But you got mad because I said heifer.
All right. So
I asked the question. It's fine. Continue.
We need, before we get out of here, we got to get our daily dose of dust. Hold on. Let my man Dusto get in here.
Oh yeah, go ahead, my man.
Actually, you already did hours and hours of repeated dust. Here's the deal: a modern woman fit for marriage. Most of them, modern as what y'all call modern women, no. They said they don't want to be wives, but what do y'all do? Chase after them and try to make them into something that they're not. So give them attention.
I agree.
Fight them. And wait for them to come on the panels and yell at them all day. And fight to be modern women. We want to be house husbands. We'll put on the damn skirt then. Get your ass in the kitchen. Maybe you'll get a tip.
I am
So I
cooking
got a
on
question for you. I'm
I
confused.
am cooking Sunday dinner.
Hold on. Let me get my time. Graham, do you want to get in the go drafted in the Army? Let me tell you something about the Army since I was in there. You got to run 2 miles. You got to do push-ups, sit-ups. You got to lift heavy equipment. If you overweight, smoking, drunk the hell up, you don't want to be in the Army either as a man. Let's be real.
I just
you want the women to go do it. When you gonna stop asking women to go do men's jobs?
Stop, Dustin.
When are women gonna stop asking to do men's jobs? Stop. This is what I'm hearing. And Trigger Mike's edging it on and then laughing and going home to his wife. Let's be real. Like, man, I'm glad I ain't
so
got
I'm Beyonce now. I'm Beyonce, all the single ladies.
You got everybody in the store like, what the hell are you talking to?
Let me finish. When you can't win that battle, they put some wives on this panel earlier. They put wives who were married. That wasn't good enough. What was your body count when you were 22? Well, would you cheat if you were in Arizona? What the hell do y'all want? They put wives, they got modern women. No matter what, it's going to come to gloom, doom, and oh, I'm a victim. So fine, go to a white panel and volunteer for slavery. That's what you want. Because it was a white man's fault for what he did in 1822. And the white man did. It's a black panel, and you're crying about a white man that ain't even up here. What in hell do you want, you victims? The reason that it's all dust and gloom and doom is because your attitude is garbage. No woman would follow this. Where's your confidence? Where's your sense of direction? Hey, we're going to go to the sky. Instead, it's, nah, the modern women, nah, the military, the white man, nah. Who wants to be a part of that? When Michael Jordan got the ball, he said, give me the ball. He didn't care who was defending him. Pass me the rock. He didn't say, hey, man, we're down 2 points. Hey, give it to the white man.
Shout out to Mr.
What the hell are we doing? Well, hold on. Get that we out of here. I didn't say we. What the hell are y'all doing? Why
Just I got a question. Are you like
gloves up and beating up on modern women? Boxing matches. Y'all don't make no money.
I get it. Dusto is Destiny. Dusto is the black version of Destiny. That's what we're looking at right now. You got to be the black version of Destiny right now.
I don't know who Destiny is.
The blue hair with the blue hair. Yeah, you are that guy because you always come up here. Well, we don't need to say we. What's the point of even doing this? That you are the black man who sits back and just accept defeat. And if anything, the black man, no, Dusto.
I'm good.
Oh yes, you are. Oh no, you are defeated because every time you come on here,
I'm good.
Every time you come on here, it's well, why are we doing this and this, that, and the third, and blah blah blah. We come up here and have these conversations because we're trying to change things into better. You know when motherfuckers gonna have to start worrying is when all black men say, you know what, fuck this shit, and let y'all motherfucking females die on your own, completely alone.
Once again,
that's when y'all went. And that's where it's heading right now. It's getting to that point. But it's getting to that point where even the regular black dude who will actually fight for a black woman on the subway won't even do that no more. They'll literally walk past you with a gallon of water while your ass is on fire. Now
they already do that. That's not correct.
It's gonna get worse than that.
We got to tone down our misogynist energy. We have another female in the building.
Of course, you're a free agent, sir. You're a double spy. That's what you are.
All right. So, Sugar Curls, I don't think I've seen you on the show before. Are you a friendly or a terrorist? Should I sound the alarm?
We're about to find out.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to come on. Can you hear me okay?
Stuff like that.
Yeah, we can hear somebody ordering some goddamn food.
I've never been told I'm a terrorist, so I hope that I'm friendly to everyone.
Cool.
I tried to join earlier. So are we still talking about can wives be found in 2023 or have we moved on?
Yeah,
I did catch
I'd
the
like
show
for you
earlier.
to expound on that. That's what I want the ladies to answer, please, if you will.
Yes. So as I was listening and I was thinking about these different qualities that a wife would have to possess in order to be picked by a husband, qualities are things that we have to cultivate. And so there are many different things that men look for. And I think as women, we can't choose what those qualities are. We have to listen to those of us that are men and that are the head and that know what they're looking for. What happens is these qualities are not cultivated at a younger age. They're not taught to women. And a lot of women are left to teach themselves, or they choose, even though they may have been taught well, they choose to go down a different path because they want to be rebellious or they want to think on their own, so to speak. And so when they get old enough to be wed, the qualities are not there. I think we are created to possess these qualities, but they're not cultivated in a proper way.
Nice. I agree.
Sugar.
I agree. Very mature statement there. All right. Are you married?
I am. Yes.
Damn.
Sugar Curls. I got a question. Do you own that product called Sugar Curls?
I do.
Okay.
No, she's
That's
already
what's up.
married, Trucker Yell. Please.
No,
please.
no, I'm not. I'm not flirting. I'm just asking because I'm like, is this the owner of the company that does the Sugar Curls?
Yes.
So,
oh,
Yes.
okay.
It's me. I've been listening very carefully, and I can understand many different points that have been brought out. But I think ultimately it's up to the woman to decide for herself what kind of character she wants to have. Either the man is going to choose her or he's not. It's that simple. Men are very simple. If one wants to be married, this is the way we have to go. We have to have certain qualities. If not, then they just won't be married. I mean, it's that simple.
Indeed. Thank you so much for that dose of femininity after the dust and the terrorism. All right.
Thank you.
Damn, do I got any more? All right. So yeah, I got to get out of
Can
here.
I ask Sugar Curls a question?
I'm taking the kid. You
She
got
ain't
30
your
seconds,
bald
bro.
head,
30
man.
seconds.
Ain't nothing to help your bald head, brother.
Yeah.
30 seconds.
I need something that's gonna help my kids.
Sugar
That's what I
Curls.
need.
Is your husband oppressed by the white man for what he did in 1846?
Here we go.
Wait, what?
Is your
Here we
husband?
go.
I didn't hear the last part. I'm sorry.
Is your husband oppressed by the white man for what he did in 1846? Is he a victim, and his feminism caused him not to be able to do anything, or is he out there handling business like he should be?
My husband is an alpha man, and he's a protector and provider. As far as those details, you have to speak to him to answer those questions if he's oppressed or not, but he takes care of his business.
Wow, she said something positive about a black man and has a smile on her face. Let me guess.
Okay.
That isn't good enough for y'all, is it?
We need no.
That's
hell no.
actually
Some other dumb
You know what?
Sick of this dude.
I ain't doing the dust
That's
today.
really good.
We need more ladies like this on the panel. We need to get rid of
Now,
other
on a serious note,
more
Dustin,
ladies
on a
like
serious
this.
note.
There are no serious notes.
No,
Good night,
on a serious note,
All right, ladies.
how many black men do you think have heard an encouraging word in a year, in 2 years, 5 years? How many black men do you think hear words of encouragement as far as anything they do well at all?
Sugar right. You want the answer?
Yeah.
I don't have those conversations.
Man, sit your ass down.
People who say this stuff.
This nigga lying.
Answer the phone and women tomorrow. You ain't yakety quack. I can't personally do it. I can't take it. I don't know how people do it. Go on the interstate 30 minutes, pay for dinner, and listen to a yakety quacking woman. I don't know.
I bet.
I'm not
So why do you keep coming on here then? That's my question. Why you keep showing up?
In 15 seconds or less, because good God, y'all be going on monologues on my closings. 15 seconds or less. If you are married, please give advice to, if you're a married man, give advice to other young men who aspire to marry. If you're a married woman, please give 15 seconds of advice to young women who aspire to marry. If you're not married, give young men or women advice on what they need to do to prepare themselves for this institution. We'll start with Bashua. Go ahead.
Peace out.
Okay. Well, first of all, I appreciate being on this panel. The advice I would give to young women or single women who desire a husband is you got to acquiesce. You got to relinquish the power, relinquish the woman pride, the feminist pride. You have to relinquish that. And it's time to Listen to the men, know what they want, do it, submit, and everything will be fine.
Gotta love that. Like Hink, like hell yeah. Go ahead, Hink.
Well, man, my message for the men is just to look out for the red flags. Please don't ignore them. Take heed to them. Pay attention. Don't go for the ones that just because they look good or pretty and they can throw it back real nice. Don't fall for that. Find the one that's going to be right for you and you only. Don't have one that's for the streets and for everybody out there. Find that right lady that's for you. Hopefully it's a black woman. But if you have to go outside, man, look, I understand now. I ain't going to even hold that against you.
I bet. Trucker Yell. Oh, he married. Shit, he double married. Go ahead and get these young men.
Really, Hink said exactly what I was gonna say, but also to add to that, honesty, brutal honesty from the first date. You get that? If you can be honest with a woman from the first date, that will weed them out.
Nice.
That's all.
All right, Callie Bev. I want you to put. We don't know which hat we dealing with, so we're summoning the wife. That's our favorite person. That's our favorite version. Summoning wife, Callie Bev. Go ahead and give these young, aspiring wives some advice.
All right. I will say that your life is not lived on social media. Social media should reflect what your life is outside of it. So you're not going places to take pictures on social media. You're going and living your life and you happen to take pictures. You know what I'm saying? So once you go ahead and get that leveled off, I guarantee your expectations will probably level off to a more realistic level, and you'll begin to deal with people in real life instead of what you think you're supposed to be dealing with based off of pictures on social media and people flossing and whatnot. Submission is not jail. If you are submitting to somebody that you do not trust, you probably shouldn't be with them in the first place. It's not jail. You should be able to be yourself around that person. And it shouldn't feel like you're being constricted, basically is what I'm trying to say. Lay off of the materialism a little bit.
You see, I don't even know why you be acting the way.
I don't like this Callie Bev. I want the troll.
I like this Callie Bev.
We like this version. We don't know why she
like
be
this
doing
version.
all that other stuff.
Callie Bev, you have disappointed me.
That was excellent.
I always act up, but I close strong.
I bet. As long as we get this version at the end. So you see, I moved you off the end, PhD, because I just didn't want to. I just didn't want to firebomb my own show like that. Go ahead and give these young, aspiring, if women that aspire to be wives. What do you think? What do you got for them?
I would say to really get to know yourself first and know exactly what it is you want in a marriage, and to focus on choosing a man with qualities that you can live with, day to day. And so focus more so on the living day to day with that man, more so than the wedding day and it being your day and the social acceptance that comes along with being able to say you're a wife. That would be my advice.
Okay. When we ask the right question, she could give good answers. I do have a question for you, though.
I always give good answers.
Open for serious debate. I don't want to go another 3 hours, okay? Is the husband the head of the household?
What? I guess that would depend on, the particular family. Some people say yes.
She doesn't understand that word.
Partner.
She doesn't know what a husband is.
I was going to ruin it. No. I've had women. I've had women who would say that their husband is the head of the household come to me to borrow money. So, to me, that's incongruent, right?
Okay.
And so when you talk to single women, it's not uncommon for these married women to be borrowing money from us.
Rephrase.
Okay.
Now, mind you, women with
probably because she's a
spending problems also need to borrow money because their husband might be responsible. That's why they need to borrow money. But it works both ways. Should the man be?
Might be a
Should
crackhead, though,
a
right?
mature, responsible man be the head of his household?
You won't let her go, man.
The hell, now she might be a pipe smoker.
You know what I mean? Like, there's context, there's complexity to everything.
No, these are like two working people, you know.
Oh,
so,
no.
Really, I'm telling you. Talk to some single women. Should
Working
he be?
people don't smoke crack.
Okay, I'll answer that by telling you.
They ain't smoking crack. They buying everything on Amazon, going broke, and then going.
I don't know what it is, but there's no reason.
Husband is like, I'm not giving you shit until.
They go and tell their homegirl they man ain't shit and that he ain't got no money.
We're not telling
they
you
lying
wrong.
the whole time.
We're not telling you wrong. But in the grand scheme of things, women are actually worse spenders. Y'all own 66% of all consumer debt. Men, so you can't really make an argument against that. Somebody might be lying. That's all I'm saying.
That's because black men ain't got no credit, so everything is in our name.
What the fuck?
There we go. There you go. She back like she never left.
Like I thought he tried to close the show. She did it like that.
Okay, let's go around.
So Sugar Curls, you like you've never been called a terrorist. This is why. If you don't say anything like that, you won't be called no terrorist. Please give some words of encouragement to these young aspiring wives. I can't. Y'all stand in the back. Y'all in timeout. Go ahead.
Okay, so what I would say is I think that it is in the best interest of a woman to align with a man. But I do think that if she is not going to, she has to be honest with herself and say, hey, I'm not ready for a man to lead me. I want to, manage myself. I want to control myself. Be honest about what you want. And if you decide that you want to be married, then I would strongly suggest review the book of Proverbs that talks about what a capable woman is, a capable wife. Work on those qualities. Align yourself with God's spirit to lead you in the right direction, and your husband will attract the right kind of man because it just works that way. It works naturally that way, and it won't be forced.
Thank you so much.
That's it. Thank y'all for having me.
Indeed. I'm almost scared to ask.
Wait, Sugar Curls. I need some of them products. I need a website or something. I don't know how to get it.
I'll put it in the chat if you don't. Yeah, I can put it in the chat.
Put it in the private
please,
chat. Please. Granville, what you got for us, man?
I got 3 things. Follow Hank the Basement, and when you come and see women like PH Diva, like Hank always say, lie to these hoes. That's it.
Oh no. Oh, I gotta let her back up now. We can't talk about people when they're not here.
Man, here we go.
Hey, a man after my own heart right there, baby.
PH Diva, do you have any rebuttal?
She ain't got no rebuttal. She don't know what a man is.
Damn.
Oh God. All right. I'm mad.
Bulldaggers got rights too, Mike.
All right.
Ooh, Granville smoking.
All right, Mr. Rich, take us out, please. Some advice.
Hey, listen,
yeah, please go ahead, sir.
Well, what I would tell a guy looking for a wife, one, date with intention, if that's what you want, right? Have your standards in place and go down the checklist by asking the right questions. And so you got to do those things. If it takes a lot of time to get what you want, don't stop that process until you get the answers you need. And then at last, if you have any kind of, assets or money, or, you have stuff you want to protect, by all means, don't be afraid to ask for a prenup at the time of an engagement, right? So don't get engaged and then 6 months later say, I want you to write a prenup. At the time you propose and you want to protect your assets, you got to ask for the prenup right then. So if she says yes, she's saying yes to both of them. Men need to protect themselves as long as the laws are the way they are. Or maybe like a woman like Sugar Curl, who probably got a big ass business going and got all that money in her pocket, she'll probably need one. But the point is, and it's too late now because she's already married. So my man, but the fact is, if you got assets, man or woman, but mostly men, still these days because we make the most money, you got to protect yourself. So all that shit that the woman is telling you, if she's a chameleon, you're at least protected because the state to state, you'll be screwed. Just like Sierra's getting ready to screw Russell Wilson when that 10-year mark hits.
Do you feel like that's happening? All these dumbass songs she's making. I don't even want to. We're gonna do another.
That's another story. But
no,
on all seriousness,
she looked like she missed. She looked like she missed the life. I'm just saying. I thought I was the only one that saw that.
No, I see it. Anyway, that's it.
I appreciate y'all. I want to thank the panelists for coming up. This was a great show, long show. All right. Thank y'all for tuning in to the Trigger Mike Show. We're going to be back on Monday. Please hit that like button on the way out. Tap that like button. Also, go to the Lapeef Experience channel. Subscribe to that channel as well. And what I need everybody watching right now to do for me, if you could, go to the Trigger Mike Show on YouTube. Help me get monetized. Go hit the subscribe button on that channel right now. Go there and hit that button right now for these hot topics. The shorts that I provide and the clips are usually the topics that we're going to talk about here on the Lapeef Network. I appreciate everybody for your continued patronage and tuning into this show. I'm really grateful to you. Got to take my kids to their grandparents so I can spend some time with my wife and talk about all the reasons why I picked her. All right. Hey, parents, get some alone time tonight. You know what that be. All right, y'all. We out.